Good evening, one and all. Welcome along to day 3 of the NFL draft coverage from your team here at the UK Cowboys. Day 1, it's about the people. Day 2, it's about those in the know. Day 3, it's all about the scouts. This is when things start flying in, when there are moves galore. You have your team here at the UK Cowboys, got you covered. How are we all doing, gentlemen? How is the lack of sleep going?
I was going to say, can we change that last bit of the comment and say day 3 is also about surviving? Because it's literally like, I know I faulted on you guys last night. I struggled, but you guys plowed through and you kept it going. So you'll be more tired than me today.
Yeah, I was going to say you were looking very fresh, Jamie, but I mean, I didn't want to give you a dig straight away.
I haven't watched, so clearly I'm going to look fresh.
Lauren, you were going to say something.
I got a few more hours sleep, but then I had to get up and give my son a lift to. One of his friends was giving him a lift to work today, but said, "Oh, I'll pick you up at 6 miles out of town." So I had to give him a lift there, and then I've got to go and do the same in a minute when he gets out of work. But other than that, I slept till about midday, and then I've been up and running around like a blue arse fly since then. So
it's always the way. Mike, I saw your post just before I came on in terms of saying the delirium is real. Don't you load up on coffee?
I'm on blue.
Oh dear.
Yes. No, I mean, like the issue is like last night. So, I mean, like, I'm really what messed up is that I ended up going on another show on day 1, and I was on that till about 6:30 in the morning. So then yesterday, I had to, when we finished, get 3 articles drawn up. So I kind of did 1.5 and then fell asleep. But like, yeah, it's like tonight now, this finishes, and then there's still more work to do. It's like, no, it never ends. But it is the draft. I do it because it's the draft. And I'm all about college football in the draft.
Just a minute, I've got a little emergency here. The dog's just thrown up, so I've got to go and clean it up. I'll be back.
Oh, Christ.
Lush.
But like here's the thing with this. As much as we're going, like, there's going to be 157 picks flying in the next 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
There's almost as much drama when the draft actually finishes because you have the rush to get all the undrafted free agents signed up, see what people are doing. You know,
that's what I'm saying. It never ends. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree. And you know, like we're complaining. You think like for these prospects, right, Brian?
Yeah.
He is the craziest bit of it all. That these guys have been playing spring ball, then they play the season, then they're into All-Star season, then they're into combine, then they're into pro days, then they're into the draft, then they're straight into rookie mini camps, then they're into mini camp, then it's training camp, then it's preseason. Like, you think how busy life is for these guys who are getting picked right now. How, you think of the next, sort of 24 months, what it's like for these boys. It's just relentless. Like, basically, the next break that these boys have since going into spring ball in 2023, their first break will be when they play their last game of the season in the NFL.
That is very fair. I'm liking this comment from Steve straight away, and I'm going to throw it to both of you. Do we think the front office trades into the 4th?
No. The only way that they do is there's a couple of players. I don't like the top 10 players left in day 3 available. If any of those top 10 players, for some obscure reason, start to fall all the way down in the 4th, and I try and find an example. Jalen Wright, okay? He starts to tumble down. Troy Franklin, another one. TJ Tampa. Any of those guys get to the back end of the 4th round, now I could see it. Not so much of them trading into the 4th, but perhaps as it gets into the 5th, the Cowboys go, okay, we're into this round now. Let's think about trying to move up here because this guy is still available. and we've got value. Whether that happens, though, I don't know, because at the moment they're having, in what I would say, the last couple of years, they're having one of the better drafts that they've ever had. Guyton, that's, at a push, if you really wanted to be cynical about it, that's a B, just a solid B grade. You go to Neeland, that's an A- grade for me. Cooper Beebe is an A+. And then final pick, the linebacker, I would say that again is a B-. Like that, I put a comment and I was like, this is the worst of all the drafts. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm saying that has been so far the worst pick the Cowboys have had out of the 4 picks. But I'm still not saying that it's a terrible pick.
No.
The reason I'm not higher,
just to let you know, boys.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off, like, but
no, yeah, fine. I need to keep my board updated.
Like Jamie, obviously, look, you departed after the first pick was made last night with Marshawn Neeland. What was your take on Cooper Beebe and Maris Liafu when you woke up this morning and saw you were like, surely there's a mistake with Cooper Beebe one?
Have you guys seen the pick?
Nope. So go ahead.
Jatavian Sanders from Texas. He's off the board.
Yeah.
But sorry, just to go back to that. I'm not gonna lie. The linebacker, I don't know a lot about, but looking at watching some tape this afternoon, it seems like he's got very, very high football IQ.
FBI guy, yeah.
I was saying to you, Matt, I a little bit of Sean Lee. Stuff. Seems like a great pickup. Neeland, and I know you in my Brian, didn't you? Wouldn't have been my choice, but and we've said this over and over and over. You can never have too many pass rushers, and he just looks an absolute beast. So that is a good pick for me. Cooper Beebe, I can't believe you were there. Said to Mike, and I don't mean this in a bad way when I say small, but he looks like a smaller version of Zach Ryan. He just gives me that vibe. I can't believe he was there. I would assume that pick is going to turn into a guard, and not to kind of take away from Mike's tweet this morning. Mike's tweet this morning probably sums it up perfectly. The Cowboys traded back on day 1. Players for it. Got 2 top quality players to overhaul that line. So that line looks very solid going into 2024.
Yeah. Like, as someone, and look, I only thought of this earlier today. I was like, hold on, Maris Liafu. I was at the Notre Dame Navy game, and I was going, hold on a second, let me think about this again. I remember seeing a guy who was moving everywhere on the defensive side of the ball. Now, look, Notre Dame blew Navy away. But this guy kept making plays. He kept directing, pointing, telling people where they needed to be. Like that, we say about the leader on the defense is generally your Mike linebacker. We know that's Eric Kendricks this year. But Maris Liafu can learn from Eric Kendricks. And he already has the traits to be a leader. So I understand and get total sense out of that Liafu pick because, again, checked all the boxes. Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, formal, informal interviews, visit. Ticked everything like that.
Broncos pictures come in.
Yeah, and like if you go on my draft board, you'll see like there's work to be done in certain things, like his tackling technique. He's great. He's a good chase down guy. He's going to chase in pursuit. He is good at it. But it's if you have a look at the coverage score I've given him, like that that's why they drafted him. It's not, and the intelligence that you're talking about, Bri, is that's what you see mostly when he's marshalling the defense, is when he's doing that in terms of to ensure that he's able to cover well. Because I believe in high school, I'm pretty certain in high school, and I could be wrong though, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty certain in high school he played defensive back, and that experience then kind of rolled into when he started to play linebacker.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
there's finally TJ Tampa gone, mate.
And Troy Franklin.
And Sanders as well. So Sanders, Franklin, and then TJ Tampa. So
all the guys I wrote up that the Cowboys should go and target. Great. Never mind. I do like Lafu. The reason why for argument's sakes, if the other linebackers, right. So people talked about Cedric Gray and they talked about Tommy Eichenberg, right? So Tommy Eichenberg, I have trouble with because of the size. Like if you go and look at Tommy Eichenberg, people will say like, "Oh yeah, no, he's fine. He is good. He's good." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Like Jeremiah Trotter's there. Now that guy, I feel, is completely a terrible fit for the Cowboys. Like size-wise, I think he's like in the bottom 5 percentile. In terms of size, the linebacker position, he's really small. Cedric Gray, he's got a little bit more bulk to him, but I still have trouble with that. Tommy Eichenberg, I think, really was the only one. So, although there was other linebackers available to them, including Wilson, including Colson, who we all agree there's red flags there. So you kind of go down and you go Trotter undersized. Cedric Gray has issues as a run defender, and we're looking at run defenders. So then it's Tommy Eichenberg, where you're just kind of like, yeah, this guy is pretty cool. I mean, there's issues with the tackling technique. So the hip drop tackle is going to cause him problems. So then you go to the next guy down, who is Liafu, and you go, well, what's this guy? And this guy has a bit of Sean Lee about him in terms of being the marshal. He's very good in pass coverage. He's fantastic at it. But that's the way the NFL is going. Like, we all talk about, the days of thumping linebackers and all that. But because it's a passing league now, you need these off-ball linebackers to be able to do they need to be able to do 2 of 3 things. But primarily, the main thing they need to be able to do is pass cover. Yeah. It's the main role. It's the way it's gone.
I'm going to shoot really quick. I know we've just gone live, but yeah, I am fully ready. Sorry. I'll be back. I'm not leaving you hanging dry like I did last night. I'm coming back for food.
Coming up.
You want that?
Go easy. Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah. Say hi to Mama Smith for us.
Yes. Mama Smith, big cuddles.
Oh, Robinson.
Layden Robinson from A&M. There you go. TJ Tampa's not been selected yet, so.
Yeah, I was wondering what the hell was the TJ Tampa thing about. I wasn't seeing it here.
It did come up on my thing.
Yeah. So the Patriots have taken Layden Robinson, who's an offensive tackle. Is that right? Or guard?
Guard.
Yeah, he was a guy that Dallas were looking at for a late round, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was more to do with the fact that they wanted to have a range of offensive line players that they could address in the various rounds.
Yeah. Because Layden Robinson, I will say for one thing, the way he plays is he's going to be a pure right guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you think of like so we spoke about Cooper Beebe, and we spoke about him before, yesterday's pick. We spoke about him on the Project Prospect, that he's multifaceted. He can play across the line. And I think the versatility is a key thing, I think, for this Cowboys coaching staff. When you look at the guys that they've drafted at the offensive line, they're all able to play various positions. And I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
I can see Arizona doing defense in this one.
Yeah.
Well, their pick is in, so.
Yeah, because they picked up Benson, a tight end, and a center.
Yeah. Like
Well,
they do need help on both sides of the ball. But Lauren, go ahead.
I was going to say they're needing a cornerback. So could this be DJ Tampa if you do have him as the best player available? Again, what's the red flags or whatever that are making him drop? Is it medical? Is it off the field issues? Did it?
It's a long wait right now.
Yeah. So just pulling up the two comments here. So JXL is saying, one of the scouts said regarding running backs, they're looking for ones with juice. So maybe you're talking Jalen Wright or Isaac Guerrero. And then Steve has asked us, what position of need would you A, like us to pick in round 5, and B, what you think the front office will pick? So, Paul, go ahead, and we'll go around on this one.
I think it really depends best player available. If it's going to be a wide receiver that's really dropped down, but I think priority-wise, it's still running back. But I think this is going to be more of a BPA based on who we've got based on our visits.
Yeah.
Again, for me, it's addressing the center of that defensive line as well. If you are obviously Mazzy's now next man up because Hankins is gone. You've lost Neville Gallimore. Are you expecting that Kendrick Golston's going to? Chauncey Golston, not Kendrick Golston. Yeah. Are you expecting him to become more full time, or what is the plan for Mike Zimmer in this defensive line?
Is Justin Jefferson selected?
No, I think he's still available. Let me see.
Who?
Justin Jefferson, LSU.
I don't know. He's not been selected yet. No, he's still there.
That could be potential as a BPA.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Again, I'm going to pull up Joe's comment here. And look, folks, send in all your comments. If you can join us on our YouTube channel, you can interact with us. So I know a lot of people are watching through Twitter right now. But if you jump over and give us a follow on UK Cowboys Fans, you'll be able to join us. But Joe is saying, what's everyone's opinion on Luke McCaffrey?
He's already been picked.
He was taken at the end of the third, Joe.
Yeah.
He was picked really early than expected.
Washington took him with the last pick last night.
Correct.
So.
Yeah,
that's right.
Correct.
Safety Dodorian Taylor Demerson from Texas Tech is off to Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in answer to the question earlier about who do I want them to take and who do I think the Cowboys are going to take in the 5th round, for my answer to that, the answer to both at the same time is wide receiver.
I don't think that's unfair. That's unrealistic, Mike. I think you could have a good chance with that.
It needs to be done. It needs to be done.
I tend to concur with Lauren, though. I think defensive tackle could be in play.
It is definitely 100%
because the 5th round, 6th round, that's when you start seeing defensive tackles
and
big space fillers. That's when they're taken.
And the thing, like Lauren was saying about, Neville Gallimore's gone. The other thing you got to think about, Jonathan Hankins has gone, and people have question marks about Mazzy Smith. So what are we doing with nose tackle?
Yeah.
There is a guy, me and Paul spoke about before, Evan Addison.
Yes.
From FIU.
Florida Atlantic. I
Yeah.
love Evan Anderson. I
Yeah,
like
it's
him a lot.
But there is another guy who I think is even who could still be available in the 7th round. Is Justin Rogers from Auburn. This guy, £340 nose tackle, and it offers
Yes, please.
it offers you zilch in pass rush, but a solid anchor fills the A gaps where we were having trouble. And when he anchors down and he plants, unmovable.
Excellent.
The reason why
Sign him up.
the reason why he's a 7th round pick is he lacks instinct and he offers nothing apart from being able to be a run stopper. But if I'm getting a run stopping nose tackle and that's all he's going to do, give that to me with the last pick of the draft.
Yeah.
Here comes the Chargers pick.
Did anyone see that Harbaugh was singing the Michigan fight song after making his pick of his junior Colson last night?
He's a geek.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He was also referring to the Chargers as Michigan West.
Double geek.
Yeah.
Justin Oboibe, Alabama defensive tackle, just got selected.
That hurts a little bit. I was hoping he might slide for us.
They've got him as a defense. They're announcing him as a D tackle, but he's an
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a free tech. He'll be a free tech.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. You're right. I think he always projected as an inside guy as well, though. Even though, as you rightly say, Lauren, he did play edge in college.
Yes. But, well, he played edge. He did also... He kind of played up and down the line, to be honest with you. So there was like... He played some 3-tech as well, and as a 5-tech. It's the kind of the Alabama way of moving up and down.
Yeah, it is. It is. You're very right there, Mike. So I think the Titans are on the clock right now, are they?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Titans, is it time for them to take their quarterback of the future for the 3rd year in a row?
Spencer Rattler is still available.
And the pick is in, but they've gone to break, so we've got a couple of minutes at least. So.
Yeah. Would it surprise you if they took Spencer Rattler here?
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
No.
I'm just trying to go through Mike's board. Yeah, just to mark off. Yeah, Ebigobi. Good player. That's a slight punch in the mouth. DJ Dog is asking us, is Jaden Hicks a medical problem as to why he is sliding? Jaden Hicks was Dane's number 1 safety in this class. He had him above Tyler Nubbin.
There's got to be something that they found out that
Yeah. It may just be a case that teams don't rate him. Who was the safety a couple of years ago? Was it Ardarius Washington? That everyone was like, you got to pick this guy, and he ended up being a free agent.
Yeah.
I think wasn't he 5'7", and everyone was like, he's not going to make it in the NFL, and he's playing to this day in the NFL. So once the Titans pick, it's a divisional rival who's on the clock, with New York. And just kind of going back to summarize who they've taken so far. So they've taken Malik Neighbors in the 1st.
Yeah.
Tyler Nubbin in the 2nd. And then in the 3rd, they've taken Andrew Phillips, the cornerback out of Kentucky. Surely they're going to look for something on offense.
It's offensive line. It has to be offensive line. They are desperate for offensive line. And you think that you're trying to help Daniel Jones out to see what you've got there, right? So you've done that with the Neighbors part, but now you need to protect him. You need to give him time to be able to get the ball out to Neighbors. And because the offensive linemen, they have tried, right? I will give them. You got to give credit to teams when they do make the effort, and they have tried. They've just they've been unfortunate. Number of things, guys not living up to the hype, guys becoming injured. It's been unfortunate, but they need offensive line, and leaving it till day 3, okay. But it's a deep offensive tackle class, Bri, as we know. So it's not really a bad strategy.
No. Joe, as always, tuned in to us. Joe, you were a trooper last night. We hope you've had a good morning and you've managed to get some sleep in. JXL is asking us, what are our thoughts on Jerry Rice's son?
Yeah. I actually wrote about him today.
Yeah. Like, he's a guy who might slide to you in the 5th.
He will. Good contested catcher. Here's a crazy statistic for you. He scores a touchdown every 5 receptions.
I could live with that.
He's definitely he's not the same as Jerry Rice. I mean, but that's not a slight at all when you think of where Jerry Rice, where he finished. But in terms of being able to separate, Jerry Rice was a good separator. You see some of that in his son, but they are very different. I'm a fan of it.
That's Cedric Gray off the board.
Yep, to Titans. I'm on the understanding that the Giants pick is in as well now. So, I mean, obviously, we expect that with it going to TV timeout. They're a bit slow. The gap's getting bigger between the picks.
And obviously, with things going so quickly. I mean, like, put it this way: that for me, looking at what's available, Christian Mahogany is available. That's a good pick. Boston College as well. You can't argue with Boston College offensive line.
No.
That's
Absolutely
always
not.
But there is Christian Jones available, which works, and Satai Lamu from Utah.
Yeah.
Lemieux.
Oh, there we go. There's Cedric Gray. Lawrence just had to drop off there. I'm assuming he's had to go and do daddy taxi. Oh, it's the 4-legged kind of parenting care he needs to provide.
Yeah,
but just kind of Joe, our own Joe, did put in a comment and he said, "Look, are we now happy that we didn't take Peyton Wilson yesterday, given what's coming out in terms of the ACL, the injuries, the fact he's playing with one knee that doesn't even have an ACL in it?"
Yeah,
and he was taken off the board.
Here's the thing: like we all know Peyton Wilson is an absolute beast, but the fact that he pretty much played without an ACL in college essentially is remarkable.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
I know, like the potential, the potential is there with him. Like you might get 2 amazing years with him if he manages to stay fit for Pittsburgh. But other than that, I mean, you know, it's not going to be a longevity pick. It's going to be a short-term fix.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the Giants pick yet. Have you?
Yeah,
Theo Johnson, tight end.
Yeah. And what I'll do, right? I'll do this just for. I'm surprised Kate Stover's still available, mind. But what I'll do, right, is I'll do this just so you guys. I talked about this before, right? And I'll just do it so everyone can see. There, right? Okay, cool. So if I share this. And share screen so people can see. Let me try and find the right one. Yeah. Right.
Minnesota's pick is in.
So that there That is Peyton Wilson's injuries.
Jeez.
That's on my scouting reports. And that isn't even all of them. There is a hamstring in there as well. And he, in 2022, he missed the first game of the season and I believe it may have been a shoulder injury. I think it was, in fact, it was a shoulder injury. So he just missed the game. So because I couldn't include all of them because he's like so multicolored, I just put in the end the main ones, the key ones that were the issue. And it's shoulder, it's upper body, it's knee, it's ACL, it's PCL.
Yeah.
That just gives you an example of what his looks like.
Like it's not pretty viewing, and you're kind of looking and going, both ACLs have gone.
Yeah.
That's one hit away from the career being over.
So the ACL, he actually came out of high school.
Kyrie Jackson, Oregon, just got selected for Minnesota.
Nice. Yeah.
That's a decent pick.
Yeah, it's not bad. And it's Minnesota. You can argue as much about what Minnesota are like, but in terms of sorry, Travis just running the building. In terms of like when it comes to them drafting cornerbacks, they seem to know what they're doing there. But what I'm still surprised with is TJ Tampa still there.
There's obviously some issues.
Yeah, let me just take that off. But yeah, that was just to give people context on Peyton Wilson. But yeah, I mean, for Peyton Wilson, he came out of high school with the ACL injury, comes in, red shirts, pulls the ACL injury, then I believe it was in training, and that's his season done. And that's how things started.
Spencer Rattler.
Can you imagine?
Oh, it'd be freaking hilarious.
Oh, God.
So I was thinking of something this morning again when I was just catching up on the coverage. Isn't it quite interesting now? Obviously, look, we saw it with Kirk Cousins when he went to Washington. Yeah. He was drafted in the 4th round, I believe, when RG3 was also drafted in the 1st.
Correct.
And now it's the reverse is happening to him, and he's not happy. You know, I think some people need to consider what they've done in their careers as well, you know?
But, like, you know, in both respects, it's nobody's fault. It's not the player's fault that these things happen. And sure, okay, you could be pissed off and everything because in terms of Kirk Cousins, I mean, like, the guy's made a bag. You know, he's made a lot of money. And, you know, like, he was on a fully guaranteed contract for 1 year. You know, that guy earned a lot of money. Me personally, like, people dislike this take, but I don't see Kirk Cousins as, you know, he's earning elite money. He's not an elite quarterback. He's just, I call him, like, able is what he is. He's an able quarterback. I don't rate him as anything special.
Brandon Doris, Oregon, defensive tackle.
Here's one for you, right? Imagine Kirk Cousins had been picked by the Dallas Cowboys and had the career he's had with the Dallas Cowboys. Can you imagine how much people will be burning the house down right now around that?
Yeah.
You know?
It just shows you the media power that the Cowboys have got. It really does. And we keep saying that we are the biggest and richest sports franchise in the world. That is a fact. And Cowboys make headlines regardless. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad.
I tell you what else they make, mate. They also make hairlines. They make headlines and they make hairlines.
Sorry, I'm just going to show off my very fashionable hairline right now.
I'm too tired to laugh. After witnessing the Pirates getting absolutely decimated by the Alamata Stroughs, team from Illinois.
Yeah.
They get points on the board, which is good.
So I think I'm seeing that the Patriots are on the clock right
Yeah,
now.
the
They
Patriots
just traded
selection is just
Or-
coming.
up. Steve is also vouching for the hairline issue with you guys, so it's great to see there's support amongst.
Come on, the Baldy Club.
Yeah.
As a great guy I know on Twitter who I follow as a United fan, Alternative Man United, bald is best.
Javen Baker, wide receiver, just went to the Patriots.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a very.
I don't
good
think
pick.
the Patriots have actually selected any defensive players at all in this draft.
The Patriots' defense was not the issue for them last year.
Yes, their offense, yeah.
Yeah.
The defense played pretty much lights out. I mean, they kept teams relatively low scoring, but couldn't score. So it's a good pick for me.
Yeah. I think they picked up 2 wide receivers, a couple of O-line. Yeah.
And a quarterback.
Yep. Who did he draft quarterback again?
Drake May.
Oh, so they did.
Which is fine.
Yeah. So we've seen an Oregon cornerback and an Oregon defensive tackle.
Oh, there's been a trade. Green Bay are
in
on
a
the
row.
clock.
Packers. Nice. Packers, again, another team I think have had a very decent draft. Like, obviously, they've taken Jordan Morgan in the first. They took Javon Bullard in the second. Marshawn Lloyd in the third. I mean, they're surrounding Jordan Love with offensive weapons.
Here we are. Look at this.
Cammy, we are in fact running on empty.
Actually, we're running on blue, which means I'm not going to sleep again tonight. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the support, everybody. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
It's always awesome. Every show is, but the draft certainly, and we definitely need it. But just to answer the question that was put on,
Sorry.
I know you're all right, mate. Who would you have gone with if we had a 4th round pick? I like that, a hypothetical. So
Yeah.
go on, I'll let you go first, Brian. You're the host. Who would you have gone for at this stage? If say we had like a mid 4th round pick,
Mid 4th round pick, I would not be averse to take Cade Stover or Brendan Rice if they were both there right now.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be opposed.
What about Taz? Would you have taken Taz? Taz Walker?
Tez Walker, possibly.
The
Possibly.
speed is nice.
Yeah. Like, again, you would like to have someone fast.
Do you know who I would pull the trigger on?
Go on.
Yeah, do you know what I'm going to do it? I would say Bucky Irvin.
I wouldn't be averse to it, and I'd throw Braylon Allen's name into the mix there as well.
Brian Allen was the first I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wisconsin football, so you're talking power running back, you know, the thumper, the beefy guy.
Well, when you think about it, it would match what we've done for the O-line. Round power with power.
Yeah, I see we going. Yeah.
I'm liking Steve's little dig at me here. Steve, the funny thing is, I come from a family of bald people, but they all went bald in their mid-20s. So I'm in my mid-40s now at this stage. It's not going to happen.
Do you know why you avoided it? You're probably because you're like 6 foot, like 50. You were towering over them, so their baldness didn't fall on your head.
No,
I was
father
going
and brother are quite tall as well.
I was going to say, did the postman come by before you were born?
The funny thing is, that was my sister who claimed that.
Do you ever remember the Father Ted with the episode with the milkman?
Yes.
Oh, vaguely.
That was classic. It was the speed. It was
speed.
The
Yeah.
And they're trying to come up with a plan. And look who's here!
Oh, look at it! Let's get him on here.
Everybody's trying to press.
What's up?
Hey, what up?
How we doing,
How we
man?
doing?
Good. I'm just back from a football game there. So my local team were playing a college Division 3 team, the Alma Scots from Illinois, and we got absolutely roasted. So it was fun to watch though. It was fun to watch.
Nice.
Well, we're all flaking, so we
Yeah.
needed you to raise the energy levels back up.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I could do that. I got 4 kids. Day 3, kind of tired.
Oh,
But that's
here's the
okay.
flanker selection.
So, Nick, what's the feeling in the camp? I mean, all of us are quite positive on the 4 picks that have been made so far. They all fit needs. They all fit the usual profile around Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, formal interviews, 30-day visits, so it all seems good to us.
Yeah, I think that the goal was to get more picks, and they were able to do that. And then just the way it worked out with the moving the first round pick, not taking the center. Everyone thought maybe you take Graham Barton. You don't take him. You slide back 5. You pick up Guyton, and then with that pick that you acquired, you go and you get BB from Kansas State, who can play center and guard and be the bouncer outside of the club. Maybe. I mean, that guy seems nasty. I mean,
I love the BB pick. Love it.
Just looking at his highlights, I mean, he's such a finisher. He's blocking. He's like, all right, this is cool for a few seconds, but now I'm gonna put you down.
Yeah, I'm already envisioning it with Guyton, Smith, and like you mentioned, with BB potentially playing at center. It's like that is a powerhouse on the left-hand side, essentially. That is going to help elevate our run game 100%.
I think you just need a nastiness, you need a little bit of that level of like, we're going to push you back. It's late in the game. We've got to milk the clock. We're going to run. We know we're going to run. Everyone knows we're going to run, but you can't stop it. And that's back in the 90s, when they had Nate, Emmett, Moose, Larry Allen, and that's the way it is now. That's the way you want it to be. Being able to run the ball, run out the clock. So many times last year did we see where McCarthy had to throw it, and waste 40 seconds of clock because he didn't feel like he could get 2 yards. And that's where they got to get back to.
The Cameron Richardson just went to the Raiders. Cornerback, Mississippi State.
Oh, very good.
Did anybody see Green Bay? The guy came on the stage and said it was an Evan Williams, but actually PFF are saying it was TJ Tampa that was taken there.
No, I got Evan Williams on mine.
I've Evan Williams as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, on my coverage. So
good old PFF.
Well, PFF haven't got an Evan Williams.
The question a lot of people are kind of saying, Nick, in terms of the 4 picks we've made, Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end, I mean, a lot of people said that wasn't a need for us. But I said this to Kyle about 3 months ago. I think it was a big need for us. And they seemed to go and pick him. He was 32nd ranked player on Dane's top 100.
Yeah. I think it's I don't know about a need for us, for you, for fans. I think Mike Zimmer came in here and thought it was a need. I think to play the type of football that they want to play, you got to remember, with the Vikings, the way his style is get after it type, mean, get some, stop the run. And I think too many times we hear these defensive ends talking about sacks. Micah wants sacks. Sam Williams wants sacks. Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, all about sacks. And it's really only Tank is the one guy that seems to focus even more on the run defense. And I think this pick of Nealon is a guy that definitely will focus on stopping the run. So, and there were, you look at the games they lost last year. Arizona ran for 200 yards. The Bills went for 170. The Packers in the playoffs. The Eagles on the first time around, they couldn't stop the run. And that's what has to be fixed.
Yeah, and not just that as well, Nick. It's like it puts that less pressure on the linebacker core because everything all starts up front with the run game. So
Yeah.
if your defensive line can actually take the pressure off the linebackers in any way, shape, or form, then great. Because even though we got the linebacker from Notre Dame, which is great, but it just kind of like eases the pressure a little bit. So I find it's a great pick getting Nealand in.
Yeah. I think. I mean, we'll see. I mean, but it's sometimes this isn't going to be a flashy draft. I mean, this isn't a lot of stats. You haven't seen anybody. Offensive linemen don't have stats. Linebackers, and these defensive end run stoppers, they don't have a lot of stats. This is a dirty work type of draft. And that's what needs to happen. This team has talent. They have Pro Bowlers, but they need to get kind of back to doing the dirty work. And I think this is what this draft is showing so far.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could give you a stat that seems to be quite popular at the moment. I put on Twitter is for Cooper Beebe is just shy of 1,500 pass blocking snaps whilst in college, only allowed 5 sacks. In the last 2 years, 2 sacks allowed, 3 penalties.
That's great. I mean, every player has a stat.
I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
And flashy
that's
stuff.
Awesome. And I bet he has the pancake stat, too, that he wouldn't mind throwing out there.
Oh,
I love the penalties or the lack of penalty snap because, we've seen that too many times. Tyler Smith, that was the first thing linked to him. And if you look at the last 2 years, he has led the team in penalties. But he's also really good. And I think he makes up for it. But yeah, if you can play with that kind of style and not be penalty prone, then that's even better. Who have you guys had so far? Anybody join the show from our team? Not from the team, no, but from various other places. We've had other content creators and.
Yeah, we had.
But you're the first Cowboys media guy to show up, and I think that's been true for every season when we've done this, mate.
Who do y'all want? Y'all want somebody?
I would like to get Braylon Allen from Wisconsin.
No, I mean from over here.
All right, sorry.
Jerry Jones.
My bad.
Jerry, you want Jerry? They ain't doing.
I think he's a little busy now.
Yeah. Well, I mind you, there was that year when we got Will McClay on. That worked out all right.
Oh, you got Will?
Yeah. I tried to get out of him. I tried to get something out of him. We find out some interesting news, Nick. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
But Will McClay is proficient in flamingo dancing.
I don't know this.
Yeah. Ask him.
I thought y'all had Kyle Yeomans a couple years ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
we did. He's been on a bunch. Yeah.
So Mickey and Brad, I've been talking to, and they're good. They said they'd get on if they could get time with us. Same for Shannon. So it's just like yourself. It's just kind of trying to fit in between writing articles and doing stuff. So
how about Patrick Walker? I could get him.
Patrick.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Did y'all have Amber a couple years ago?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. I did. I was in touch with Amber, but
you were what?
I was trying to get in touch with Amber, but I don't know if she got the mails that I sent through.
Tez is gone. I really wanted. I really liked Devontae Walker.
I can get Amber right there. Patrick Walker, I can get him too. He's over there working. This the UK in the UK broadcast. They're doing. How long is this? Y'all doing it for how long?
Oh, hey, we've only been live for 50 minutes, but we have been covering it all.
A whole draft.
Yeah.
We're not doing 24 before. So there she is. She's on.
Yeah, we're not doing the 24-hour show.
Hell no. I am not losing any more hairlines.
On here. You ain't doing anything. So yeah. Oh, let's bother Derek too. You ain't doing anything.
Oh yeah. We haven't seen Derek. I haven't seen Derek in a while.
Oh, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Hey, guys.
Yay.
UK broadcast. Yeah. Everyone looks busy. I don't know what. We're not doing anything.
But I suppose that's the joys of being so high up the ladder, Nick. You get to relax a bit.
Yeah, I guess. A dog wants to be on camera. I know that.
Yeah, definitely.
What's the dog thing we should get?
Who do you think we should get? Good.
That's a pretty dog.
Oh, Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie's back.
Oh, Jamie, what's up, man?
None of it, you all right?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Just
boys, I'm
wake
back,
up?
I'm back to good.
I know this, man. I know you can't outdrink Jamie. I know I've been there.
Give me a back,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Shannon. I think Shannon tried one year when we went out there.
No, well, me and Shannon ended up doing Ric Flairs against each other at that night in the sports bar. So that was back in London, 2014.
I don't even know what that means. What's a Ric Flair?
You know, the chop across the chest.
You mean chop it on the chest?
Yeah, no, he did it to me. I did it to him. Then this security guard is like, "What the hell are you doing?" And we're like, meh.
Yeah.
He just shrugged our shoulders.
Yeah, I remember. I think that was the year that Derek went out for a run in the morning and saw Shannon about 5:30, 6 a.m. and said, "Oh,
yeah, that was because of me.
You going out for a run?" And he's like, he had jeans on. You know, he probably had like a red mark on his chest. You know, and he was like, "No," he's like, "I just got in." So,
yeah, that was because of me and other mate of mine. So that was because of me.
All right, 5th, 6th, 7th round. Who do you guys think? Who do you guys want?
Well,
I want a big greasy defensive tackle. I think even to just if nothing else, just to spell Mazzy as well, because obviously we want Mazzy to make the step up. We need him to make the step up, but you need somebody to give him a breather at the moment. And you know, we've lost guys like Gallimore, we've lost Hankins as well, so we need something to step in as well, and that's the only area at the moment I'm really concerned that we haven't picked anybody up.
Yeah, either that right receiver or running back, pretty much like something to kind of replace Michael Gallup, and obviously just to bring more depth to the run backs as well. So,
and there's Jordan Jefferson just going to the gym.
Oh.
I like the idea of Jalen Wright because he's a nice replacement for Tony Pollard. He's very much the same kind of style of player, so I think that's a good fit.
Yeah.
The other one I'm quite interested in, like saying like round 6 is the cornerback Chow Smith Wade.
You know, some of these names I don't. That's why there's a draft show going on right now, and I'm not on it because I don't study it as much. I'll say this: has the A&M wide receiver gone?
No, Anais Smith is still available.
Right here.
Yeah. I mean,
I maybe it's because I've seen him in college torture my team like 5 years, 6 years. I feel like he's been in college since Johnny Manziel was there.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously. And he's so good. He's so dynamic. You know, he's kind of like Turpin but bigger. I mean, I'd be fine with a guy like that.
I think I read. Where did I read it? That he's like the first wide receiver in college history to like have so many receiving yards, so many running back rushing yards, so many punt return yards, so many kick return.
That makes sense.
He just has it all, and he's like the only guy to have broken these barriers.
Yeah, he might be 30 years old. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure here, but
he has been a while because I thought he was going to come out last year, but he decided to go back for another year. I think he went back because the wide receiver class last year was just so it was red hot last year, so he kind of held back for another year.
Yeah.
Who would be your guy then if it's not Anais Smith then?
I think in the 5th round, I would take my chances on a running back.
Yeah.
Just to see. I mean, just to see what's there. I don't even know. I mean, guys, honestly, in the last 30 minutes or so, I haven't really kept up. So, Ray Davis, Kentucky, is he still there? The one name that I was told to watch out for is Jace McClellan.
Okay.
Is that right? From Alabama?
Yeah. He's quite interesting. Good vision. Really bad as a blocker, mind.
Did not run well. I think that was the problem for him, is he did not run well, and that scared off a lot of teams. But I think he plays a lot faster than the time speed suggests, and they apparently like him. They do like the Kentucky Ray Davis as well.
Ray Davis,
but I just think 5th round is where I wouldn't go any further than that. I was told watch out for the Notre Dame back. Is he still unavailable?
He is still. Audric Estime, yeah.
Estime, yeah. He's another guy too. So that could be, But then again, we're still probably 40, 50 picks away. So
yeah,
it's a long day. Audric Estime, what I like with him, when I see him run, he reminds me of Gus Edwards, Gus the Bus.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, it's gonna. What I don't want to happen is that, I mean, you're gonna have a lot of backs in here that kind of could do some of the same things. Yeah. Somebody's got to stand out in some way, because they just. You got Rico, you got Deuce Vaughn, you got Malik Davis, Snoop Connor. Now you picked up Royce Freeman, and you're probably going to get Zeke back. And then what? So what can this other back do, and how can he distance himself? I think I would honestly take the running backs available, sort them by 40 time, and I'm taking the fastest one, because I don't think Rico, Malik Davis, Zeke, Freeman, you get no speed.
That's Bortolini away to Indianapolis.
Well, I thought they might go another Wisconsin center one more time, but at least when they got BB, you knew that wasn't going to happen.
Oh yeah.
But
I like when you say about speed, in terms of the running back, that's why I hope Jalen Wright falls all the way down, because he is a carbon copy of Tony Pollard. And if you've got Zeke back, and like you say, you've got the Royce Freeman running back there as well to help you in, Jalen Wright, I think, just slots into that committee role quite well, is what Tony Pollard used. So the off tackle runner, he's not going through the A or the B gaps.
Yeah, I mean, he got a nice frame to him, 210, 5'10", 210. I don't know what he runs, but man.
Oh, he's fast. He was the second fastest running back in this year's class. I think he's like
linebacker
4.37 40, and I think it was a 1.55 10-yard split.
All right.
Yeah,
you sold me. I'm good there. You need somebody with some juice.
That's what I agree.
Maker. No, I'd be fine with that.
So. Seahawks just selected linebacker Tyrese Knight from UTEP.
But we've had this question as well, right, today, and I don't think it's going to happen. But do you think the Cowboys trade up at all here on day 3?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what they're looking to do right now. So. They seem to be sitting on their hands. I think they could dip into next year's picks, but I don't think there's anybody that they really see at this moment to try to move up. Now right now, I think you got to be within range too, within range, and I don't think they're there just yet.
I agree. Yeah. Do you think the Cowboys draft a quarterback? We just had the question about Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I don't see a quarterback being drafted.
No. They effectively have, haven't they, in the 4th round?
I mean, and I think Trey Lance is this year's 4th round. I mean, that's what it is. That's why they don't have a pick, because they're taking a guy. Now the problem is that he doesn't have 4 years on the deal like another 4th round pick would. That is the difference there. If they see somebody with some traits that they think that they would like to have, then maybe that would work out. So.
Is there anywhere else, Nick, that you think we don't need to draft? I mean, my initial thought would be safety as a position we're pretty well set at.
Tight end.
Yeah.
Tight end. I mean, I don't really see the need there. You've got a young tight end and Ferguson going into his third year. Schoonmaker's going into his second year. I mean, you drafted, that's a second and a fourth round pick. And then you've got fortunate to get guys like John Stevens, Peyton Hendershot, Princeton Fant. So I think that they like those guys as well. I just don't see where a tight end, especially at this part of the game, where a tight end drafting him would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, forget about Princeton Fant.
What about him?
I say you forget that he's there.
Yeah. Really liked him. I mean, he made it on the practice squad all year. So yeah. So yeah, I mean he looks good. So tight end and safety, you know, you could go there if you, but it's not a huge need. I mean, you know, let's not forget some of these positions you can circle back. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have another linebacker. I mean, it's not like they have a lot of linebackers.
Yeah.
So I could see another linebacker, but you know, from positions that you wouldn't expect, I don't expect any specialists. I don't expect a running back. I mean, I'm sorry, a quarterback, a tight end, and but you know, after that, I mean, even a pass rusher. If there was another one that you like, you know, go for it, bring it in.
That's Mason McCormick just gone. And that was County Kerry that was making the pick there, Brian. So
yep, Steelers have went 3 offensive linemen this year.
Yep.
They needed to rebuild. Nick, speaking of double dipping, as you say there, maybe in terms of defensive end linebacker, is there any player on your radar that you would like them to pick up? I mean, Jalen Ford seems to be named going around a lot.
Dolphins have traded up.
Is there a player on the radar
for you?
I honestly, I can't tell you that I look at it like that. I mean, a lot of these guys either they've already drafted, I've never seen or heard of. So I don't give you a whole lot of it. You guys know this thing better than me. Over the years, I've kind of changed my thought to, hey, I'll let the other draft guys handle all that stuff. They're going to get to know 300 players, and we'll pick 7 of them. You know, so I've kind of been more like, hey, get them here, put them out there. We'll talk about them. That's been my approach. I can kind of talk about where I think the team is, what they need, and what they have. But I'd be lying to you if I just said, hey, I like this guy. It's not that I don't watch college football. I can go off the guys that I've seen. Like I said, my Arkansas Razorbacks could not keep up with Aniyah Smith. I feel like he would be a good player, but that's how far it really goes for me. I watch SEC football. I can't tell you about Jalen Wright. So you guys know that a little bit more than me. I just tell you positions that I think the Cowboys could maybe address.
You kind of segued beautifully there, Nick, because I was going to ask you, was there a Razorback prospect that you thought might be in play? I mean, I'm thinking specifically of Bo Limmer, the center.
We got dominated up front too many times last year for me to think that our starting center is an NFL player. That's shocking to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bo Limmer, I saw him at the Senior Bowl. I think he held his own pretty good over there. But, man, if our starting center is going to the league, I'd be a little surprised because we definitely did not block very well last year. We were the worst 4th and 1 team in the world. And so I don't know. That's why I'm not giving him that many good grades there. If there is an Arkansas player that I think might be a decent pro, it would be Dwight McGlothern, the corner. The problem with him is that he doesn't have elite speed. He's every time he gets an interception, that's a good trait. He's always looking over his shoulder, trying to see who's going to catch him from behind. He's not that fast, but he definitely has great ball skills. And he can, he went to LSU. and transferred to Arkansas. He was a pretty good player. So Dwight McLeathern, I think, might be a guy to look at. He's got some nice length to him.
He popped out during the Shrine Bowl. I know
Yeah.
he was the name that popped out to me watching the Shrine. I was like, I
I
was
think
going to
the
message
best-
you.
I think the best player on Arkansas is going to be Cam Little, the kicker.
Yeah,
I think
definitely, 100%.
he's going to be really good. He is a good kicker. Now I don't think Cowboys don't need that, obviously, but somebody will, and he'll be good.
So we have a question in from our own Steve. Steve has been with us during all of the coverage over the weekend. He's asking, segueing away from the draft, do you think Dak's contract gets done before the season or not? Probably the same question would apply to CD and to Micah. Yeah.
I would imagine that Dak probably does before Dak and CD before the season. I would think so. Training camp is where it always seems to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
that's definitely.
I wouldn't
Definitely
be
what we
surprised.
think.
I had a feeling like that when you get into June, so you get past post June 1, and then they do the Dak contract, and then that's the money that they save on that to basically sign all your rookies.
Yeah. They've got money coming in from Michael Gallup that they could do that and sign some rookies, but it's I would think it gets done if that's what they want to do, and I think that they do. I think it gets done around training camp or maybe a little before.
Yeah, definitely. So. It definitely does. If anyone else has questions for Nick before we do have to let him go, because Nick does have a day job which he's doing right now.
Well, I was gonna ask you one. What are you doing for Thanksgiving 2025? Because we're all coming back over.
Nice. Well, I'll be at the Cowboy game. That's what I'll be doing. Let's see. Who we played last year? Washington,
yeah.
So this year we'll probably play somebody else. So next year we'll probably play Washington.
Yeah.
So I'll be at the Washington Thanksgiving Day game with the Cowboys at 3:30 at AT&T Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jalen Wright's off the board.
Oh no!
Got it.
Yeah, Miami.
Miami.
Makes sense. Speed, exactly. They love speed. So obviously, if you're going to be there, then what we need to do is buy you a Cowboy Rita and watch you down it in one.
Well, I'll be working, so probably not. But
we just don't tell Derek. We won't tell him. Honestly, we'll keep it a secret.
You don't think that'll smell? I sit next to him. He's like, "Where'd you go?" I'm like,
you could just say you were with us. I've just been hanging around with the British people.
I'm pretty sure if Derek knows if Nick was hanging about with us, he knows that's trouble.
Yeah.
Like, he learned his lesson with Shannon. He learned his lesson from Shannon.
Yeah.
To be fair though, it's a holiday and you'll have been working hard, Nick, so you need to come out afterwards anyway. So we'll just get started.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that when I'm at the game, I'm not with my family too, and so I usually when the game's over, I can get back there. So I'll find you guys. You guys will be out there before the game. I'll find you guys. I don't even know what's happening in the next 30 minutes, much less the next 18 months.
Yeah, 300
I don't
days.
plan that far. You know what I mean?
Well, Nick, I'll probably see you later this year as well because I'm coming back over for the Cowboys Texans game.
Okay.
So I'll definitely reach out anyway.
Okay. Well, I don't even know when that is.
I know. I'm just waiting for the schedule to book my flights.
It's going to be the Diggs versus Diggs show.
Yeah, that should be fun. Not.
Yeah. We'll see.
That's if Stefan doesn't get traded again.
I think that could be a Sunday night game, week 1. I mean,
that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
go straight to the Governor's Cup.
Let's get right after it. Let's do it. I mean, they're hot. Houston's big name recognition, and I think that'd be a great one. Kansas City will play on Thursday, but I think Sunday Night Football will start the year. Dallas and Houston. I mean, why not? Let's do it.
Houston's having a good draft right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think play the Giants every opening game, doesn't it?
Could be the Giants.
It'll be the Giants.
Always could be.
Standard.
That's another Michigan player just gone to the
AJ
Seahawks.
Burner.
AJ Burner.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head on out.
Yeah, man.
No worries, Nick. It's good to see you, man.
Talking to you guys.
Appreciate it, Nick. Take care.
Thanks
Have
a
a good
million,
Cheers,
Nick.
dude.
Appreciate the time.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
Later,
talk
man.
to you
Take
soon,
care.
mate.
All right, bye.
So the great and the good of Nick Eatman joining us, folks. We
Never,
do hope to have
he
other
never,
people
yeah,
dropping in.
never fails to show, come and,
Yeah.
and say hello.
Yeah.
Do you remember, I try and remember which year it was, and he like came on like 3 times in one show.
I think it was the Micah. It was the year Micah. It was the 24-hour podcast.
Yeah, you're right.
He did it the thing
Yeah,
as well. He did it the 24-hour show. He came on, didn't he? I think he came on after the presser, and he was all suited and booted from the presser.
Yeah, and he did that. He did that after the Micah pick, and we were all kind of why have we gone with Micah and everything like that? But then actually, said that he actually boosted our understanding of it. So wow, there's a punter.
Yes.
Oh, the first punter comes off the board.
Yes.
And the guy reading it out is also from the UK. He must be the International Fan of the Year for the Bears.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about that.
Don't worry about it, mate.
I did make the short list. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty cool.
So I'm trying to catch up on the picks that I missed. There's still some good guys on there. Why are these picks? Unless this is not there, right? Right. Van Tran's still available, isn't he? TJ Tampa's still available. Is that right?
TJ Tampa is, which is very weird. Which is very weird.
Houston have traded.
Not me. I'm like, why is he still there?
Houston are on the board.
There's obviously flags.
I don't get it.
Let's see if we can find out why. There must be something flying if we say why. Because
The only
people
thing
have to be the first, isn't it?
The only thing I can think of is he's interviewed Paulie, and obviously all the GMs talk and what have you, and they've gone, well, why? What's the situation? And they've gone, listen, he's interviewed bad, he's interviewed poorly. There's this issue, there's this problem when we've asked this question, and so everybody's got into the huddle and talked about it and gone, oh, okay, then if that's the case, we're off the boil with him, man.
This is the dude from TikTok here in the thing that is it. How the brother out my mates and does all the hand signals and crap. Just making the pick now.
Yeah, I can barely see him over the microphone.
Let's see.
He's like a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
Paige Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
Massaging a cow.
Here is a crazy thing to look at. We talked about double dipping offensive line. Have a look at the Steelers' mind now. Troy Fatanu, Zach Frazier, and Mason McCormick.
That's what I was saying earlier. They've drafted 3 offensive linemen.
They've gone heavy offensive line, yeah.
They're protecting their 2 investments with Russell Wilson and now Justin Fields.
True.
Yeah.
And somehow Mason Rudolph will end up playing a game for this year.
Oh, yeah,
That's a bet.
Yeah.
You have Russell Wilson under center, and then you have Justin Fields as running back.
I'll tell you what, Brian. I'll salute my Jafficate to you in that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's Cade Stover finally gone.
Farmer boy.
I just want to go back to a comment here because there were comments flying in, and we were just trying to keep with the flow of the show. I'm not sure who MB is. He or she was asking for Taylor Stern to be brought on. Unfortunately, Taylor left the Cowboys 3 or 4 years ago. At this stage, she's now involved with Brooks Koepka on the Live World Golf Tour. So
she's currently in Australia, I think, with him. So judging from her Instagram stories today. So
yeah. So we do stay in contact with Taylor and talk to her from time to time, but she's gone in a different direction with life. So
Yeah.
Did I see Barry Gordon? He went straight back out.
I think he joined and dropped off.
Yeah.
Right. So we do have Mike Tagg joining us.
Hey!
He's not here yet. He's going to be here in about an hour's time. He said he's going to pop on UK time about 7:30. So me and you, Paul, are on another show at 7. So I've promised him that one of us or both of us will be back when he comes on.
Cool.
So
No worries.
I've given him the promise, and he's like, "Yeah, sound." And he said he'll stay on for a good hour as well.
Very good.
Sorry.
I'm just noticing. Sorry, Jamie.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just saying, I've been trying to find out why TJ Tampa's falling and nothing.
No, that's why I was the same as you. I had a look yesterday to see it, and there was nothing. So the only thing I can think of that is a reason that we don't know. There's nothing in him that screams out medical issues, because you would have heard that. So the only thing I can think of is it's an interview thing.
Mm.
Yeah, it has to be.
It's the only thing, you
know. Oh, did I hear?
Yeah, we've got Barry in again.
He's back
there
in the
we
building.
Hey, how are you guys? You guys still awake?
We're still alive. We have the coffee in the veins.
Oh, there you go. That's
I've got my
good.
Jaffa cakes. I'm good.
I just wanted to jump on and give you some greetings from 82-degree Texas.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Why do you have to do us like that? Come on. We know we live in a country that has crappy weather.
I was bummed. I just saw the Tennessee running back Wright went off the boards. Like,
Yeah.
Who are you guys thinking? Wide receiver?
Potentially.
Possibly.
It makes sense. What if they just bite the bullet and they take Jalen Ford straight out the gate, and then they're just like, we're done?
Yeah, I still like you guys, your thoughts from yesterday with a running. I just don't even think they're going to even sign a running back. They're going to sign Zeke in the 4th round. They'll make that announcement maybe today, and that would generate some excitement. But you have those 4 running backs, and wait till next year when the running back class is great.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody's on a 1-year deal, so the best man wins and comes out and makes the roster.
Yeah.
Do you think though, if the Cowboys don't go running back today, I said, no, we're not going to get a legitimate, kind of a. I'm going to use Derrick Henry just because his name's out. Somebody, you know what I mean, like somebody that's a bona fide running back one. Do you think social media and the Cowboys is going to absolutely blow up if the Cowboys have screwed this draft because they didn't get a running back?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think they got enough to get through this year. If they build up their line and make that great, well, we got guys that can run behind there. So
I just wonder as well if they're going to wait for sort of NFL pedigree. You know, Frank Gore Jr. should be a 7th round pick, maybe even a UDFA. And I mean, if you think about it, that both Rico Deldo and Malik Davis, who have spent time on the roster as bona fide 53 player, perhaps they're actually going to end up being one of these guys that, we have moved away from spending a 1st round pick on guys like Emmitt Smith, Zeke, and all that.
Yeah.
You are going for the get the offensive line right, and then anybody should be able to run behind it.
Yeah, well, I think Dowdle had some great spurts last year. I mean, if he stays healthy, I mean, he did, man, some of his runs last year. There was a couple runs I remember. I mean, he had 7 guys, still couldn't get him down, and they were all over him. I mean, he runs with a chip on his shoulder. I like that. In fact, I think that's the theme. Listen to all those guys on the radio yesterday when they, when it brought us to them, talked to them and things. They all were saying stuff about, playing violent, playing nasty, playing with a mean streak. I mean, man, that's awesome. That's what we need to get that swagger back, that O-line guys to get the, the old Super Bowl years. They had that swagger and they had that nasty. And Derek Williams, holy crap, Nate Newton. I mean, those guys were nasty.
Another running back off the board.
Bucky Irving's off the board.
Yep.
See, if they're going to leave it late, I wouldn't mind them picking up Ali from Marshall. Just a different bit of a change of pace in it. And yeah, I say we've gone this far. We might as well leave it till the last. I don't know what the last picks in.
Yeah, because everybody's pretty much off the board now, running backs, right?
No, the Braylon Allen's still there.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
So how's it? Because I buggered off early last night, Barry, so I couldn't stay away. So how's preparations for the new season coming?
I think good. I'm hoping to have a lot of good announcements by next week, Wednesday. Working on a lot of different stuff. Good tailgate party and got some other things. The website should be pretty much done. Have a whole new look and.
Oh, there's been a trade. Detroit have traded.
What we need to see though when Paul comes back out, because Paul's going to come back this year. We need a video of him doing the Kenny Shark dance competition.
Doing the what?
You've got to get Paul on the stage doing the Kenny dance.
Oh, Kenny Shark dance contest.
Yes, Paul.
I'll end up popping my hip, Jeremy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
We'll put past him around the drum and it'll be mint.
Jamie, I may be 37 years old, but I've got a body of a 75-year-old right now.
Hey, tell me about it.
That's what football does to you, man. It wears you down.
Yeah, just don't get old, Paul.
Just need the tale of a TLC of a loving woman now. That's it.
There you go. Hey, that's going to get you over here, right? You just need him sign that piece of paper.
Oh God, that might be the resort. I need to go now. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, I reached out to the one we talked about a lot, and I texted her, and now she didn't answer me again. I saw she was up at the store and things like that. I'm like, darn. That's one of your favorite ones.
Yeah, she's cool. She's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to say hi. I'll jump on when it gets closer to the Cowboys. I'll see what you guys think. So get some work in here. And
we've still got a wee bit to wait, mind you, but yeah, definitely.
All right. All right, guys. Keep up the great work.
You too, Barry. See you shortly.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So watching the actual, seeing all this party atmosphere at the minute, we seriously need to look at going out to the draft. Man. It'd be so good.
Yeah,
it would be pretty sweet, and get to visit a different city rather than Dallas.
But I was always intrigued when it was always at Radio City Music Hall. But actually, I like the vibe or what the vibe looks like of being somewhere downtown in a city, and it just looks ace.
Yeah, I wouldn't like the idea of Vegas. I would not like.
Yeah,
I like to go to Detroit or Cleveland or somewhere like that. That would be sweet. Like a blue collar city would be really good. Like
somewhere like Philly, we'll just wear.
Oh God, can you imagine us at Philly? We'd be dead.
Oh, you got to remember Mike Tagg saying that he didn't wear the Philly top or his Cowboys top when he was in Philly for the last draft, but his son did. So
yeah.
I was speaking to Ian Davis, and he went out. Was it last year when we played Philly? And he sent me a video. And to be fair, unless they were all just half asleep, he said he got very minimal abuse for having a Cowboys jersey on, which I was surprised about. I thought he would have got a lot.
I think it just depends whereabouts you go, really. Especially around about Lincoln Financial Field. Like there's certain areas that's really hostile, etc. Like, and it always seems to be the Eagles. It seems to be like that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the best experience I ever had being on the road was Kansas City. All the fans were so cool, man. Like they were like, it's like, how'd you become a Cowboys fan? They were just pure asking me, like, and I told them the story, and they were like, that's crazy. It's like that. And they were telling me they were in London 2015. I was like, I was at that game, and we were just talking away, having a couple of beers, and we shared a couple and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, Matt Stafford versus Alex Smith back then.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. But yeah, Kansas was awesome. And the only downside about Kansas is the stadium's quite a wee bit out away from the city. So trying to get home after the game is a nightmare. It really is.
Especially with the Cowboys jersey on as well.
Well, yeah, like we had to wait maybe an hour for an Uber, an hour.
Yeah.
So we were just like, I think me, my friend, and her cousin, we were waiting for. It's actually our friend Annette, by the way. I was in Kansas with, and we were just waiting about at the Jack in the Box. A funny thing. I tell you what though, when we went to the Jack in the Box after our game, man, that burger was so good at that time.
Yeah.
Like.
It took a bit of time to come, but it was
worth it. It was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one that took us about an hour to get one? Is that the one you were on about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right beside where we tailgated. Yeah.
Who the Lions are going to go with here?
Yeah, Brian. So Barry says he'll come back on when the Cowboys are just about to make their pick, pretty much.
The way it's going, I'm probably going to be gone by that point as well.
I've
to head out in about an hour.
Oh crap!
But we have covered. Like Jamie is going to be on. Lauren, I'm assuming you're here for the night, are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Who's going to host the show if me and Mike are going elsewhere?
Yeah, need to Jamie and I hosting it, so or just keeping an eye on things anyway. So.
Yeah.
That could be exactly that long, couldn't it?
Yep.
And we have Jack is joining at about 7:30, Jamie, isn't he?
He hasn't got back yet.
And Joe, I know Joe was going to join later. He just wanted to spend some time with family
British Columbia. Oh,
and get the kids down.
Speaking of that, Bri, he's just messaged out saying he's ended up having his mate's kids for the day. So he says he don't know what time they're going back home, so he might not even take it on.
Yeah,
so that's Canadian news sports guy just been picked up actually by Detroit.
Yeah,
tackle from British Columbia.
As in Canada?
Yeah, If you look at the end zones there, it's 25-yard end zones. It's the wider pitch. It's everything. So.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the team that we hate the most.
He was the guy that blew up the testing numbers for the offensive line, wasn't he?
The Eagles have just taken Will Shipley. That's another running back off the board.
Oh,
Will Shipley is gone. Will Shipley.
Yeah.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy with that one.
Cowboys are not on the board until round 5.
I love the fact that he says he struggles in pass pro. So technically, he's just like Jalen Hurts is still your running back, pretty much.
Shipley should be starting, and don't forget they still have Kenneth Gainwell. I think they shipped off DeAndre Swift.
Just to make you boys laugh, Sarah just walked through the living room and it showed you the Eagles draft, like the war room, didn't it? She just looked in. There was a really big tall guy stood at the back, and she was like,
I just want to, I'm not going to lie, Jamie. I just want to take a big, massive dump on Howie Roseman's desk.
Yeah, and then slam Nick Sirianni's face straight in it as well. Oh, another running back's off the frigging board. Ray Davis has just gone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Ray Davis is now off the board.
So,
The running backs are coming off Finn now.
Yeah.
Braylon Allen still being there is
Yep,
interesting,
that's the-
but
that's-
I can't
that's-
imagine he's going to last too much longer.
No.
No, not in this round. That's there's 30, about 32 around.
So again, TJ Tamper's still there. Spencer Rattler's still there. Johnny Wilson's still there. Jaden Hicks.
If Johnny Wilson drops to us in the 5th, I will be all over that pick.
Yeah.
I would absolutely be all over it. We need another wide receiver. Johnny Wilson, I'm pretty sure, is a guy who can stretch the field. There's a good bit of speed behind him as well. So I could very much get on board with that being the pick in the 5th round.
So we're still about 40 odd picks away from our next pick. So
yeah, it's just that thing like that. It's a long way to go.
No, the 49ers traded up.
Yep.
Again.
Yep.
Wow. They had a lot of capital to play with, though, in terms of later round picks and comp picks and stuff like that. So
yeah,
that's what's caused their
they
move.
got extra picks because of what's his name going to Houston and what have you, and D'Amico Ryans and somebody else who had gone as well. So I think front office wise, they've had somebody go as well. So
yeah.
So are we? We're still about 48 picks from the Cowboys, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've a good bit to go before we'll be close to being on the clock. I'm just looking here, and Jeremiah Trotter is still on the board.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, if Ram Brown's still there, which I'm very surprised about.
I think he might have been. So Zodrick Estimate. Did Estimate go?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think he's still available. Yeah.
Mahogany's still there, which I'm surprised about. I didn't think he would have still been here.
Yeah.
But when it been longer. But saying that, we don't have to worry about our line. We've got our side, which is good, which means we can address elsewhere.
Jamari Thrash is still available.
I mean, it's interesting that other than JPJ and Frazier and Bortolini, you still got some big names on the centre still available. You still got viable guys there. Mike was talking last week about the Miami guy, Matt Lee, I think it is.
Matt Lee, yeah.
Yeah. And, he's even though he's going to have a 5th round pick, he's perfectly serviceable as well. That, especially in a passing offense, he should be able to more than hold his own. His weakness is the running game. So
I know, just kind of looking through, I have a few box. I know we don't need quarterback, but can I sell anybody on John Milton from Tennessee in the 5th?
No.
No, not in the 5th. Not in the 5th. I think you're looking at him being one of your last picks if you're going to do anything like that. But
I'm just looking to see it and saying, like, who's there? Because I don't know if we've. I know.
See, my guy. I'm just trying to mark guys off of Mike's board here. I see my guy Storm Duck is still available.
See, that is such a cool name. That is ace.
Yeah. And Steel Chambers is still available.
Yep, that's a great name. That's
4 running backs in the last 10 picks have been happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, 4th round is the hot spot for running backs.
Here comes the Niners pick.
Yep.
Tua's brother Tulia is still available.
That's another running back gone, Isaac Girendo.
Oh, there's going to be people upset about Isaac going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people fancied him in the 5th, but it seems to be a case of everyone's taking the running back now.
Only player with 160 plus yards and 3 touchdowns in the bowl game last year.
Yeah.
See, so it makes you think who's high now on the Cowboys board in terms of feedback, because like you say, it's a bit like possible. Is that now 16 last 21 picks that have gone? But surely somebody from the Cowboys has gone. Not off high off the board. Surely we would have had these guys on somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just wonder. Frank Gore is going to be a late round pick, and obviously the Cowboys would have been able to see him at the East West Shrine game. Probably dealt with him there, and then you do have the bloodline there as well, and the longevity that
DJ Tampa's finally off the board to Baltimore.
Wow.
That's a good pickup for them.
Baltimore are having a strong draft. So.
Yeah.
They do this every year. They do it every year.
Yep. Ozzie Newsome put in a good system there, and obviously he's no longer around, but they've just gone strength to strength. So
yeah, like there's a reason the Ravens always pick at the very back end of each round, because every year they don't go, we need such and such a position. They just go, who's the best player on the board? We're taking him. That's it. They're not window dressing. They're not going, we need this guy. They're just going, who's the best player? We'll fit them in.
See, it's a good way to draft, isn't it? Like I say, you'll have your stars, but if you
Jared Wiley, TCU tight end, goes to Kansas City.
The best way to get better is to bring in the best players. It says so you bring in who's there.
Mm-hmm. So another former Texas guy off the board there, even though he spent his last year or two with TCU, and Jared Wiley.
Yep. And you got the Dirty Bird. Oh no, Dirty Bird seem to have traded again. Detroit's up now.
Yeah, Detroit's back on the board.
Wow.
Are the Dirty Birds just like stocking up for next year again? Then they're going to end up taking 12 running backs or something like that.
12 running backs to help with the tush push.
Yep.
But it is starting to get a lot busier in terms of picks coming in.
Yeah. Well, what you've got to remember is by this time of when you listen back to sort of the draft show and everything like that, they already know who the picks are, because it's sort of there is the TV's normally about 10 minutes behind anyway, so by the time you got the ticket printed off and you got whoever it is, especially when you're going out to all these locations abroad and everything like that, you've got to allow for them.
Corey Taylor. Come on. Isaac Bruno. Come on. AJ Barner, he's gone.
The fucking tiredness is starting to kick in now.
I was just going to say how you guys feel, because like I say, because you guys had the thought last night. I washed out and went to bed.
I wish I
Yeah.
did what you did, Jamie.
You know, sorry, bro.
I wish I did what you did.
I'm to say, I woke up this morning and I said I had sleep. I felt like I had a hangover this morning. I've not had a drink all draft weekend.
Yeah, I'm the same.
But at least it's over fairly, or say fairly, it's over at a decent time for us. So I think we can
Yeah.
all get to think wake up tomorrow morning, knowing we have to do it again. We can enjoy one day of the weekend.
Yeah.
You've got to wonder. I mean, if you go back to the 90s where it was 12 rounds and everything like that, and it was just done over 2 days. I mean, that anybody live streaming that would just be an absolute zombie by the end of it. You know, you're almost talking that you're doing a 48-hour almost straight.
Mm. But I'm sure you've read this book, Lauren. The I can't. It was basically the one about the history of the Dallas Cowboys and how it interweaved with them moving into Dallas and Dallas expanding as a city.
Yeah.
But like that, they talked about, you know, like I think even back when Staubach was drafted and stuff like that, that, you know, a draft pick could take a couple of hours to get done because they'd be ringing round. You know, there was no time limit on it or anything at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, because who was it? The Cowboys actually waited until they got the phone call from one of the doctors as well. So it was like 5 hours for the pick because they sent the draft pick for, the equivalent of whatever the MRI was at that time. You know, sent him for that. They were waiting for the reports back from that. And then they made their pick after that. So guys were just hanging around. And for, you know, even then, I mean, you were talking about to actually get in contact with a draft pick where you see Jerry almost instantaneously pick up a phone now and speak to them. These guys were, you had a scout standing out in the hall with a bag of quarters and, you know, it's like, you know, stick it in the payphone and try and track him down. God help it, you know, again, because there wasn't the television coverage or anything. So these guys were in a bar in the middle of nowhere. They were in the gym training. They were, you know, in class in some cases as well. So
Tim's comment there, Brian. So I'm just
sorry. I pulled back up.
Just say I felt this morning it was going to be running back by committee, which was a little bit disappointing in some ways, but. I can understand, like I say, if they don't think they can get a bona fide one, why spend a draft pick and then, I mean, why not go next year?
Yeah. So DJ Dog is saying he misses the 2-day 12-round draft. Breaking it up into 3 days has dumbed it down for the poorly organized draft departments. Andrew Fraser is saying to us that smoke signals might have been used then. I don't think that's unrealistic, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just catching up now. So running backs, flying on board right now, which I kind of expected.
Vaki is just going to the Lions. Their safety from Utah.
Yeah, I actually think he's a nice player.
That's a solid pick.
Yeah, I like Sion.
Lions have beefed up their secondary a lot.
Yeah.
I just need to find him on my board. There he is.
He is 135 on your board.
I got him. So
3 picks left
running backs. But here's the thing, right? The guys who've been taken, only Braylon Allen was a 30 visit. The other guy was Rasheen Ali from Marshall, which me and you have spoken about, Brian. On the Project Prospect. And I've always said he's a guy who fits very nicely into that 5th or 6th round option.
Jaden Hicks is off the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kansas City.
Kansas City again. Jets are now up.
I think, and Ali was a 30 visit, so
Yeah.
it all fits in. And good Senior Bowl. One of the reasons why he's a 5th round guy is the knee injury and the bicep injury as well.
Yeah.
What's the severity of it? Was it a red, amber?
Amber on both.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So the New York Jets are back on the clock. I don't think they've picked today yet, have they?
They haven't. I think they traded back the last pick that they had. So
Yeah.
Just shows Andy Reid off the screen now, like he was going to eat that for him.
he does enjoy his food, does Andy Reid?
Yep.
That was still the best one. It was. I don't know why Kansas were playing, and he had his tash had just frozen up on a race.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Jefferson, he's gone.
And you got somebody from Dublin announcing the Jets pick.
Yeah, I knew the Jets were going to do that. All right. So the Jets and the Steelers obviously have Dublin, and there's one other team.
That's Braylon Allen going to the Jets.
Oh,
It's like with every pick that's coming, it's just like we must have been awful in previous lives because it just feels like a piece of a soul's getting ripped away. Like these running backs are just going.
Yep.
It's like, come on, Jerry, just give us a break, Jerry. Jesus.
Let's will
running
the
back's
49ers
not a need.
to take Spencer Rattler. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a need. Like, as we say, Zeke is back in the building. Royce Freeman, Rico Dowdle, Malik Davis, Deuce Vaughn. And I only copped it when Nick said it. Snoop Connor is also on our practice squad.
Yeah, correct.
We've a lot of bloody running backs. We don't need one. It's just it's just a matter of sorting out the committee for this year and try and pick up a new bell cow next year. The running backs next year are better.
I agree, but I still think picking one up isn't a bad way to go. Just because of how running backs, they just get so badly beaten up. So you're just having a constant conveyor belt of, fresh tread.
Yeah. 49ers are back on the clock. How many compensatory picks do they have?
Oh, very nice. The 33rd team just shared one of my tweets. How lovely of them.
The what, sorry?
The 33rd team just shared one of my tweets.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much, guys.
Has anyone checked on Paul there? He seems to be nodding off.
I am. I'm really struggling right now.
I should have sent you some of that blue raspberry, shouldn't I? It's blue raspberry sneak.
Oh, we've got a 49ers fan.
Oh, fucking prick! Oh.
There's only one real Scottish NFL fan of his on here. Well, the both of them actually. Two. There's certainly two, but on air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got no patch on YouTube, boys.
Jacob Curry, Arizona wide receiver.
Wow. That's a bit early for him.
So again, why is Johnny Wilson being passed over?
Johnny Wilson, I think a lot of teams are just unsure. Same as Aina Smith from A&M. He has the ability, he has the name, has the pedigree, but there's just some concerns, I think, with both Wilson and Smith. I don't think they're bad players at all. Just there's some concerns.
And for me, Anaya Smith, so when it comes to Anaya Smith, so he is a good player, right? He's talented. But for me, it is the snap count. Like, he's played an awful lot of football. So, like, but so for one thing, he's not that type of wide receiver who's going to win 50-50 balls. He's not that type of guy.
Yeah.
He wins by being such like a very smooth athlete. He's very, very good. And you know, like that kind of guy where you just want to get a little bit of CD Lamb, where you just want to give him the ball quickly and let him go. In that sense, because that's why he's so good at special teams. He's good at special teams because he's good with the ball in his hands. He's that type of playmaker. But the big issue for me and why I think he will fall out completely is it's the snap count. He'll play running back, he'll play wide receiver, he plays on punt and kickoff returns, and he's done that every year he's played for Texas A&M. So that's a lot of football he's played. So that's a lot of tread off those tires.
Tim is suggesting a vodka and Red Bull for you, Paul.
Sign me the hell up.
Right. He's about to perk up in a minute.
Bob Means, wide receiver from Pitt, is a decent day 3 prospect, according to DJ Dog. Mike, you're shaking your head in agreement there. So give us a feel for him.
Yeah, I had it. I did. I don't know if you've seen the article of day 3 picks, and Bob Means was one of the guys I put on there. So what the Cowboys, if you think about what they're missing in terms of wide receiver, we've got a lot of fast burner guys. We've got a lot of slot guys. What does the Cowboys have? Very little of X-type receivers.
Yeah.
And Bub Means there's a couple of guys there. So you got Cornelius Johnson, you got Brendan Rice as well that we talked about.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice's son. These are all X-type receivers, which is why I put them down. So, he has some.
Oh, sorry, I need to make a comment on that. It's like, Joe, do I have your blessing to have an espresso? No, wait, I'm thinking about cappuccino. Sorry. An espresso's fine actually, because after a certain time in Italy, you're not allowed the cappuccino, I believe.
Yeah.
So
after 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You are not allowed to drink any milk-based coffee.
Why that? Come on, then. What's that for?
Tradition,
because it's too heavy in your stomach. Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, no, I like Bub Means. I think he's good. He's not gonna offer you much in terms of like blocking as an outside X receiver, but everything else, I quite like. So my comp for him is Amon St. Brown. I'm not saying he's that level of player.
Oh, that's a great pick for the Seahawks. Nehemiah Pritchett, Auburn.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's that level of athlete. You know, he's but you know, like the way that Amon wins in that style. That's what he reminds me of when you watch him.
Sorry, but that's a great pick for Seahawks.
Yeah, I get what you're saying as regards him.
I was kind of hoping that Pritchett would have been one of the corners we could have looked at in the later rounds.
I tell you who's available in the later rounds for corner, who is absolutely two of them, in fact. I'll give you both.
Okay, hit me with it.
Andrew Phillips from Kentucky. Solid.
Okay, that name rings a bell.
Yeah.
Andrew Phillips is gone.
Is he gone?
He went to the Giants in the second round.
Darn it, I haven't included
second
him.
round.
Long gone.
So,
Phillips is long gone.
Are you sure? Double check it for me.
I'm just checking my because I have been writing down all of them. I'm sure Andrew Phillips is gone.
Yeah, Phillips is taken. DJ Dog just confirmed it as well.
Yeah.
So Chris Abrams Drain.
Don't know. This is the point where I'm like Nick right now.
Yeah. So
Darren's in the house.
That's a pretty good thing. Pretty good question. Don't you think? For me, it wouldn't surprise me if Jules Ford ends up on the practice squad.
Yeah, I think to answer Darren's question, I think because like with next year being more heavy with running backs in terms of talent, it would just be like a 1 year 1 year chop shop with Zeke and stuff like that, like just to get it like bearable to run the game.
Right.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean,
So just
Chris
just
Abrams'
answer
drain is
Andrew's-
still available. Oh, go on. Sorry. Go on, mate.
I was just going to say, just to answer Andrew's question, I just picked that up from someone I know about the coffee thing.
There is Stiggers. Stiggers is quite nice.
Yeah,
I quite
Stiggers
like
is still there. Yeah.
but Chris Abrams'
Mike-
drain is still available. Yeah, he hasn't been
Yeah.
taken.
I
yeah.
was going to suggest something to you, right?
That's my
Hear me
corner.
out.
That's my corner.
Jordan Travis is still available.
I know. Right. Because Spencer Rattler, as far as I'm aware, I haven't missed that, have I?
No,
Since
you
I
haven't
left.
missed him. Spencer Rattler is still available. You don't need Jordan Travis this year, but Jordan Travis is still on the board.
I'm right. I mean, like, I can already feel Jay Tuck's eyes burning in the back of my head here. But I mean, yeah, he's a talent for definite. The thing I would say here is if that is a pick in day 3, then that is a big signal on what is to come.
Yeah.
You can forget about waiting to see what happens with Dak's contract. If they go down the road of Jordan Travis or quarterback here, you know, with one of these picks, it's very telling about what's about to come.
Yeah.
Just let's just not
Philippe still is
we
from
could be
Maryland.
still right.
Yeah, so Chris Abrams Drain, who plays for Missouri, like I think he's been overlooked. That over on the Miz, you had they had some very talented. So you had Ennis Rakestraw, right? But I think the reason Ennis Rakestraw was able to perform the way he did was because Abrams Drain on the other side was able to hold it down as well as he did.
Yeah,
I think Rakestraw was a beneficiary of Abrams' skills, and he as a late round cornerback. I mean, I've got him as a 4th round grade, so you get him in the 5th round, and that's quality. Because you got to remember now, at this stage, we're trying to look at guys who were taken, who were at the Senior Bowl, who were at 30 visits. Once you get into, I think, the 5th round and beyond, you can kind of start to shift a little bit from that. Because really what they're looking for is they're looking for traits guys. They're looking for guys who they can feel that they can develop.
Yeah.
Just dropping it quickly back to quarterback. Am I right in thinking that no quarterback's been taken now since the 1st round?
Correct.
None.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
Also.
So 2 running backs. Let's start with running backs. Who would fit the bill? One moment. My screen is all frozen. This is the trouble when I've got so much running on here at the same time. So, okay, let's start with 2 running backs that would fit the bill for Daz. So, Audric Estime is one option.
Available.
Yeah, he's still available. And Rasheen Ali is the other one who you could probably get in the 6th round. They're the 2 guys and 30 visit guys. I know that we were just talking about that. If not, and I know I seem to be harping on the old... I seem to be harping on Missouri quite a bit. You got Cody Schrader, who...
Cody Schrader is a good player.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I think he actually led... I think he led the FBS last season. I'll try and get the stat. I put it up on him. He led the FBS last season in one very, very important stat, which I believe was yards after contact.
That's somebody, by the way.
I am waiting on them to... right. Yeah, give it 10 minutes, mate. They're trying to sort something out. So Cody Schrader. So that's why. So wide receiver... I mean, like you got so much. There's quite a lot of options. So Brendan Rice, yeah, Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington. I quite like the idea of. I think he's a sneaky guy who you could get. I know we spoke about memes. There's another guy I quite like. The guy me and Paul have spoken about is Zachary Franklin from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And he's a guy you could get with your final pick. What was the other one? Cornerback. So cornerback is, and I mean, we've spoken on a few of them. So 2 cornerbacks. I like, as I just said, Chris Adams-Drain. Kalen King is a very sneaky player. Excellent in zone. Really good zone guy. But I'm very high on Chow Smith-Wade. I think for the Cowboys, he's a slot guy only. But if you're going to do that, you keep Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs as your outside guys. You've still got Jordan Lewis as your nickel guy, and then you can have Chow Smith-Wade sprinkled in on slot, which I think works out brilliantly.
Xavier Thomas from Clemson just went to Arizona.
Wow. He is a great player.
Well, let me get down on this. So, no. Don't worry. I know for a fact he was taken. I just haven't updated it.
Who are you talking about?
Jalix Hunt.
Yeah, Jalix Hunt went last night.
Yeah. I just haven't updated. I know for a fact.
Yeah.
Mekhi Wingo is still available. LSU's and Gabe Hall, Baylor, both 3-tech defensive tackles that would just roll right into Dallas, no problems.
Yeah.
Here he is. There.
Kalen Carson is still there as well. Or was he one of the ones you mentioned? I think you mentioned Kalen King, didn't you?
Kalen King, yeah.
DJ Dog's asking, and yes, DJ Dog, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still available.
But for a very good reason. That basically Trotter is extremely undersized. Very, very, very undersized for the position.
Yeah.
And I think that's just putting people off.
What about James Williams from Miami? Now,
James Williams.
There we go.
I've heard a lot of good
Still
things
there?
about him. So I would have thought he maybe even would have maybe come into consideration at some point.
There we go. And I was trying to find out the Cody Schrader fact for amongst all Power 5 running backs. Cody Schrader,
Jordan McGee, Temple.
That was the 30 visit. Yeah, he was the 30 visit. So, Cody Schrader led all running backs in rush yards last year in the Power 5, which speaks a lot.
Jamie, you were just asking the question there a second ago, just in regards to James Williams.
Yeah, if anybody would be tempted to maybe take him if he's around there when we're next on the board, because let's say I've heard a lot of good things about him. I know he's not obviously taking him up in the field would have been a huge reach, but fifth, sixth seems like a good way to kick off our draft today. Anyway, I don't know what you say.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And just to pull up Mike Bull's question there, he's saying biggest focus now is the need for a run stuffer. I think it's fair to say all of us would agree to that.
One of the big needs coming into day 3, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like, if you think about it, they have, in some ways, they have focused on that. That was particularly their second pick, where they've gone for an edge defender that can stop the run. That is for definite.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that's the thing with the need and pick is he's going to push guys in to your defensive tackle slots. So you also need the bodies there to soak up and absorb that. And hit hard.
On his back. On his back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just helping to put the shopping away. So do a little bit.
This is the payback now, Lauren, for taking Thursday night and Friday night for personal matters.
Oh, look who it is.
Oh,
Ah!
Chilling in his back, chilling in his garden, sunglasses on, sat cold. Cheers,
You know what
Jeff.
Bro, I'm not at my garden. I'm here.
Oh, get the beers on. Get the beers in. We're on his way.
Oh, look
What's
at
that, bro?
We're saying
I'm incredibly jealous. So jealous.
I know he's just got to. He doesn't come on here anymore to talk about football. He just comes in to rub in the fact that he's in the sunshine. He's surfing. He's got cocktails.
Oh, it's a hard life every day, man. It's a struggle. It's a struggle.
I mean, there's worse places to be coaching at as well. I mean,
yep, right. I've been in some of them, so I'm enjoying every day of this.
Yeah, you've been coaching the last couple of years in the wrong Canadian football league team. So,
well, speaking about Canadian, I'm literally just about to go and join the guys from the Cowboys Fans in Canada. So I'm going to jump on for a little bit and say hello.
Right.
But Jeff, it was good to see you. If I'm not back in time, have a good one. All
right.
All
right, fellas. Appreciate
it. I'll be right back myself as well.
So one thing, Jeff, when you came on the other night, and I forgot to ask. So obviously you've got a huge tie to Hawaii. So how are they looking heading into the new college season? Who's some of the guys we should be looking at?
Well, I think there's going to be we have an opportunity, I think, to have a pretty good year. Our quarterback, a kid named Braden Shager, who comes out of the same high school in Texas that Matt Stafford came out of. And he broke some of Stafford's records as a high school senior. He's been a 3-year starter here. This will be his 3rd year as the starter. He's played in the offense now for a couple of years. He's got a real feel for what we want to do with the run and shoot. We've got some really fine young receivers. We took a portal kid named Stephen McBride last year out of Kansas, from the University of Kansas, has played really well. He was a all-conference player, and we had freshman All-American, a kid out of Texas, that I think has got a chance to be an NFL player one day. So, we got to be able to protect him, and we got to give him time, but I think he's going to be able to light it up, and, that's what fans here want. This is a place that's used to high-power offenses with, Colt Brennan and Timmy Chang and, all the great receivers, Ashley Lilly, who was a first-round draft choice of the Broncos, and Chad Owens, who played in the NFL and then went on to illustrious career in Canada. So, they expect the ball to move down the field, and they expect us to score.
We'll definitely have to keep his eye out there and say it looks like they're treating you well, man. Like you sat there, big smile on the face, clearly just.
Well, like I say, man, it's a struggle here every day. Just to try and not get a sunburn and.
You definitely need to kick it up and put your finger up, especially after that result last night. I know it's going off.
How about the draft, guys? What in the world is going on in the draft here?
What
they are telling you? I don't know what it's like over there, but over here, people are blistering the Falcons about that Penix pick.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of the fan groups I'm looking at that they just can't get their head around why they've made that pick. You know, and I was watching some of the stuff last night. There were a lot of people were just saying, you know, again, it's not even like they're like for like. I mean, if Cousins goes down, you've got to change the offense completely for Penix. So,
yeah, I mean,
it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, I love Penix. I really did. I had him rated above J.J. McCarthy. He was my fourth quarterback, and but you know, Atlanta supposedly Arthur Blank at 82 years old says he wants to win one before he's finished as the owner. Well, I'm not sure that that's the way you go if that's what you want to do. Now, this is going to go one of two ways, I think, for them. It'll either be like one of those deals that Cousins gets hurt, Penix can come in and play, and you know they go on and you know we write a storybook ending, or it could be one of those ones where it's the end of Terry Fontenot because he's had some less than inspiring results out of the draft picks that he's had.
Cedric Van Pran just gone to the Bills.
What's that?
Cedric Van Pran Granger has gone to the Bills.
You know, there's another team that's taken a little bit of heat, you know, and you know, they trade down 2 spots to get out of the first round, and I'm not sure what they gained out of it, right? And there was an outcry basically that, you know, everybody, the Bills fans are screaming for a receiver. Now they got one, but you know, it was kind of a head scratcher when you watched it happen.
Mm-hmm. For sure. What were your thoughts on the Dallas draft last night in terms of adding Marshawn Nealand, getting another offensive line player, and then picking up the kid out of Notre Dame, Liafu?
Well, Liafu is from here, and the kid that is a really, really interesting story and kind of an inspirational story. You know, he grew up in not the best of circumstances as a kid. Went to a school called Punahou, which is actually where President Obama went to school. It's a private school, and elevated himself.
Has Jeff come?
Jeff, I think you've. I'm not sure what's happening with your stream, but you've gone quiet on us.
I'm glad it wasn't me. All of a sudden, it just
yeah. Jeff, I'm not sure if you're hearing us, but your mic seems to have dropped off.
The powers of live TV.
Yeah. I'm just gonna give us 1 second, Jeff. I'm just gonna try something here. No, Jeff seems to your mic settings seem to have dropped out on us, Jeff. If you want to maybe try and log back in.
I don't think he can hear us, can he?
No, I don't think he's hearing us at all. Just I'll try and message him.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear us, Jeff. We think your mic's gone. Yeah.
That's Anthony Gould just gone to the Indianapolis Colts, wide receiver out of Oregon State.
Didn't know you could get Yorkshire in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah. Well, look, hopefully he'll rejoin us in a minute.
I've just taken him off stage at the moment.
Yeah. Look, hopefully he'll be able to rejoin us now in a minute. But as always, Jeff Reinebold joining us from Hawaii. As JXL said, he doesn't seem stressed.
No. Be good to know. Obviously, he's changed his position. Oh, here we go. There we go. Let's try again. Can you hear us, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how much of that you got, but apologize for the technical problem. I just think it's important. All of those guys are need-based picks, right? And
yeah,
I think if you're a Boys fan, you gotta have a little bit of faith and give these kids a little bit of grace and say that what you want to see out of them is continued progress over the course of the season, getting better every year and better every week during the season. The Cowboys, you look at these two young offensive linemen, and certainly they come in with enough ability to play in the National Football League, but they're both, raw, and they're both going to be guys that, they're going to have to be coached. Now, I will say this. When they took the kid out of Tulsa last year, I didn't think that guy was going to be able to play as early and as well as he did. So hats off to, Coach McCarthy's and that offensive line staff, that they have gotten the most out of those guys. And I think if they can do that again, then, the Cowboys are going to be in the mix. The problem to me is for the Cowboys, or the challenge for the Cowboys, is you're in a division with two other teams that I think are doing a great job in the draft and the offseason, and that's the Eagles, who address some serious needs in the secondary, and the Commanders, who stole 4 starters from you, and then I think have drafted extremely well early in the draft. But it's the last day, guys. It's 4 through 7 now, right? You're going to have 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'm talking as a general rule. You got 4 picks. You should have 4 picks this part of the draft, and there have been a lot of really, really good football players in the National Football League that go on day 3. So this is where you really find out who the great scouting departments are and who the great drafting departments are on day 3.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's concerned us, I don't know what your thoughts are on it, we expected the Cowboys to take a running back quite early, and we're still sat here at pick 143, and the Cowboys are still not taking a running back. Do you think it looks like it's going to be running back by committee this year, and then maybe try to hit on somebody next year?
I tell you what, guys, the thing about it is Zeke going to actually come back to the Cowboys, right? That's floating around out there, right? And again, what does that mean? How much does he have left? The thing about running back, and we talk about devalued positions, and it is a devalued position in the league right now, because the reality of it is there are far, far more running back talent guys who can play in the league, who have the ability to play in the National Football League, than there are offensive linemen, right? Or corners or rushers, right? And so I think that the Cowboys will be patient in that regard, and I think that's smart, and not overdraft a running back. Even though on paper, everybody says you got to have 2 of them, right? Don't listen to that. Look at the pool of players available and recognize. I thought when they went out and got Marshawn Nealand, I thought that was a brilliant pick, right?
Yeah.
Now, I had experience with that kid in 2022 when he was at Western Michigan. They had a coaching change, and he got in the portal, and I got to know him during that process. And I'm going to tell you something. Not only is he a really, really good football player when you watch him on tape, the kid's a smart kid. He's again, a good character guy, right?
Yeah.
So he's the kind of guy that's going to improve that locker room. And I think he's certainly got NFL skills.
Yeah. Jeff, you kind of got cut off when you started the story about Liafu, the Notre Dame guy. So if you wanted to give us that again, and apologies for making you do it a second time.
No, not at all, not at all. I think he's a story worth retelling, right? He's a kid that grew up on a tough part of the island, right? And he went to Punahou School, which is one of the better schools here, private school on the island. It's where President Obama went to school. They have they've had outstanding football players come out of that school. If you remember back to Mark Tuinei, who played for the Cowboys on those great Cowboy teams, he's from that same school. Manti Te'o, the linebacker another linebacker from Notre Dame that played in the NFL for the Chargers and for the Saints, is from that school. So he comes out of a good program, goes to Notre Dame, another great program. I think he is going to be a guy that will help fill the need that they have at linebacker. I think it's important for everybody to understand, even though the kid comes out of a program like Notre Dame, it is a big step to the NFL. There's so much more information that you have to process. The athletes are it's an adjustment, and have a little grace with him, because I think if you do, what you're going to see is that he's going to be a guy that can be a cornerstone in Dallas in the linebacker crew for years to come. Linebacker is a little bit like running back, guys. It's now become a devalued position in the NFL because there's so much emphasis on scoring, and when you start talking about defensive personnel, you better find guys who can get to the passer first and guys who can cover receivers second, or the other way around, say I'm going to build it with coverage and then get my rushers. But rushers and corners are the premium right now in the league.
Yeah.
And so think about it. When you look at the Cowboys, do they have corners? I think so. Right? Do they have rushers? I think so. I think Micah Parsons, I just did a study, fellas. I watched every sack in the NFL last year, right? Every single one. And one of the guys that jumps off the screen at you in terms of his ability to get to the passer and affect the pocket is Parsons. And I thought that Quinn did a great job of moving him all over the place, making it hard for the offenses to find him. And if they can continue along that trend and, he continues to ascend, then you're talking about an extremely disruptive player.
Yeah.
What would you say his better position is? Because I know he's played on the as an off-ball linebacker, and he's also played with his hand in the dirt, and he seems to excel in both. But what's your
I'm sorry you're breaking up. I didn't quite hear that.
Sorry, just saying that he's played linebacker for the Cowboys. He's played on the defensive line as well, and he seems to always just be disruptive wherever he plays. Coming from kind of the background you come from, and really being these guys, where would you say his best position is, linebacker or at the edge?
Well, I think what Quinn did with him, and again, you have to, when you have a piece like him, who is so unique, he's so explosive, he's got incredible first step, and really, really can go speed to power on you, right? So what I saw the Cowboys doing last year was what I think they need to continue to build on. All of a sudden, when it got to be a long down situation where teams were locked into throwing the ball, you better know where number 11 is all the time, right?
Yeah.
And so what I saw the Cowboy coaches do is they would line him up on the center. They would put him on the guard. They would put him at linebacker. They would put him off the edge. They would bring him off the slot, right? So what that forces you to do is you always, anytime you have a great player, you're always trying to get help to him, right? Whether that's sliding the protection or keeping a tight end in the chip or trying to use the back on him or whatever your scheme is. And if you go back to the Cowboys Giants game where they just beat the Giants to death. And that was one of that was a coaching masterclass in using your personnel well, right?
Yeah.
They did a great job of thinking outside the box, and there were times where there were no defensive tackles on the field. It was all ends and linebackers, right? And when they got that kind of speed on the field, it was a foot race to Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how are you enjoying the transition from being a coordinator back to looking after a single position now? And
I tell you what, it's a lot of fun, because one of the things that's fun about it is you really get time to really hone in on these young kids. We have some kids here that are really, really young and really need. They have a steep learning curve. But the thing that I love about them is they're eager to learn, and every day you watch them get better, right? And as a coach, I've done just about everything you can do in coaching. I've been a head coach, been a coordinator, and I'm working for a guy, or with a guy, is a better way to say it, because he's a very collaborative guy. Dennis Thurman, who you guys as Cowboy fans may know that name.
Thurman Steves. Yep.
Yeah, Thurman. Dennis played 7 years for the Cowboys, and played both corner and safety. Played in the Super Bowl for the Cowboys. Was a Pro Bowler, and he is a really, really not only a great football coach, he's a really good guy. And so he's about my same age, and so we're the OGs on the staff with all these young kids, and it's fun. It's fun because when he talks about Harvey Martin and Randy White and John Dutton and Larry Cole, I know who he's talking about. These young guys, they look at us like it could be Mickey Mouse. They don't know. They don't know, right? But then you go back and you show them a little piece of film, or you talk to them about some of the ingenious stuff that Tom Landry did way, 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 way ahead of his time, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool because we're passing on to the next generation the experiences that we had in all these years of being in the game as players and coaches.
Some of those names, Lon, you'll be a bit more familiar with.
I've actually just come into possession of a Larry Cole jersey, so I'm just and that's the guy that actually, if it wasn't for him making the tackle on John Riggins back in 1979, then I wouldn't have been a Cowboys fan, because at that point, that's when the stadium, the atmosphere just went and turned electric, and obviously Roger Staubach brought them back, won the game, and that was it. For me, what got me into the sport was just the way the electricity in that stadium just hit fever pitch at that point in time. So
that was such an amazing time with the Cowboys, because that was the dawn of America's team and the doomsday defense, and where the Cowboys became what the Cowboys, I think, by reputation still are today. On the field, they're not quite that team, and I think that's where they need to get back to. But if you think about those guys, Drew Pearson, Preston Pearson, Tony Dorsett, Jay Novacek. It's incredible, the players that they had. We talked about Tuane and just an incredible, not only group of talented football players, but really interesting characters, right? Like Golden Richards, who was a second-round draft choice for the Cowboys and was a great player. Sadly, just passed away this year.
Yeah.
Golden was another kid, came from the University of Hawaii, and we would call him. Our nickname is the Rainbow Warriors, and obviously with the Cowboys, we call them Cowboys because they're half Rainbow Warrior and half Cowboy. And Larry Cole and Tuane and Golden Richards, are guys that the connection between Dallas and Honolulu is very, very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Larry Cole, as you say, he was a University of Hawaii as well. So, I've got his autobiography as well, and he talks about living on the beach and all that sort of stuff. So,
yep, he was a good. See, Larry Cole probably never got the credit that he deserved because of the guys playing around him. But if you talk to offensive line coaches or you talk to the old offensive linemen, they would tell you that he was, they nicknamed Randy White Manster because they said he was part man, part monster, right? But Larry Cole had what we call country strength. He didn't look like he was strong when he walked out on the field, but then he got those hands on you, and I mean, you knew he was strong when he put his hands on you.
Yeah, he was a farmhand. I mean, he came from Minnesota and had all that background there. So, and then obviously, before he went to Hawaii, he was with the Air Force, I think it was as well. So obviously had that discipline as well. So,
no question. He was quite a player, and again, one of those kind of unsung heroes of those Cowboy teams. And and talking to Therm, we were talking about Dwayne Thomas, who I don't know, a lot of people don't even have any idea who Dwayne Thomas was. But Dwayne Thomas was the first guy that I can remember, well, maybe the second guy that I can remember that was a guy that was willing to stand up to I guess, not the organization, because it was more authority. He was a guy that they had the greatest quote I've ever heard at the Super Bowl. And, there have been some great quotes at the Super Bowl. But when he was getting ready to play in the Super Bowl that the Cowboys won, where he and Walt Garrison had a great game running the football. And they asked Dwayne, they said, how does it feel to play in football's ultimate game? And he thought about it for a second. He looked right at the reporter and he said, how can it be the ultimate game if they play it again next year? And just walked away. And I thought to myself, that guy's way smarter than everybody else, so just leave him alone.
Yeah.
Just another running back's gone off the board here. So estimate from Notre Dame's just gone. So we're a little bit fit. Craig's just come on, and Craig's disappointed already. It's like
yeah, I've been sat with the family watching Hotel Transylvania, but in the other hand, I've just been having the live tracker picks go, gradually getting more frustrated.
I love it. You guys are true fans. They are true fans. No question. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I have recruits in today. We've got a poor guy from USC and another junior college kid, great big guys, and we need some more size, so I better get going.
Right, go on then.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, and let's do it again next week, and we can look at every pick the Cowboys made.
Just make sure to get that factor 50 on, Jeff. We don't want getting you sunburned.
All right, guys, take care.
Right,
have a great one, Jeff.
Cheers, Jeff.
Bye.
And that says, as one guest leaves, we'll bring another one in. So, welcome back, Mike Tagg.
What's going on, guys? How's it going?
Hey, Mike.
That was a man after my own heart, man. He's throwing back some good names in Cowboys history.
Oh yeah. Well, he's now the defensive tackles coach with Hawaii, so he's working with Dennis Thurman at the moment. So
yeah, that's what I heard. But he was talking about Larry Cole, and I had him on he was actually a first guest I ever had, and he played in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I mean, that's crazy in this. In that era of football, but definitely country strong and a very underrated person in Cowboys history for sure.
Yeah, I also love that University of Hawaii meetings are done poolside. I think if it's not in a hot tub, then what's the point? Nothing's binding.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So you've got it on, Mike. So come on then, let's tell us what you think of the Cowboys draft. So two-part. What do you think of the Cowboys draft so far? And also, are you getting worried now because another running back's just gone off the board and we're still a little bit light?
Yeah, I mean the draft so far, the thing I like is seems like we got some nasty guys, right? It seems like we got some guys with some edge, and I think that's what this team I've always said has been missing is we just don't have those nasty dogs like that everyone likes to say. So I've been happy. I've been really happy with the draft so far. My son is of the age group in the the late teens, early 20s. He hates the draft because he wants receivers, he wants corner, he wants all the glam. And I try and tell him, man, this game's won in the trenches, and we couldn't stop the run. So hopefully we got some defensive tackles in the mix, but we got a couple good defensive guys. We couldn't run the ball well, so we got some offensive linemen. Now the running backs are all leaving. And I had on my page, the running backs I wanted, I'm down to one. So they better be doing something. If they go into the season with Zeke as their starting running back and Rico, I don't know.
All right, here's one. Who is the guy then? And I'm sorry, mate. I've left Paul behind on another show. So I feel bad because I've watched Black Hawk Down, and it feels like I've left the man behind. But he's gonna, yeah. He is going to come back. I've told him that you're here, and he's like, okay, so we're just going to leave him on another show. But we're kind of like hopping around today on quite a few shows. But you just talked now about a running back who's left, and tell me who it is, and if we've got the same guy.
Well, I mean, I picked three, right? The Notre Dame, he's gone. Yeah. Braylon Allen, he's gone. So Isaiah Davis was the one I had left. And
interesting.
And I don't know if he'll be there or not. I like the kid. There's a few, right? The kid from Alabama plays at a big school, big competition, SEC.
Chase McClellan, yeah.
So, I mean, there's still some that I'm happy with, but these were the three that I kind of wrote down to say, man, I hope I get one. But I'm biased. I had my defensive tackles. I had my guy from Miami and then another
Leonard
one from
Taylor,
State. So,
I mean, me and you have spoken about Leonard Taylor, right? Yeah. And I see the thing is, and I know we've spoke actually quite in depth about him, that he's just such an enigma that what he needs in the NFL is somebody to kind of like straighten him out in terms of like make him a blue collar player, because you watch like the beginning of certain games and he's there as that sort of dances between the 1 and the 3 tech position. But you'll see him and he's doing stuff, breaking through that line and getting straight to the quarterback. Sometimes sacks, sometimes pressures. Either way, I'm happy with either. And you watch it, you think, man, that's a first-round player. And then you skip the game on a bit, you skip the game on a bit, you skip the game on a bit. And all of a sudden you're watching and you're like, well, who is this guy? This isn't the guy I was just watching at in the first and the second quarter. This is a totally different player. Like as if he goes completely off the boil all of a sudden and just seems to give up. And the motor just dies on him.
Yeah.
And he's got first-round traits, but he has he has a 7th-round attitude.
No, I mean, that's his problem. I mean, when he went to Miami, he was going to be the next, defensive lineman that's going to come out of the U first round, and he's been inconsistent. So he needs that, kick in the ass, and maybe Zimmer is what the doctor ordered, or coach like that. So he's definitely has a talent, and that's what you see a lot in this draft. But I'm no draft guru by any stretch. I don't study all these guys, but you see players just falling, and you see him falling, and it's like, man, why would that guy fall, or why is this guy? And there's so much more than talent, right? There's all the intangibles that we, at least me, I'm not in tune with a lot of these guys, so I don't know what it is. It's like, did TJ Tampa, did he ever go?
Yeah,
he's gone now. He's gone now.
But wasn't he like supposed to be, first couple rounds guy? And I mean, he's hanging
first or
around
second, yeah. You would expect no later than early second round. The only thing I can think of from going through what I've been looking at is TJ Tampa fell as far as he did purely on the basis of what I can gather off bad interviews.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. But even that's unconfirmed. That's not like being. I'm kind of being hot takey there,
Yeah, no, and it's even like the other Miami guy, Cam Kitchens. Like, he didn't have a good 40 time. He didn't have this, but go turn on the tape. That guy was a ball hawk. He was a hitter. He did everything that you'd want, and then he goes in the third round, and it's like, geez, you think he'd be higher. So sometimes they fall in love with the the combine. You remember you're as old as me, Mike Mamula, when that was the big thing where he just trained towards the combine and he ends up being like the first defensive guy taken and the Eagles jump all over him. You got Warren Sapp sitting there, or other guys. So it's just crazy how it works out.
Yeah. So here's where Mike.
We have a QB finally off the board.
Oh, did Rattler go?
He's just gone to the Saints at 150.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, and he was a stud, right, at Oklahoma. He was going to be this big thing, and then Caleb Williams comes in, takes his job, and now he's in the 5th round.
Well, he was already, to me, he was already. So he comes in, and because there's a whole thing, the controversy as well with QB1, and he comes in and he's in line with these Oklahoma quarterbacks, where you're like, this is the next guy in the line.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't really come about in that way. I think Caleb Williams, in some ways, kind of like has helped Spencer Rattler, because if he kept playing the way he did, people wouldn't be drafting him here at this point, because Caleb Williams comes in, he loses his job, goes to South Carolina, and South Carolina is so bad. I mean, you watch SEC football, I'm sure, as well, Mike, but SEC football had just this innate ability to be able to pass protect. That offensive line for South Carolina was absolutely terrible. I don't know, like, there's no guy who should be on that offensive line should be playing SEC football. And what happened is, so Spencer Rattler still manages to throw for over 3,000 yards, still managed to throw 19 touchdowns. Not great statistics, but when you look at what he was given in South Carolina, you kind of like go, well, maybe there is something there, because he was able to elevate the rest of a poor team.
Yeah.
And I think that's what kind of resurrected him a little bit. And you see a lot that, I mean, there's pressure coming in all over Spencer Rattler. And because he's got that Russell Wilson-esque mobility. So like Russell Wilson, he's not, people always say he's a scrambling quarterback. And I always say he's not really a scrambling quarterback, but he has enough mobility where he can use that mobility to escape pressure and get first downs with his legs. Kind of like a little bit like Dak Prescott when he gets given the chance.
Yeah.
And Spencer Rattler is like that. And because he's got this crazy amount of pressure always coming at him from the Gamecocks offensive line, he can use that mobility to escape it. And you see it. And he's keeping his eyes downfield and he's making some tricky and difficult arm angle throws. And that is what's kind of like resurrected him, I feel. How he goes from beyond here, I don't know. But what you saw in Oklahoma was not the guy that was supposed to be, especially when he was at Oklahoma while Lincoln Riley was still there.
Oh, no, they were rolling. I mean, they were churning out quarterbacks.
Yeah. And they go Heisman winner. And then all of a sudden Spencer Rattler's in. It's like, oh, well, this is obvious where this is going. And he never did. He never developed into that. And I think some of it was attitude.
Do you know what? Sometimes it felt like he kind of jumped on the hype train of it himself, like I said, rather than focusing on his game and developing his quarterback. He was kind of, it seemed a lot that he was, I'm gonna get the fame. I'm gonna get.
So
on him being a first round pick, a potential first overall pick, and he kind of just like that. All of a sudden, his play just completely just fell apart, didn't it? And it was just like, well, did you bring some of this yourself?
From what I heard, he lost the locker room is what happened, and people just started to ignore him. There was a lot of talk about the weird direction that team was going, and I think the move, as I say, helped him because he did lose, and it kind of humbled him a little bit in because of that. It kind of has to rewire your brain and how you sort of see yourself as a quarterback and to play the game.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. But no, I was a fan of Kinchins. I thought he was a good player, like you say. And I think, it was the mobility issue at the combine, I think, that scared some people off. Because prior to that, people were all over him saying, this is the number one safety.
Yeah.
And then that happened. And like you say, it dropped off. I think he'd be fine. I think he'll be great.
That's what I mean. But you look at him in games, like watch him play. I don't think there's any mobility, any speed issues, any instinct issues. I mean, it was the same thing. I mean, not to that level, but I remember Ed Reed when he was like a 1-star. He was, wasn't this and that. And then, he was a stud. So you just never know. I mean, I hope Cam does a good job. I'm glad Philly didn't take him. I'm glad, they're one of those teams because I am a fan of Cam, and he's a good guy. And wish him the best, but I knew we weren't drafting a safety. The other one out there, James Williams, I would love to have too. But people love our safety. I mean, are you good with our safeties? Are you thinking, hey, we're good with our safeties? You're happy? Well, okay,
very much.
Okay,
especially when you think as well that safety. So you go through the safety and you think as well that what's his name?
Bell's going to be back there, right?
There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, I couldn't think of his name. His tightness is kicking in. You got Bell coming back in. You got Mukwamu as well. Really, that hasn't been given the chance. So you're going to have him in the mix as well. You've got a couple of the guys who are on the practice squad who've got a chance to come in. So I think the conveyor belt now of talent at the safety position, and we're mentioning all these guys, right, that are rotational safety players. We're forgetting the fact that our free safety and our strong safety are probably one of the best tandems. I would say a top 10 tandem in the NFL at the safety position.
That we'd have the top 10?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, the Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson together, I see those pair as a top 10 safety tandem.
Yeah, I got it. I haven't been sold. I think Donovan Wilson is going to thrive in Zimmer's defense.
Definitely.
I don't think they've used him right. He's a hitter. He's old school, right? He's going to be a hitter.
Yeah.
And Zimmer likes blitzing his safeties a lot. He likes, having them close. So I think, to your point, I think that you could be 100% correct going into this year. I think the way that they're going to be used, I think it's definitely a big opportunity for them.
Yeah. And what puts people off with Donovan Wilson is when they look at, he starts the season off injured, which isn't a good start. And it takes him kind of a while to get into it. But if you remember, as we get towards the end of the season, we're actually excited again for Donovan Wilson. Because what he is he's not like this fantastic safety talent. But what he is he's a defensive playmaker. He will just all of a sudden make this crazy defensive play. And it completely alternates how the offense plays, and the defense comes up with him, because he made this fantastic splash play as this defensive playmaking style that he has. And then we're seeing that towards the end. And as we get to the playoffs, we're all talking about how good Donovan Wilson is playing again, that he's back, and we feel this extra level of confidence when he's coming in. So what I'm hoping is the injury that was sort of hindering him at the start of the season, that's gone. He's then going to take what he did towards the end of the season. Let's forget about the Green Bay game because everybody was bad that day. And we roll straight into this new season, and Donovan Wilson is playing at that level he was at before.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to be exciting. I know a lot of people are down on the Cowboys, but, they've done good in the draft. Hopefully we get fill a few more holes and we'll be good to go.
There we are, Juanye Thomas. You can't forget about him either. And we met Juanye, and Jamie was there. We met Juanye Thomas, and he's a really nice guy. A nice person, intelligent as well. Really, really well read. So you think at the safety position, sometimes with how he's going to play, if they do decide to give him playing time, you need that guy, very much like Malik Hooker, who just seems to be in the right place at the right time because he's able to read his landmarks exceptionally well and on the fly quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I think the Malik Hooker, I know there's some people who are down on it. I'm actually really high on it, not just because of the fact he was a first-round player. He's an extraordinary talent. And he's not going to get you, and he did in college, but he's not going to get you these crazy interceptions or pass breakups. And I'm fine with that, because if he's not doing that, that means two things. One, that means he's done his job in being able, because he will get from one side of the field to the other in an instant. That's one of his biggest strengths. He just gets over this so fast. But if that's the case, it means two things. One, he's been in the right place and has put the quarterback off, thinking a deep pass is a good option there. But it also means that the front seven are doing their job.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword.
It is. And it's just like, the last game that they played, you didn't see any of that. And I don't know if that was necessarily a scheme thing with Quinn, but it was just, hopefully that was an anomaly, because its secondary just was absolutely atrocious. Wide open, but things are changed, right? They're playing a lot of man and stuff like that. But no, I like him. I was happy when they got him, happy when he came back, and I like the depth that they have back there. But I'm going to be biased a little bit. I get a guy from Miami. We won Super Bowls. No one wants to hear me, but I'm just saying it. It's fact. Go look it up. We won Super Bowls when we had Canes on this team, for whatever reason. We haven't had Canes on this team in a long time, and we ain't doing so hot. So maybe we need to get some of that Miami attitude in here.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, you're talking about Canes. Anaya Smith has just gone to the Eagles, which really upsets me, because that means an Aggie's gone. And you're talking about the Canes. They beat the Aggies last season.
Yes, I was there.
Me and you were talking behind the curtain. Yeah.
So.
Sorry, 1 second.
No, go ahead. So no more running backs, right? That was the last running back. So we still, we're in round. What do we? How many more picks do we have to go? 14.
Yeah, we're quite far down.
If they don't get a running back with this pick, are you guys going to flip out or
no? So here's the thing. I like the idea of double dipping at the linebacker position. So Jalen Ford from Texas, I think, is a nice way to go. That thumper. So, we take Marist Lafou from Notre Dame, FBI type linebacker, a little bit of Sean Lee about him, good in coverage, good run stopper, chase down tackler. Yeah, fine, perfect. When you go through the list of the other linebackers that were available, I can understand why they kind of like hopped over them. So, Jeremiah Trotter, severely undersized. Cedric Gray, great talent, but the tackling technique leads me, especially now there's the new rule with the hip drop tackle. I worry about how that's going to affect Cedric Game's game. I'm not saying he's a hip drop tackler, but like when the refs are looking at these things, when the officials are looking, they're going to kind of be like, ooh, that was a little close. So you look at those guys and you say they were higher on certain rankings. So I'm kind of like, ooh, and they move there and you go, makes sense. I get what you're doing here. So if you get Jeremiah Trotter, that's your typical Mike linebacker. He offers you nothing, or not nothing, but very little in pass coverage defense. He is a pure run stuffing linebacker. He's got the bulk, he's got the size. Jamie's a Texas Longhorn fan, so he can speak more on that. But I like the idea of that. I also like the idea of like a one tech. So maybe not in the 5th round. You can probably go a little bit further back. But if they did decide to, I like the idea of LSU's Makai Wingo, who's a 3 tech that you can kind of like move around a little bit. Gabe Hall, who really is a 3 tech. But if they wanted to wait until like near the end, I like the idea of Justin Rogers or Evan Anderson, who are pure nose tackles, run stuff in nose tackles. These 340, 330 pound guys who are just going to anchor the middle of that defensive line, hit the A gaps, 2 gap the hell out of that, and just because they need to, because Jonathan Hankins is gone and people are concerned about whatever Mazzy is going to become during this offseason and into next season. So cover yourself with one of these guys. And I'm not saying they should do it with this pick, but if I was going to go
I get defensive line. I mean, we couldn't stop the run, and we lost some defensive linemen, so they're going to have to do something. I mean, they've got to address that. I just hope the running backs, they could probably get one in the 6th. I mean, I if they really like one of them, I wouldn't mind them taking it now just to make some of us sleep at night a little bit better. But they the front line they've got to stop the run. I mean, that's just killing us. It's killing us.
Or the other one. Go on, Jay.
Just talking the Eagles have moving again. They're making some moves today. The Eagles. They're just on the clock now. They're another trade. They've been moving around a bit today.
They had like about 7 picks. In
they've been moving all over. You think they'll get Trotter for his dad played there? Maybe it's, I don't know.
Makes sense. No. I see where you're going. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's a sneaky way to go. The other one I quite like.
You called. Sorry, you called it, Mike. You called it. They selected Jeremiah Trotter.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah. Sorry about that, Mike. Sorry.
No. I was agreeing how it made sense. It falls in line. I mean, I like I say, I have concerns with Jeremiah Trotter. Definitely, see how it works out for them. They definitely need to do something at linebacker because they're trying and they're failing. They're failing, like we were just talking about safety with Dallas. They never used to Cowboys. They never really ever drafted safety. And it was always like a thing where we were like, there's a need. Well, that's the exact same thing with the Eagles and the linebacker position. They're the exact same there. But the other player I quite like going into this side of it all is the cornerback from Washington State, Chow Smith-Wade. I like that idea. Sneaky need, I think, cornerback, and he's going to help you out immensely. But wide receiver is the other place, and I know somebody's already brought him up, is Jerry Rice's son, Brendan Rice. I like that. I also like Malik Washington. I think he's fantastic, but I'm all about X-type wide receivers because we've got plenty of slot guys. We've got plenty of fast guys who have short area quickness and change of direction, all those type of guys. They're yak guys. But the Cowboys actually don't have a real X-type receiver. Michael Gallup was the closest that we had to it, and he's gone.
Yeah.
So I've been looking at the X-type wide receivers, and I mean, you got Cornelius Johnson from Michigan, but I'm kind of like not really. So Brendan Rice is the most obvious. But the next guy behind him, really, who you could take, in the 7th round, but I think he'll go undrafted, is Bub Means from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the receivers that we have, right, going into this year, is that, I've heard some people down on Cooks, and obviously, Jalen, it's kind of like I said this one, it's like put up or shut up now. I mean, you're going in your 3rd year. We got to get something out of him. And then you got who was the other kid that they had? Who's the other receiver? I forgot his name.
Eric Brooks. No, not Eric.
No.
So you had Jalen Tolbert. Jalen
Brooks.
Yeah, Jalen Brooks. Yeah, not Eric Brooks. Yeah.
And you got Moreno Cropper as well, who was on the practice squad last year.
On the practice squad, yeah.
So, but then, I just don't know if that's, a lot of people are dogging, not enough talent for Dak or whatever. But I mean, they've had the top offense last year with a lackluster running game. I think, right, Ferguson's going to be, you got to think he's going to take a huge step, right? So, taking a wide receiver in the draft. I mean, like I just keep going back to that defense, man. When we get punched in the mouth, they just fold up, and they've got to get some. They got to get some nasty guys up front on that defensive line.
Like my issue with the wide receiver position with Dallas, right? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, you've got Brandon Cooks, right? Yes, great. You've also got the Jalens. You talk about Moreno, Cropper as well. Again, this is going back to my original statement. These are like guys who are more better at the slot, better in the short and the intermediate routes. We don't have an X guy.
Yeah.
So that's why I want, because I always see it as you've got to have a multitude of different types of wide receiver. You've got to have different types, otherwise you become one-dimensional and very easy to defend. Clemson, last year is a good example of that. Every wide receiver was a carbon copy of themselves. They just, they couldn't do anything with it. So that's why I'm saying that X-type wide receiver. But I also think wide receiver is a huge need because the panic I have is the entire offense. Last season, we saw it. Goes right the way through CeeDee Lamb. Everything that happens with CeeDee Lamb. Now, the Green Bay game is a good example where he goes off the boil and he struggles and he gets in his own head, and the body language tells it everything about what he was feeling and thinking in that game. Brandon Cooks, so we go, right, let's step up. Let's get Brandon Cooks to step. And he couldn't. I'm not blaming the loss on Brandon Cooks at all, by any stretch. So then Michael Gallup is the guy we try to go to, who hasn't had a 100-yard game up until that point, manages somehow to have a 100-yard game in Green Bay. But what my issue is what you've seen is what happens when you don't have CeeDee Lamb. So if you don't have CeeDee Lamb, touching wood here, let's say we lose CeeDee Lamb for a game, like, concussion protocol, something like that, where we don't have him. What are we doing? Because now we've seen what this offense is like when we try and make Brandon Cooks the number one guy. We've seen it with, all the other guys there. There is nothing, there's nothing to filter that offense through. So that's why I want a wide receiver, just to cover yourself and to be able to build something up, because otherwise you're kind of stuck in a round. And Luke McCaffrey, by the way, he's gone. He was taken in the second round, so he's out of here. So that's why I want to take another wide receiver, and more specifically a possession type wide receiver. Although I did say I want Malik Washington, who's a pure slot, but I just think he's a very good talent. His catching and his yak yards. They're insane.
Yeah,
and that's Jamari Thrash just going to the Cleveland Browns.
He's a really good talent. I like him a lot, but I never expected him to be there for Dallas.
I don't know if you saw as well, the Eagles all the old Eagles fans are able to bring out their old Jeremiah Trotter jerseys as well, because his son's gone there as well. So,
yeah.
Well, I'll see how it works out. You wish him the best, but hopefully not the best, because his dad was a good, great linebacker for them. He was a lot of fun to watch, and hated to compete against him for sure.
Yeah. So, there is, believe it or not, a running back that was a 30 visit for Dallas who's available right now. And I think the Cowboys aren't going to shift. They're not going to move. And I really, truly believe that guy is going to be there.
And who's that guy?
Rasheen Ali from Marshall. He was a 30 visit, and they met at the Combine.
Yeah.
You told me on the mic the other week when you told me to watch some tape on him. And I have a bit of a soft spot for Marshall anyway. I think we're all doing. I kind of started watching him, but then when you watch him, the tape on him, yeah. So
you get Dalvin Cook vibes off him. That immediate burst. It was always the burst, the acceleration with Dalvin Cook, which is kind of like as he got older and more aged and the tread wore out. That's kind of like why you went off the ball, because you kind of lost that explosiveness. But that's
if you're compared to him, that's pretty damn good. I'd take that.
Yeah. No, I think he's brilliant, and you could get him here, and you can still fill with the picks you've got left. The other options like wide receiver, defensive tackle, or if you want to go back into linebacker, you could do that. But there's plenty of options in the undrafted free agent market that can fill all these other needs as well. So it's really how they want to prioritize things. The other guy I quite like at running back is Cody Schrader from Missouri.
I'm not familiar with him, I'll be honest.
He led all Power 5 running backs in rush yards last season, which is a big thing.
SEC, so.
Yeah, exactly. So he was above. So Kyron Williams is the best way to look at him. So that shorter, stoutier guy, doesn't offer you much in terms of blocking, doesn't offer you much of receiving, but he's got great vision and he'll cut and get through, and he has the patience to allow the guys in front of him. My only issue I have in that, do I think the Cowboys will draft him? Is I don't think they will, because he's this shorter guy. He's like 5'7", 5'8". We've kind of already got a couple of those guys on the roster already. Plus, we got Juice Vaughn, and this coaching staff shown us last season that with the shorter or the smaller type running backs, they don't really know how to utilize them properly.
Do you guys, if we don't draft a running back,
Mhm.
are you guys okay? Like with our running back room the way it is today? Do you have any like? And also, are you expecting the running back that they draft to be the RB1? Are you expecting him to be the RB1 if we draft one?
I think not now. If you had spent a second or third round pick on them, then yes, an RB1. But I think it is going to be running back by committee. And as Mike was saying, the running backs for next year are, the depth there is there. So I think this year it's running back by committee, and each will do their own, bring their own sort of component to this running game. But what pleases me is that we have worked on building this Great Wall of Dallas again, and that should help open the lanes, and it should allow guys like Rico Daldo, Malik Davis, whoever it is, to come in and be able to run the ball effectively. So,
yeah.
Like that worries me. I'm going to be honest with you, man. That just it worries me. It really. I was worried about it all last year, man, and it's just like it's going to keep me up at night this year if that's the plan. So
they tried to cover themselves. That was the Royce Freeman pick. We know he's not a bell cow, so I think that if they don't draft and you've got Zeke there. You've got Rice, you got Rico, throw in Deuce. Don't forget Hunter Lipke. You can throw him into the mix as well as Malik Davis as well. Then that's just like you're going down the pure committee road, and it's head work. But Deuce Vaughn, I feel, is going to be, and I was always a little bit worried. He's got the fantastic story. It was the feel good moment of last year's draft. I do worry how he was going to fit, and the trouble that he's got is the one place where he could really get onto the roster and shine is being filled by another guy on punt returns, because that was his way in, and unfortunately they've got their guy on punt returns now, so Vaughn is now just kind of like waiting in the wind to see what happens. I think even beyond this season to be able to get a role.
I mean, and you got to think. I mean, he's got to be a bubble guy then, because
exactly
a lot of running backs. You're not keeping them all. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Just messaging Paul to get him to come back.
It's just I mean, Lauren, with the running backs, is that a Super Bowl? I mean, because hey, I'm about Super Bowls. I'm not about just competing. I mean, is that a running back room you're feeling good about going to the Super Bowl with? You think even the upgrade in offensive line, like do you think? Sorry to Babylon, but do you think? Because I have this argument all the time. Do you think it was the offensive line that was the problem, or our running game that was the problem? Because to me, we just didn't have I thought it was more on the running game, and were they using Pollard the way that use him at his best? Were they using Rico the way that he was at his best? I thought it was kind of flipped a little bit, where they were running Pollard a lot inside and sure, not using the speed outside. But I mean, what's your thoughts on that part of it?
I mean, what gets me is that you've seen other teams like Denver in the late 90s, early 2000s. They had guys that, yes, they had the likes of Terrell Davis or whatever, but they still had guys who were able to, almost crank out 2,000 yards. Who weren't the big name picks in the draft. They were undrafted free agents, that sort of thing. And that's where the offensive line comes in. Now, last year, Jeff Blasco spent a period of the time he was away from the team, medically discharged or whatever. So he was meant to be your running game coordinator as well as the running backs coach. For some reason, he was on sick leave or whatever. Everything. And then there was all this inconsistency on the offensive line that, again, you were wondering, is this almost like back when we had Paul Alexander in from Cincinnati? And, you were wondering if Solari was like that he wasn't an effective coach. But towards the end of the season there, the communication between the offensive line seem to kick in and what have you. And if you can hit the ground running and get this ground game opening up the lanes as well, then I do think it helps with the running back, and you can have this running back by committee. But will it win a Super Bowl? Probably not. You probably, again, if need be, we're talking about compensation picks that we're going to have next year. Package one of those up, in the early part of the season. See if you can get somebody who could be a name again, who's out of favor, probably because all these running backs that have gone off the board. That somebody you can bring in as well. But I think very much so now it is. If we brought Derrick Henry in, but we hadn't spent money on the offensive line, I don't think Derrick Henry would have tipped us over the edge.
That's the part that's frustrating as a fan.
Yeah.
Is there was running backs there that you got pennies on the dollar. These weren't big contracts. And imagine if you had a Henry, and I'm not saying you still don't draft a running back, but a security blanket. All right, we got a veteran guy. Look what we did in the draft. It worked out. We basically rebuilt our offensive line. Right, everyone's going to be happy with that. And now you don't have a running back to enjoy the fruits of your labor. And that's the part that worries me. It's like I don't understand why sometimes the organization just doesn't think more aggressively. Like you seeing what Washington's doing, you see what Philly's done, you see what these teams have done. And I was talking to George Teague, last week on my show, and I said, man, you got to tell me I'm missing something. The Cowboys have something up their sleeve, because you can't do this offseason after what we saw in that playoff. We all wanted blood, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know a Cowboy fan around that didn't want every head gone. And then obviously emotions, go side and with cooler heads prevail. And it's like, okay, how do we fix it? All right, we can't stop the run. We can't run. So let's go get it. And then they did nothing. And that's the part that's frustrating as a fan. And that's the part that's like, man, there's got to be something they know that we don't.
And I'm going to say a phrase that is going to really annoy you, is that they know something that we don't. And I think that thing is they love their guys.
Yeah. Oh, I got to hear that.
I know. But that's probably what it is, that they've looked at it and they've decided on the plan, the committee they want to run. So there are running backs who will be available in the undrafted free agent market. And I just wonder, are they just going to go down that road? Get the Alabama guy, Chase McCown, Cody Schrader. Maybe if Rasheen Ali is there, that's the guy they go and get. Because I'm only saying that because he was a 30-visit guy.
Yeah.
So is that going to be... So then he gets thrown into the mix. He becomes then part of this entire running back by committee situation. They go with that this season. Next season, then they restock the running back room with the guys who are coming through in that draft class. Then, and because you look at it, Royce Freeman, he's only 1 year rental. You would think maybe the same thing is going to be with Zeke if he comes in. So all of a sudden you're right back to where you were again. But they can draft running back in a better class and restock that way.
Yeah. Well, I worry about this year.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I do get it, but
I'm sure Mike McCarthy's worried about this year as well. So
yeah.
No, and that's the thing. You got him on a 1 year deal. I think I was listening to you guys. You had Nick Heatman on when I was driving, so I was listening to that. It was interesting because the whole Dak Prescott thing. It's like, and he feels that they will sign Dak Prescott because again, we were talking and on our show, I'm like, you got to, otherwise, I mean, get ready, trade him, do whatever you're going to do if that's the path you're going down. You can't let him leave and get nothing. And Teague's son, he made a point that I thought about. He goes, Well, maybe a 1-year deal isn't the worst thing. You see guys thrive when it's that contract year and other pressure, and they're doing it with McCarthy. Maybe they're doing it with Dak and saying, hey, man, this is it, man. You know, it's kind of put up or shut up for you, for both of you, and got to get it done. I don't like, and I got to be careful, because if you don't trash Dak Prescott, then you're a Dak lover and you get called all these names.
Yeah.
I'm critical of him just like everyone else, but I'm also a realist that you can't blame these games. You can't blame these losses all on him. We've watched Buffalo. We've watched, Arizona. If our offense isn't rolling out of the jump, our defense gets slapped in the mouth and they fold up like a tent. It was the same thing in Green Bay. And, you can't always put that pressure on. You look at the Super Bowl with Mahomes. As great as Mahomes is, he struggled that whole Super Bowl, but the defense kept it close until he got going, and then he gets going and they win the game. And I just, I don't understand how Dak is so polarizing. Is he that way in UK too? Is it the same?
Yeah, no, I think it's universal.
But again, I think this is the whole thing with Dallas Cowboys quarterbacks. I mean, you go back to Danny White. I mean, if the internet had been around in Danny White's career, to go to the NFC Championship, getting 3 years in a row, and then something happens in all of those games that it just doesn't fall for us, and forever he's being talked about as a bust. But he actually, by the time he retired, he actually had a lot of the passing numbers, a lot of the titles there and everything like that. Tony Romo, you had lots of people saying, "Oh, Tony Romo freelances too much. He's a bit the Brett Favre gunslinger sort of thing." And but when the chips were on the line, Tony Romo was Roger Staubach, bringing the team back. You only have to look at the Buffalo game where he threw 5 interceptions and we still somehow came out of Buffalo with a win.
Yeah.
And now you've got it with Dak. And, what you'll get Jerry in about 5 years' time saying, I really wish we'd been able to get Dak Prescott a Super Bowl. Hopefully he says, well, we actually got him one Super Bowl, but if this doesn't pan out and Dak goes somewhere else, or you move on, then it's going to be same old, and the next QB who comes in will be exactly the same, get that exact same exposure as well. So
because I'm with you, Mike. I will call a spade, right? Definitely. When you see it, just call it. There's no point in leaning one way or the other, because eventually you get found out. So just speak honestly about what you see. And and I get trolled. I get trolled heavily on Twitter because I do come to Dak's defense only because there are times like the Green Bay game. Yeah, Dak had his part to play in the failures of that game. Was the reason the Cowboys lost because of Dak? 100% not. Nowhere near was the whole reason the Cowboys failed on Dak. The reason the Cowboys failed was a multitude of reasons. Dak was somewhat in that, and that's how I put it. And you say that, and people will have a go at you. But what I find so, like you say, is polarizing. But what I find crazy, and I don't think I've ever seen this in the history of the league, is that the quarterback that leads the NFL in passing touchdowns is on the team where the fans want him traded off the team that season. The season before, he led the NFL, in interceptions. You get the same old narratives then. There was situations why that happened, and that didn't happen this season. And I completely expected that to happen. I was expecting the intercept rate to go completely down because some of it was bad luck, and that does play a part in the NFL. And all quarterbacks, if you have a look at their history, they all have that one season. All the good quarterbacks, they have that one season where there's an obscure number of interceptions or incompletion rate. They all have it. Tom Brady, Matt Stafford, you can go through them all. They've all these Super Bowl winning quarterbacks have that 1 year. But what I've never seen is a quarterback lead the NFL, be second in the NFL in passer rating,
Runner up an MVP.
Exactly. Do you know what I mean? And all because of one game, the fans want him gone. They want him traded. People are hoping right now that this is Dak's last season. And the crazy part of all of this is if he gets extended, there will be a camp of people that feel that was one of the biggest mistakes they've ever made. And that there are, you can go through interviews with players who say, who's the player who gets disrespected the most? The same name always comes up. And they all these players are baffled by the fact that Dak is spoken about in such a weird narrative. Like, to me, whichever way you want to put it, and we can go through the list of names. He is a top 10 quarterback, right? That's how I see it. And a top 10 quarterback in the NFL is perfectly fine to win you a Super Bowl. That we've seen guys not be a top 10 quarterback, i.e. Nick Foles, and win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
You've seen this happen. And I just think that, okay, you want to go out and you want to draft a quarterback. Let's say they go out next season and they draft a quarterback early to be that Dak replacement. What are you expecting this quarterback to be? So you say, well, you know, a top 10 quarterback. Well, then you've done nothing. You've established nothing here right now. All you've done is you've extended the timeline of when the expectation of a Super Bowl is to come. And okay, you say Dak is 10th and you draft this rookie quarterback and he ends up being like a top 6-5 quarterback. Is that really the thing that's going to get you a Super Bowl? Because I disagree that it is.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my opinion. And it's like, if you're going to do it. But I just don't understand. I mean, they still win. They've won. He's never had a losing season, right? Mm-hmm. You know, when he's a starter, obviously the injured season, we won't count that one.
Of course.
Yeah. You know, and does he have they've got enough talent. I mean, that's what I said. They've definitely got the talent. To me, it's all when playoff time comes, you know, we had, you know, Eugene Lockhart talked about it. It's like the big players got to step up, and they all are accountable. I mean, you know, you go back to that, and I'm not dogging these guys, so whoever's watching, don't send me any hate. I'm just saying it is what it is. I mean, Diggs in the San Francisco game, all he had to do was make some contact with Kittle, and he kind of like, and that was the only play San Francisco made all game. You know, Micah Parsons, we all love Micah Parsons. The stat sheet doesn't look so good in these games, you know, and we're doing our team does a lot of talking, you know, right? And it's just like what Aaron Jones said. I mean, how embarrassing that the other opponents are saying, punch these front runners right in the mouth and they'll fold. I mean, that's what San Francisco did it with us. They all come out there and say it because they know that the Cowboys, and you hate to use the word soft, there's a perception that these guys, if you're in a street fight with them, you punch the bully once and they kind of go running away. And that's what they've got to change. And until these big players step up, like you said, with CeeDee Lamb, you know, all right, it was a bad pass or it was maybe drop, you know, whatever it was in that first drive. But I mean, you're really going to go over there and just kind of, you know, pout a little bit. And then the other thing is, it's like, shouldn't Dak Prescott be over there? Like, hey, man, let's go. Let's get it together. And why does Mike McCarthy have to be the one to go over there? So there's just so many optics of things that, and I'm stuck in the 90s. I'll be honest with you. I'm stuck in the 90s. And I look at this 90s team. I listen to Michael Irvin. I listen to Emmitt Smith. And I listen to Moose Johnson and Troy Aikman. And they talk about those teams. And it's just different. Those guys were bonded. They were bonded together. And they didn't want to let each other down. Like James Washington, he was on the show and he talked about it. He goes, I was more afraid of disappointing my teammates than disappointing the coaches or the fans or anything like
fans.
That. That they held to each other. I just don't see that with this team. You see it with San Francisco. You see it with Kansas. You see it with these other. And if I'm wrong, just tell me I'm way off. But I just don't.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, I agree as well. And I mean, you go back to the days of Cliff Harris and Charlie Waters as well. When they came on the team, Bob Lilly said to them, we are going back to the Super Bowl this year, and heaven help you if you get in the way. But nowadays, I think, you know, one of the worst things for this league is, and okay, players need the money and everything like that. The salary cap has actually, because there's a penalty if you cut a player mid-season, you don't, you can't hold these people accountable in the same way that you used to be able to back when, teams controlled whether you lived or died effectively. That, Jimmy was forever cutting people, bringing them in, cutting them 3 days later because they weren't working out or anything like that. And because of that, you don't have that threat now to players. And you don't, and the players that you do bring in, if you go and bring somebody in from another team, you're bringing them in, you're paying them all this money, they're going, I must be, a real target. So, I must be the man coming in, and there's an element of them sort of either not bonding with the team, or they sort of rest on the laurels of the fact that you paid me to come into this team, and I'll do what I do, sort of thing. So there's something with the team chemistry that you need to. I don't know how you do that in the scope of this salary cap era.
Yeah. So here we go then.
I've just depressed you all.
No.
It's frustrating because I see other teams do it in the salary cap era. And I don't know what it is. Cowboys.
Yeah.
It's either the brand, the cult. That's what we talked about. Culture. You talk about all these different things, but it's do they hang out? It's all those little things. Like I love. That's why I love having old NFL guys, retired NFL guys, because they kind of tell it the way it was. The stories that I hear, like Kevin Gogan, he was on my show, and he one time, Charles Mann had his way with him, and they were, was beating him up and this and that, and he was getting some holding penalties. He's in the huddle, and his teammate Crawford was at my house, and we're doing the show, and he said, "This next play, I am knocking that referee out." Sure as it could be, he did it. He confirmed that was 100% true, and the ref got up. I mean, and I'm not saying do that, but these guys were like brothers, man. They were bonded, and maybe it's just the errors are different or whatever. But I do see it with San Francisco. They come out with the boom box. They come out with it. Dallas, I could tell you within 5 minutes of the game if we won or lost. Sure. They are that team that if they don't get rolling, I don't want to use the word quit. I got to be careful of it. Something happens to them where they just fold up.
So last year, didn't we? Like I said, I think that mentality side comes in. Like if this team got behind, this team couldn't play. This team had to play with a lead. It couldn't ever play from behind. Like I said, there's that mentality. Like I say, look at them teams of the 90s that you could. It just would take one play and switch them off and alter the play. But this team doesn't seem to have the knack of being able to get into a dogfight. And it's sad to see sometimes when you see some of the teams that have come before that can get out there, can make it nasty and make it awful for teams. But this just not, like I say, not to say weak, but it seems that way in some ways.
Mike, have you just seen that Rasheen Ali's gone?
So Rasheen Ali has gone to Baltimore. I would officially say the Cowboys are not going to draft a running back this year. They're going to wait for the undrafted free agent market to open.
Yep.
Wow.
That will be it for me.
Where did he go?
Baltimore. So,
which makes a lot of sense. In terms of them being a run-in team.
It does. Hey, I had a prior commitment at 3:30 that I committed to, but I'm having a great time. I love being on your show. You guys talk my language, not the accent, but the language. You know what I'm saying? So.
But I mean, mate, we're coming out again like we did last season. We're coming out again next year for Thanksgiving, and we definitely need to try and come and find you and grab a couple of
you got my commitment. Next Thanksgiving, I will be there. I may get divorced over it, but I will be.
but to celebrate that, then we'll get you a cowboy Rita.
Yeah, there you go. No, I appreciate it and love being on your show and love talking football with you guys. And so anytime, man, to hit me up, I love doing it.
Of course, man, definitely will, mate.
Appreciate
All right, take care. I'll see you guys.
Yeah. Cheers.
Later, brother.
Take care.
There we have it.
Now Ali's gone. I don't know about you, Ron. I think the only way this draft is going to be saved now is if we take, unless he's gone since before I come back, Jalen Ford, just to get a UT guy through the door. Otherwise, I'm just like, well, can we just go to bed and cry with a box of chocolates and some tissues?
I think you almost have to start looking at defense because, a wide receiver now, but ultimately we still need to toughen up this defense. So let's bring in another linebacker. Let's bring in a bit greasy defensive tackle. And as Mike says, let's bring in some UDFAs for the running game. We always seem to do quite well, at least in preseason. We always seem to have guys that come in and run the ball and what have you, and then obviously, unfortunately, they get injured last game of the preseason or whatever. So,
and I think as well, like you say, with the running back thing, it makes it more sense to it that this whole G thing. It sounds like it's running back, and he's gonna be there, and we're gonna go with what is that? 6 guys we've got there now. It's going to be a fight between them and Zeke. Will it work out? Who knows? Like you say,
you missed tag by about 20 seconds, mate.
Oh, you're joking.
No.
Oh.
I messaged you.
I was too busy. Me and AJ were basically too busy slagging you, Mike. That's what it was.
I'm fine with that.
Has it taken that long? Is it?
No. We actually had Bryson Carver on the show as well. So, who's the Steelers fan, but he's also a big Dak fan. He brought some really good insight what he thought about the Cowboys draft, and he thought we've been drafting pretty well. So it was really good to see some outside knowledge from a non-Cowboys perspective. So. It was good, but everyone says hello from CanFan, and looks like I might be meeting up with them for the Cowboys Texan game if they're going to go.
Very good. So
running back Tyrone Tracy Jr. of Purdue for New York.
Yeah, so that's back-to-back running backs again. So
Miles Sanders. Tyrone Tracy is Miles Sanders, effectively.
Yeah.
Are we expecting any more guests?
Mm-hmm. We are.
Awesome.
I'm just speaking of one, and he's just figuring out.
What are you eating?
A wagon wheel.
Oh my God! I've not had a wagon wheel in years.
Speaking of, on this kind of a similar name, but on a different topic. Speaking of wagon wheel, I must go see Darius Rucker next week in Leeds.
Oh, you jammy bugger!
I can't wait for that song. If you say wagon wheel, that song is amazing.
Like, how much did that set you back in tickets, though, Jamie?
Cost me nothing because my cousin bought me for my birthday, but I looked with that and I just went, I think they were about 37 quid.
Really?
It's sort of what used to be an all-night club at top end of Leeds City Centre. So he's not playing a massive venue.
Yeah, so it's one of the more sort of intimate gigs.
Yeah.
Well, wait to tell you this, right? I was trying to get tickets for the WWE Clash at the Castle, right? And
I was at that.
But it's going to be up in the Hydro in Glasgow this year, and it's way like I'm. Put it this way, I could probably get an all-inclusive holiday for the ticket prices they're selling it for.
Yeah. Me and Travis went to one. They are good. They are good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big wrestling fan, but I'll just watch it just for the fun of it. Like I like the storylines more than anything, but I'm not willing to pay over 400 quid for a ticket.
It is as well.
I'm just like, nah, I'm good.
They got Monster Jam on. this year, which I was looking at. So Travis is way into his, his monster trucks and everything and cars. You know what they like as kids. So,
and from like if you're really into your cars as well, just to see these absolute monsters of machinery, like you'd be so fascinated. I would love to go to a Monster Jam, like
Come
that.
on down, bud.
Yeah, like that, or like X Games or something like that. If that was to ever like come, that would be quite cool, you know.
X Games would be really awesome. I would like to do that.
Yeah.
Like when. By the way, Paul, Rasheen Ali, we haven't spoken. He's gone. He's drafted.
Great.
So, do you feel now? And I said this when Tag was here. They're not going to draft running back now. Ali's gone because he was a 30 visit guy, and that was the last of their running back 30.
No, I think there is one more. Manny Bailey, our running back TCU, has he been drafted yet?
Let's see.
Imani Bailey.
Yeah, Imani Bailey is still available. But the issue I have with Imani Bailey is I feel you could get him as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, I think that might be the case then, because he is ranked like 340th or something like
that. On my board, he's 314th. Mostly, I mean, the issue with Bailey is he's barely just 5'7".
Yeah,
and you think that we've already got undersized running.
Yeah, we already got this one. We've already got that. So
Jacksonville took another running back there, Keelan Robinson from Texas.
Yeah, I noticed that.
But I will say this though, Brendan. Yeah. Brendan Rice is still available.
I would take if he's there. Take him. I would take him. And nothing more I would love to see is Jerry Rice actually rooting for the Cowboys.
Yeah, having to watch his kid with the star on his head. Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, that would just bring so much pain and suffering to 49ers fans. That would so be bittersweet.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine the other way around. You know, Emmitt Smith's son playing for the 49ers. You just be like,
true. That's very true. Yeah.
Frank Gore Jr. is still available as well.
He's nothing like his dad, though. Nothing like his dad.
But I mean, like you said, just so then he has to like don at least a star somewhere just to.
And also undersized again, 5'7.5".
Yeah.
And he's not even 200 pound.
Mike Tag's guy's still there, Isaiah Davis. So
yeah, he did talk about him.
6'1", 220 power frame. So, but has a bit of finesse according to what I'm reading. Got Blake Watson out of Memphis, Jaden Sheridan, Monmouth, Cody Schrader.
Wait a minute, I've messed up somewhere. Hold on now. All right, no, okay, cool. So I'm all up at this stage. Double dipping at linebacker. So if it's Jalen Ford, I'm all up for wide receiver. I'm all up for defensive line.
Yeah.
But we're getting close to the Cowboys pick. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Feels like I've moved to it like forever.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, this fourth round, don't start giving away picks so that you have to miss out a round.
Yeah. I can guarantee you Jerry is seething, although he would be the one that instigated this trade. Yes. I can guarantee you he's regretting parts of this now by not having this.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Even
but, hello, Craig. How are we?
Miserable.
Miserable.
The body language says it all.
Oh, you almost caught me falling asleep on stream nearly early on. Happened last year, nearly 2 years in a row, nearly.
Yeah.
I had some long blinks on Friday morning.
Yeah, it wasn't until Brian actually mentioned it. I was like, no, I'm staying awake.
Yeah, what was the show and you fell asleep? There was one. I can't
It was
remember what it was.
It was day 3 last
It
year.
was day 3 last year, yeah.
Yeah.
Get on the blue. Get on the blue, mate. Get on the blue.
The draft just took its toll on me, so it did. AJ asked me a really good question, right? Looking at this year's schedule, what home game, if you were to travel to a Cowboys game this year, and also what away game would you go to?
Yeah, I need to get the schedule up so I can take a good look.
The sound of everyone tapping away.
and everyone watching at home, let us know what game you would go to at home and away this year.
Well, I think, let's see, for me, home game Baltimore would
Battle
be
of the MVPs.
Yep. And then away. I mean, again, you got the 49. You're going away to the 49ers again.
Revenge tour.
Yeah. Atlanta.
Oh, Bob Means is gone. He got picked up by New Orleans.
Getting.
Can I be greedy, Paul, on the road game? So the home game would probably be Houston, just for the fact it's a Texas battle in it.
What's that? Sorry.
For the home game, I'd probably say Houston.
Yeah, the Texas Showdown. Yeah, that was my pick, and it's also Diggs versus Diggs.
And can I be greedy for the road game?
Of course. Just say whatever, man.
I'm gonna pick 2. So Philly away for obvious reasons. We can't stand good just to pause a stir there, and probably the Steelers.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, and the one for me, the away game, and you'll be like, interesting. I want to go to Cleveland.
Yeah, I was looking at Cleveland. I was also looking at Carolina, just purely on the basis of how much they've churned the roster.
Well, after talking to AJ, they recommend don't do Carolina because it is actually more expensive than actually going to a West Coast game, which I was like, really? And I was like,
Your stadium is wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jets have just traded.
Because the reason I picked Cleveland is because we all know the Cleveland fan base are probably the most loyal fan base in the NFL.
They have sports teams.
And I would find it very intriguing what it would be like to tailgate with them, interact with them, and stuff like that. So it's all of that. It's the whole package. Not so much the game, but it's the fan engagement side of it. I would find quite interesting.
Yeah, and they're very kind of industrial towns.
Exactly.
So my 2 would be Browns and Bengals. But my son's a Bengals fan, so taking
double dipping with Ohio.
Yeah, and then you really kind of get the feel for their towns because again, they're both 2 franchises that have been right at the bottom and are either seeing themselves peak or don't really know what they are. So,
and that's the weird thing. That's the weird thing, Craig. Ohio is a football town, football state.
Well, that was going to be my point. I was with you on Cleveland because I can go to Canton at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's do that.
There's a few. Even Steve's saying about, and actually Joe as well, would be the Battle of Texas.
Yeah, I see that.
Joe and
big shout out to Germany. Regards from Germany. Hey, I've seen.
That's picking Cleveland as well.
That's another trade that Philadelphia have made. So Philadelphia were meant to be back to back there, and they traded for with the Jets. So again, they must at this point in time be talking about picking up next year's picks. So
yeah, they must have someone really big on mind for next year to really push up, like giving them so many all these like late round picks along with a mid round pick to move up back into the first round or something.
Jets have just gone Jordan Travis.
Yeah. If he got injured, do you think he'd have gone a lot higher?
Yes, definitely. So effectively, so Jordan Travis, I feel, is like a day 2 guy, like say in round 3 without the injury.
He would have been ahead of Spencer Rattler, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I think he would be.
Sorry, one plus point, boys. 2 picks and we're on the board. Finally.
Yeah.
I got an answer for you for my home game as well, Paul. I would want to watch Lions at home, just because of the controversy of last year's game. To come back and be like, no, you didn't.
Yeah,
you were nowhere near. You were nowhere near.
It'll be quite an intense atmosphere for sure.
Yeah.
One second, just going to shut the window.
I mean, at this stage at the draft, that's actually quite a good pick for the Jets. Someone can learn under Aaron Rodgers as well.
Thing is, I don't know how much Aaron was for all the, you had Jordan Lewis, whatever his name is. Jordan sat behind Rodgers in Green Bay for years, and then
Jordan Love.
Well,
Jordan
thank
Love.
you. I was stuck on Jordan Lewis, and he definitely didn't follow Aaron Rodgers around. I don't know how much he was tutelaging Jordan. So you'd hope that with Rodgers knowing this is his last post, that he would be doing a mentoring thing.
Well, I think if you did see the Hard Knocks last, if you saw the Hard Knocks, go on, Paul.
I was just quickly going to say, if it's not going to be Rodgers, then it's going to be Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lauren.
Well, I was going to say, if you saw the Hard Knocks last year, and it can be, this can be the bit that's sort of blown out of proportion, but Aaron Rodgers was trying to do his best for Zach Wilson there, so that if anything did happen to Aaron Rodgers, Zach Wilson was able to, keep the team going to the playoffs, so that ultimately, again, it'd be, a way for Aaron Rodgers to sign off his career if. Come back in time for the playoffs and take them to the Super Bowl. But obviously it didn't work out. But
can I just say, right, from a Cowboys perspective, that the Jets taking Jordan Travis there is really nice, because I think whoever the Cowboys take with this draft pick would have been compared to if, say, Jordan Travis was still available, and people are like, oh, we could have had this guy. This was our replacement. This was the next guy up. Or now he's gone. We don't have to worry about that story swirling constantly.
Eagles just
Jordan Travis was available. Blah, blah, blah,
Eagles just drafted Trevor Keegan from Michigan, the guard.
Yeah. He's nice. I obviously think they've got to do this.
Going back to what was said a minute ago, I saw a picture earlier that showed Denver with Bo Nix and with Zach Wilson, and it is remarkable how identical they are. Is it possible that they just signed Zach Wilson and was thinking it was the other guy? I'm trying to lift my morale.
No idea.
I'm not
But
sure.
it's clear Bo Nix is pretty much number one.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Yeah.
From what I read, they brought him in, and Sean Payton was like, I don't even have questions for you. From everything I read, you're just a perfect match.
He's a bit of a loose cannon, Sean Payton.
That is true.
It would definitely not have worked out if he was to be here at Dallas. I don't think.
No, I don't either. I mean, some of the decisions that he made last year, I mean, I don't think Jerry would have been on board with. So
exactly.
there would have been a falling out. But having said that, again, you're hearing stories that, again, Belichick has said that he wants to try and work with Jerry as well. So, obviously there are there is some cachet of being able to come in and try and do something with the Cowboys. So DJ Dogs saying Al Harris appears to be in the war room. So does that mean
Oh,
defense is
interesting.
back? So who have we got as defense?
We have
Defensive line. Or Jalen Ford.
Oh, yeah.
No, but Al Harris is on the phone apparently.
Oh.
Or he's at least in the back in the war room. So Kalen Carson, Wake Forest. I mean, remember 5th rounds where we took Bland and we took Eric Scott Jr. last year as well.
Yeah. I mean, you've got DJ James from Auburn still available. He was a Senior Bowl guy.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen Carson was as well. But, you've got a one that stands out to me in terms of how he would fit for the Cowboys is Kalen King from Penn State. He's a guy who just immediately stands out to me. 2022 All-American, big Senior Bowl guy. He's got good run stopping ability as well for a cornerback. Really good in zone. So when you think of how that fits with how that fits in the Zimmer scheme, that works. Ooh, that reminds me. Visit. Oh no, lost all the buttons.
Back off the board. Isaiah Davis.
So Isaiah Davis, yeah. So that's Mike Tagg's guy.
Yeah.
So we are on the clock.
Here we go.
come on.
Predictions. Come on, then. Give me predictions.
I would like it to be Brendan Rice. I would like
Brendan
that.
Rice. Brendan Rice is good. Possession receiver. I like Jalen Ford. Thumping linebacker.
I think Jalen Ford might be in the 6th round, I think.
Do you know who is available at the top, who I have as a 3rd round grade? And we spoke about him with Mike Tagg, is Leonard Taylor, the Miami nose tackle.
Oh.
Yeah. If it's Al Harris, though, you've got to think it's secondary, surely.
It is. I mean, that's kind of how it's.
I agree with the picks. That's definitely good, but I say it's always a
cornerback's a need. Cornerback's a big need.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of drop off, like you say. Diggs and then there's a little bit of a drop off.
I reckon DJ James.
DJ James is my highest guy. He's a 4th round guy. Kalen King is more the better fit for the Cowboys, but it's however they're going to try and do this. If we've got Al Harris on the phone, you're thinking it's the passing game, right?
And DJ Dog's saying that McClay's on the phone at the moment, so obviously we have made the pick.
Yeah, the pick's in then, yeah.
Yeah. I've got Jerry on the phone, yeah, and they're clapping.
We have to trade Dak. I'm joking. Finally, we start jumping on it.
Pick us in.
Come on.
It's one of these. The draft as well. It's definitely a good thumbs up. This draft. We drafted really well.
Yeah, our first 4 picks. I cannot complain.
Yeah.
Especially Cooper Beebe. Oh man.
Yeah, he's the standout.
Yeah, I was going to say
he's been the best value pick,
as well.
He's been the best value pick.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We've been sat here for 3 hours waiting for the Cowboys.
Yeah, we're finally on the clock, and they've gone to an advert break.
Yay!
Typical.
Go on, then. Everyone put it in the comments if you're watching who you think this pick is going to be. Just put it in the comments. Or if not, who you think the position. I'm happy with linebacker, defensive tackle, wide receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of those three. I think running backs at this stage now, you can pretty much leave what's available onto the undrafted free agent market side of it all. Maybe with your last pick, if there's one guy who you don't think you're going to get, you're going to be able to sign in the UDFA market, you go and get him there. But
now you said that, watch it be somebody else on the offensive line.
Yeah. Hey, do you know what? Right, if it is, then we completely know at this stage now that there's a big plan to reestablish their dominance on the offensive line.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, if they do that, you know for a fact that they're all. I know you're gonna hate me saying it. That maybe they're all in, but they are all in terms of the offensive line. But the fact you've said Al Harris was on the phone, to me, defending the pass. Cornerback, it is. It's people don't understand how much of a need it actually is.
But then again, if Jerry just got past the phone, we don't know if Al Harris was just answering a simple phone call. It could be, because normally it's Jerry, then Mike McCarthy, then DC, then position coach. So like, Al Harris would be the last person to talk to him.
But then Al Harris is your assistant head coach now, so
true.
That.
I'm just looking at Senior Bowl guys who were cornerback: DJ James, Kalen Carson, Kalen King. Yeah, you've got Stiggers. Who are the other guys? Johnny Dixon, but I think that's a bit rich. Yeah, you can leave that. So the three names would be DJ James, Kalen Carson, Kalen King. I think even Stiggers, you could wait another round, perhaps. But that would be safety. I don't know. I don't feel that would be smart at this stage. How's what, sorry?
Has everybody seen it? Because there's a
There's a comment come in from Cami AFC that I think has tipped the pick.
Not seeing on ESPN.
I'm not looking at the comments, so.
Oh, right. Let me move it. Let me remove it then.
These next 3 picks are going to be one right after the other now.
It'll be quick now. The wait is over.
You're right about Mexico making the pick.
There we go.
So it's Kalen Carson, Wake Forest.
Okay.
It was cornerback.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a need.
Definitely. Big hitter, right? So that this guy, he will lay the hit. He's quite a big guy. Not bad, really, at run stopping. That's the big thing for what he actually does. He was actually at the Senior Bowl, not bad.
PFF are saying lacks the long speed recovery speed to play island coverage, can be a CB2, CB3 as an off coverage defender in a zone heavy scheme. And bringing good downhill closing speed and reliable tackling. So,
yeah, he's good as a run stopping. In terms of run stopping, is what I've got on him. The issues with flags, he will get you plenty of flags. Very handsy, but that's mostly because he's always playing catch up. He has a level of hesitation to him, but there's a lot to like about him. Quick-footed is a big one. Very instinctive.
Well, again, ticks a box.
Not sure if I've written it in yet. No, I didn't. No. Yeah, I'm fine with this. You know, like at this stage, we're into day 3. We're in the 5th round. You're trying to get guys you're hoping to develop. So like obviously with Carson, you're going to be kind of like getting him in the gym. You'll be working on his speed, athleticism to try and help him out a little bit so that he can solve any issues in terms of missteps, because he is misstepping. It is the thing I have. So yeah, I don't mind it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Wait and see what the next pick is, no? Does anybody want to dare to give that a grade?
B-.
Okay, I'll go with that.
A lot of people whinging about, or our social media whinging about the pick, saying that looks like Zeke's going to be RB1 week 1, which, to be fair, with how deep it is now, it was likely going to be. Well, a 5th round running back wasn't going to start for us anyway. Which I can't believe it's 9 o'clock and we still got to.
Well, that's Jalen Ford going to New Orleans.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, what I think kind of has, what's the word I'm looking for? Interrupted I suppose is a good way. It that's interrupted the flow of this draft is losing that 4th round pick. I'm not saying that that's a bad pick, but I'm just saying that, like as if they're kind of like trying to find a guy that they're going to settle on, that they feel good on, that's the traitsy guy that they can develop. Whereas if they had that 4th round pick, I think this would have been a different pick altogether. Not because they take a different cornerback, but they would have just gone in a different flow. It's all about the flow rate.
Yeah.
But, I 100% has said cornerback was a need. I'm surprised they waited this long, but I like what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but saying that though, I'm not surprised. Because of the 4 picks that we made before.
Look who's with us. Look who's with us. It's the great Mickey Spagnola.
Hey!
What is up, guys?
How
Good,
are
man.
we, sir? Long time no speak. We've
It's a
been
long
missing
time
you, mate.
between this pick and the next one.
You know it.
Oh, we missed you. We missed you,
What are you
Mickey. How
guys
you
doing?
doing? We're bearing up. We're bearing
we're
up.
surviving. We're still surviving with lack of sleep.
Yeah, running
It's
off
not-
Red Bull.
It's past happy hour, right?
Oh, it was.
It's
Oh,
always
happy
happy hour.
How are you doing anyway, sir? How are we?
I'm good. I was cleaning up my emails and I said, "Oh, I can call these guys now. I got a little time."
Well, we appreciate you being here, sir. The first question, Kalen Carson, Wake Forest has just come off the board. How do you feel about that last pick, waiting so long between picks and then that's the pick?
Yeah, you know what? Just looking at his bio at Wake Forest, it sounds like he's a pretty physical corner.
Mhm.
He's not afraid to tackle. So again, when you're in the 5th round like that, you're looking for a guy that you can, kind of grow. But in the meantime, I bet special teams. This guy tackles, and he's pretty physical. So that's a way to get on the team. I mean, you never know in the 5th round when Deron Bland shows up, right?
Exactly.
And think about this: if they have one injury of their top 3 corners, who's the next guy up?
Yep.
And obviously, they didn't have any confidence in Nashawn Wright to play in that playoff game instead of putting Gilmore out there with a bad shoulder that needed surgery. So I would think maybe his days are numbered at this point.
Yeah, and same with Eric Scott Jr. and what have you. You don't know what you've got with him, so it's best to keep churning it around. And then obviously, Gilmore is still available at the moment, so if need be, you bring him in as well. The next round of free agency will obviously be starting in a couple of days' time. So
and I agree. And when people would ask me about their needs going into this draft, my answer generally was, if you took a dartboard and you replaced the numbers with positions and threw the dart blindfolded, whatever you hit, the Cowboys probably need. You can make an argument for them needing. And again, one of the positions was cornerback. They needed more depth at cornerback. You brought up Scott, and we got to see what he is. We never got on the field, and so he's going to get an opportunity because they certainly need to find a 4th corner for sure.
100%. Because, Jordan Lewis, he's a 1-year rental, and you think he's getting a bit long in the tooth now. You've got to have to find that replacement. You say Nation Wright. Somebody asked me a question in a mailbag about who's a guy on the bubble, and I was immediately came to mind was Nation Wright, because he can't play. So you're going to think with the Zimmer defense, this is going to move to the cover 2, cover 4. Nation Wright can't do that.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with him?
And I think they got enamored with his size more so than his ability. And so, it'll be interesting to see what they, how they work that out. Who knows what they do with Mukwamu? Is he a safety? Is he a corner? And again, a lot of it will have to do with special teams for sure. Because with the new kickoff rules, that coverage team is going to be more important. You need guys that aren't afraid to tackle. And the tackles are going to happen just because of how close the two lines are on the kickoff. So linebackers and corners that'll tackle will be very valuable on that.
You never know. They might, and the new kickoff rules, they may even bring back the flying wedge, Mickey.
And that sticker's going to the Jets.
Mickey,
let me get a little more volume. I didn't hear that question.
What do you think of the draft class so far, and also what do you think about not addressing the running backs situation?
Yeah, and I don't know that they were gonna. If Jonathan Brooks was there in the second, they might have done that. But here's what happens after that. If whoever you're drafting is not better than Rico Dowdle, then why take him?
Exactly.
If that's the way you think, right? So I don't know that once you get past the third round that you can bring in a running back and it's going to go, oh, he's my starting running back, right? Rico Dowdle probably beat that guy out. And then, they seem to be somewhat serious about bringing back Zeke.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, which would be a nice compliment, right? I don't think he's the lead back, although Jerry said last night after the press conference that he thought somebody asked him, do you think Zeke's still a number one running back in the league? And he goes, I do. I really do. And it's like, well, okay. But again, they should have never got rid of him in the first place. Now, if they had to release him because of salary cap, I understand it. But they should have re-signed him for what New England signed him for and brought him back because as we all saw, once they got inside the 5-yard line, they struggled. And it's nice to have that guy that can hammer the ball in there. And if he's willing to come here for a couple $1 million with incentives, why not? That's the way I look at it.
I think that, like you say, I was with you on the idea that if he's not going to be better than Rico, why bother? But I do think that once we get into the undrafted free agent market, there's going to be some guy that they bring in.
I'm sure they'll do that. As a matter of fact, I was semi, by the way, joking with him. I said, well, why don't they draft the leading rusher in the SEC this year? Cody Schrader,
University from Missouri. Right? Yeah. Led the Power 5.
That's right. Absolutely.
I was talking about him earlier. I mean, the only issue I have, Mickey, tell me if you agree with this or not, right? Because he is an undersized running back. He is short. He is small. Squatty, though. Do you feel that the fact that they have Deuce Bourne on the roster, if they were looking at Cody Schrager, that's going to put him off slightly?
I talked to one of the scouts way before, probably around the combine or something, and I was just curious. I said, does Cody Schrader have a chance? And he said, I could see him being picked in the 5th, 6th round, something like that. Somebody's going to give him a chance just because of his production. And it's a great story, right? A guy that was at Truman University for 3 years and just happened to have a friend that was a friend of Eli Drinkowitz, the Cowboys head coach, and the friend said, hey, can you just let this guy, give him a look, right? Just look at him. And he walked on the first year, and he ended up being the lead runner, and it's like, okay, I guess we'll give him a scholarship for his final year. I mean, it was a wonderful story. Great kid, hard runner, and somehow, some way, he always finds to hit the hole. Now, again, size is, he's not that big, but as a change-up running back, I think he could help somebody.
Yeah, and he actually stood out to me. Like if you're playing in the SEC and you manage to lead in rushing yards, that immediately stands out. But he stood out in the Senior Bowl. He was making some impressive plays, and I was like, okay, I need to watch some more on this. And then I go back and you look, he was an All-American last season.
Yeah, he he was, he was a horse for Missouri, and they were able to run the ball, and he had the ability to see the field and hit creases that weren't very big either, by the way. And I'm sure he, I won't say it, but for kind of a small, obscure running back that didn't look like all the running backs in the college football, right? I think he surprised a lot of people. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Marcellus Dial went to New England there.
So I think that, they're going to leave. Defensive line for me seems to be where this is going to go. And I think it's going to be like a one tech or a nose tackle run stuffer this late into the draft.
Well, just know that when they traded down in the first round, had Darius Robinson still been there, they were taking him. They really liked him because the fact that he could play both spots. I think they looked at him as a defensive end who can move inside on the nickel. And for the first 3 years at Missouri, he was a defensive tackle, and then they moved him to defensive end his senior year. And and he was a game wrecker. I'm telling you, they were serious about getting bigger in the middle, and they still haven't done it. Although I think the Nealon guy, he looks like a starter, a DeMarcus Lawrence starter kit. He will play the run, and he's a little more stout, and he plays hard. So that certainly helps out on that defensive line that they need some help on. They lose two of their rotation guys at defensive end. And now is Sam Williams the starter? Is the full-time starter? This guy has an opportunity to if he can play and play the run, opportunity to earn maybe a starting spot. Who knows? Depending on what they do with Micah Parsons.
Yeah. But I here's a question, because you're gonna know. You're the guy in the know there, Mickey. You're our go-to. Okay. Inside scoop. Do you think they draft a quarterback at all?
They already have.
All right, you got me there.
The fourth round picks the quarterback.
You got me there. All right. Okay.
But you know what? If they draft a quarterback, he's going to be no more than a practice squad guy. He's not going to make the team because they're going to keep all three of those guys. They already paid Trey Lance the roster bonus. And you're going to see a lot of him, by the way, during this offseason, training camp, and preseason. They need to find out just what he is in 1 year.
Well, funnily enough, last year, if you remember me and Paul, we were speaking to a quarterback coach who was working with Trey Lance and Dak Prescott last year.
Yep.
That's it. And he was saying that they were working hard on his passing technique and his release, and he was saying he is coming along. So it'll be interesting to see how far it is.
They're very high on the progress he made. And it was a lot of technique, steps, arm slots, arm angle. And before games, which no one sees this, he's on the field before the real warm-ups start, and he's throwing. He's working his ass off, throwing the ball, and they're kind of keeping an eye on him. And let's remember, Mike McCarthy's developed some young quarterbacks, and this kid has not had a chance to play yet. He didn't get a chance in San Francisco. When he did that second year, he got hurt, missed the rest of the season after starting the first two games. So it'd be interesting to see. And I think Jerry Jones said it best. Somebody asked him that question recently, and he said, well, we like what we've seen so far, but we got to see him compete. We got to see him play and see what he can do. So who knows? But they've got now we're in April, so it's almost May. 7-8 months to figure out just what he is.
I'm with you, because funnily enough, I made the comment that the Jets took Jordan Travis, and I was like, I'm actually glad that happened, because if he was still available while the Cowboys were on the clock, I don't think they would have taken him. But like the fan narrative that's created, like, oh, we've taken Kalen Carson here, but we could have had Jordan Travis. Look at the career he's having, in several years' time.
Right.
And then the two become comparable. And, like, it happens all the time. like with Greg Ellis. But, you know, in a different type of degree, though, I was thinking, I'm glad that's actually happened so we don't have to live with that, you know, hanging over us for the next few years.
All we'd be talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But here we are then. Let's get your takes on some of the guys. Tyler Guyton, give it to us then. Come on.
I think he, I don't want to say he's a project. He just hasn't played that much football. If you look at his career, he only played 1 year in high school. He went to TCU, really didn't do anything after a redshirt year. And then when he got to Oklahoma, I don't know that he played more than, I forgot the bio, but 10 games, 9 games. He needs to play. And then the other thing that needs to happen is how well does he transition from a right tackle to a left tackle? Everybody keeps telling me he's got great feet, so that's a good start. I mean, I've only seen him play a couple of times, and I don't know that anything stood out. I think what stands out is 6'8", 322, right? So that's a good place to start with him.
Very easy to find on tape.
Right, and I don't know about you guys, but I think what you have to judge is not Tyler Guyton, but Tyler Guyton / Cooper Beebe, because they got a 2-for-1, right? And they may have gotten 2 starters instead of just 1 starter. So that 3rd round pick that they got from Detroit was significant, which reminds me of what happened in 2013, right? When they traded down, took Travis Frederick, got a 3rd round pick, and took Terrence Williams. So if you can get a 2-fer on that, then and the guy can play, then you know you did what your goal was, because before the draft started, we were here about 4:30, and I asked Jerry about the possibility of trading down, and he said, yeah, 80% chance we trade down. Well, they ended up getting the trade there. Actually, they were working 4 different trades at the same time, and Detroit's became the best, giving them that 3rd round pick. And even after they got to 29, Kansas City was still trying to trade up, and they were getting some calls from the top of the 2nd round to trade down into the 2nd. So but they got good value for moving down 5 picks.
Absolutely. I mean, the Cooper Beebe pick, I love.
Have you guys seen his highlights?
Yes, yes, we did. That's why we're excited.
Did you see him throwing those guys on the ground?
Yeah.
It was like the one guy it was engaged and he wouldn't go, and he finally said, "Screw you," and he just threw him down.
Yeah. On my Twitter, I've got Cooper Beebe's and I've got Guyton's, and there's a comparable mauling type style with both of them that you see, and the same thing that you see on both tape is there's one where Guyton is over on the left on a screen pass, and he literally forklifts the pass rusher with one arm and throws him down. And then you go to the Cooper Beebe video, and I know the play that you're talking about as it's coming across on the right-hand side, but it's facing away from them. So it's like it's on the wrong side, and you just see him pick the guy up and throw it.
Yeah. And guess what he calls those? He dirts the guy, meaning he puts him in the dirt.
Yeah.
Not a pancake, it's a dirt in his books.
This is what I love about the combination of these 2 picks. It's actually bringing a new identity to the offensive line. You're bringing in big, nasty offensive linemen, and it's going to set the tone going forward. It's trying to potentially reestablish the run game again. So I love it. I really do like it.
You know, the other thing about Beebe is he was a finalist for the academic Heisman Trophy. He's a really seems like an intelligent guy, made academic All-American. So that's what I want of my center, right?
Yeah, exactly. We were just about to say that. It's like I would like to have him at center, because when you think about it, you've got Guyton, you've got Tyler Smith, and you've got Beebe. That left side of that offensive line is going to be nasty.
Yeah, and if he makes the cut at center, and you got Zach Markin on one side and Tyler Smith on the other, that should help out the running game.
And I will say, you want to talk about accolades. Cooper Beebe was Big 12 Offensive Lineman of the Year 2 times in a row. So while he was there, he just dominated. And I found out as well, as the pick was coming in, that he did actually play center during spring ball last year.
Right. He didn't really do it in games, I think he pointed out.
Yeah.
But I think I saw where he did play various spots on the offensive line.
Correct.
And I think I don't want to get him confused with somebody else, but it sounded like he even got a couple snaps against Texas and Baylor as a defensive tackle.
I'm not sure.
I thought I saw that in like just a snap or two in a game, right?
Yeah.
But he had a tackle.
Right. I know Guyton played defensive tackle and he played H-back.
He was a defensive end and then H-back, and then they moved him to offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Go on.
Sorry.
You said Guyton played. Didn't he play a game at tight end as well? Didn't he?
Say that again.
Didn't Guyton play a game at tight end as well? I think I read somewhere.
Maybe at TCU. He said he might have gotten a snap, but he really never played tight end. That was one of those little stories that got going.
Could you imagine being a linebacker, seeing a 300-pound, 6'8" guy running a slant on you? I'd just be like, I'm not even going to bother. I'll just stand here and watch.
Not just that, Mike. If you're pulling your tackle and your guard, like, do you imagine the devastating? If you're that defensive end on the other side of the other side of the line, you're just like, oh crap, I am going to get obliterated here.
Well, I mean, the one good thing about having Guyton playing tight end, he's certainly going to be very able-bodied to wham the nose.
Yeah.
Tackle eligible. Watch out.
Johnny Wilson's off to the Eagles.
I know.
And
Malik Washington's gone.
How many picks did the Eagles have in this 5th round? Jesus.
I have no idea.
I know they've
traded three times or something like that. They've traded.
Well, they keep trading back as well, so they're just picking up everybody's picks.
At the start of day 3, they had 7 picks in day 3, and then obviously with the trades, it's all changed up. But the other thing I wanted to say about Guyton, because I thought you're the perfect guy to ask on this, is so like I've done a scouting report on him, and one of the things I noted on him was that yes, he plays right tackle primarily, but in Oklahoma it was for a left-handed quarterback, which means he's the blindside blocker for the quarterback.
Right.
If he's moving to the left hand, that surely must take into account his ability to be able to continue playing as a blindside blocker.
Yeah, I think that, and that was another thing that factored into it with the idea that he's got to make the switch from right to left, which is not always easy. But, and I'm not trying to compare him with anybody, but Tyron Smith started as a right tackle, and then he ended up on the left side. So if you're good enough, you ought to be able to do it.
Yeah. And I think in Oklahoma, I've heard this even during Lincoln Riley's time, and with him gone, that in Oklahoma when they practice, they actually practice when they're.
Oh, you froze up.
Oh,
have I frozen?
Yeah.
No, you did know. You did know.
All right. No. Yeah,
I the guys could complete your sentence,
No, but I've heard before that Oklahoma's style of training their offensive linemen is they will move their offensive linemen in different positions when they practice for a number of reasons, and one of them reasons is so they each player knows, not so much for injury, but so they know what each guy is having to deal with.
Gotcha.
And I've heard that a number of times, and I'm like, interesting. And because Oklahoma has.
The other good thing, Mike, is that Mike Solari, the offensive line coach, really liked him.
Yeah.
So the good question would be, and they'll never answer it, is if they got to their pick and the 4 guys that they had targeted were all there, which one of them would they have taken?
Yeah.
Here's the question: like, was Graham Barton was he more highly regarded compared to Tyler Guyton?
Yeah, I would think so. Just because and everybody was like, well, he's a center. Well, he last time he played center was his freshman year in college.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at it, is you traded Graham Barton for Guyton and Beebe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think you have to
That's
weigh
a
it.
good exchange.
You have to weigh it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they were one of their goals was to make sure they got another third because they knew they didn't have a fourth. And when you didn't have the fourth, think about this: your fifth was what ended up being the number 174. It was a compensatory pick at the end of the draft, so end of that round, I should say. So that was a big void there. So to get the 9th pick in the 3rd round, I thought was huge.
Yeah, because they bested their own 3rd round pick. Yeah. And then, like you say, you corral out with the 2 together. They've doubled it. Oh, and look at this. Nick Eatman's guy is gone. Jace McLennan.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. Nick wanted him.
Casey Washington's also going to Falcons as well. So,
but Brendan Rice is still available. Wide receiver, Jerry Rice's son.
Yep.
That would be so funny. Seeing Jerry Rice cheer.
They tried to get Jerry Rice. They could do maybe the next best thing, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to Rices.
Yeah. Because I like the thing I've said, I don't know if you agree with this, Mickey, that because people keep saying, wide receiver is a need for Dallas. I say, if you want to boil it to a more specific wide receiver, is an X-type possession receiver because they've got plenty of slot guys, they've got plenty of burner guys, but the thing they've seldom got really is an X-type wide receiver, and I think Brendan Rice fills that role.
Right. Well, I think with the wide receiver position, you're counting on Jalen Tolbert to take the next step.
You're hoping. Yeah.
How much can you use Kevontae Turpin, right? Can you get him into more stuff? But what if one of your top 2 guys gets hurt? Who's the next wide receiver? And I think that concerns you. So when people would ask me about would they take a wide receiver, and my answer is why not?
Yeah, exactly.
We see what happens when you run out of depth on a team. And, it happened at linebacker last year, and it happened at cornerback.
And I said the exact same thing on a show like maybe about an hour ago. Is that so much of this offense goes through CeeDee Lamb, right? We've seen what happens if CeeDee Lamb isn't able to be that guy. So you kind of get a feel of what this offense is like if, God forbid, I mean, touching wood, say we lose CeeDee Lamb for a game or 2. Like, how does that look? Because without him
look good.
No, it doesn't exactly because he's literally plan A, B, and C at the moment. So, like I said, why would wide receiver not be a big option here? Because if you lose CeeDee Lamb, you have nothing.
No, nothing that you can count on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's another thing. Now you want guys to step up; they'll get the opportunities, right? But you don't look at any of the guys that are backup guys right now as being, okay, this could be my number 1 receiver. And Brandon Cooks only has 1 year left on his contract.
And what did he show you in the Green Bay game when CeeDee Lamb fell off the shelf? You needed him to step up. And I said this a million times. I'm not blaming Brandon Cooks for the Green Bay game. But when CeeDee Lamb dropped off and you were looking at Brandon Cooks to be the guy, well, the guy who really stepped up was Michael Gallup of all random places.
Right. He's available.
Would you, though? Would you, Mickey?
Well, I don't know. It would be tough to bring him back. Here's the deal, and I've always learned this, you guys. Players will not take a pay cut in their own locker room. They'll go somewhere else. Right. Yeah. And it's just a pride thing, which I used to think that. And then I asked Michael Irvin when he told me, guys won't take a pay cut in their own locker room. And I said, why is that? He goes, because the wives talk. Leave it to Michael, right?
Yeah. That does sound like it's very thing he would say.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. As much fun as this is, I need to get back at it. So,
of course, man.
Of course, Mickey. Of course.
If you don't stop,
no,
love having you on. Like I say, if you don't stop, I'm gonna keep badgering you, mate.
Well, that's all right. Just go ahead. I don't mind. Enjoy talking with you guys. All right.
No,
have a good one, Mickey.
Thank you very much, Mickey.
Okay. Enjoy the, rest of the night, huh?
Yeah,
I guess, yeah.
yeah.
I'll see you guys.
See you,
Nice
Mickey.
one. Try, Mickey. All right, let's get Mickey out of there. There we go. So we can.
That was a pleasant surprise to see him drop in. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
This is some sneaky insight there, though. Maybe you gave away too much.
Well, what can we say, mate? You do know how to push people's buttons.
I'll try and get the most out of people, mate.
So we won't tell anybody. I don't think anybody else.
I don't know. We've got like 400 people watching, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we won't tell anybody apart from the 400 people who are joining the show right now.
Yeah, but I'm sure they've all got it on mute.
I might video capture it and post it snippets on Instagram. And
that's going to be one of the mini moments where he's giving like a. And there goes one of my guys, Mackay Wingo from LSU. He's just gone. Darn. All my guys are going. But interestingly, Leonard Taylor from Miami still available, nose tackle.
Yep. Again, it's got to be that guy.
That's Wingo gone.
He's not.
Yeah, he's gone. He is out of here. Okay. So let me get this. We have another guest who's going to be popping in after the Cowboys make their final pick.
Cool. So, if that's the case, if you're saying that, I would imagine it's still someone else from Cowboys Media. If that's the case,
no. Well, I got two. One of them is RJ. The other one is a very big favorite of ours. It's Big Game James.
Hey.
Yeah. And then once that's done and he's out of there, I'm gonna pop back onto another show.
I'm going straight to bed.
Yeah.
I've got an article to write.
We've still got another 25 picks.
And you wonder why I don't want to write articles.
Mate, I had the perfect setup for an article to make you some buckaroonies. I would have even done the heavy lifting. I would have done the heavy lifting.
Like, honestly, it was good, but it's just not for me. It's just not for me, man. If you ask me to build you a website or graphics, then cool, no problem. give me my money.
Show them my money.
Show me the money.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, we do. I think I maybe like just crack into half of it and then just like get the skeleton of it all put together and finish it off tomorrow. Because I mean, we've still got, so there won't be a Tuesday show because we're into the off season, the post draft off season schedule of UK Cowboys show. So it's every Thursday, but we do have a show on a Wednesday, Paul.
Oh yeah, so we do. Yeah.
There's that, and then obviously then there's the World's team, which will be kicking off at the end of May.
So Eagles are just taking a backup center for them. So Dylan McMahon.
That's actually a good pickup for the Eagles, to be fair.
Yeah.
They've gone heavy on offensive line depth right now.
Yeah, because they're trying to find out who's going to be the guy to replace Jason Kelsey.
They've got quite a bit to try and figure out there, haven't they?
That's a pretty cool one. Adam Schefter just tweeted. So the 181 Chargers took Kamani Vidal and Troy, and I had a picture. His great uncle is baseball legend Hank Aaron.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I see. To Mike Bill's comment, I'm very intrigued to see what Jerry has up his sleeve for announcing the schedule this year.
Oh God!
Like we've had Post Malone, we've had blah blah blah, we had Dolly Parton doing the Thanksgiving, etc. So I'm very intrigued to see what he's got up his sleeve this year.
Jesus Christ, Trav, you made me jump. You all right, man?
Are you
Oh, somebody please video clip that.
Scared the living daylights out of me. I'll be back now, guys.
Oh, that was amazing.
Paul, are you going to see the halftime show this time? Say that.
Well, we don't know. Well, for the Texans game, it might not be Thanksgiving, but that 2025, I can't promise anything.
Yeah, you'll have all of us to lead him astray, you know. So
no, it's literally what's that movie where they're basically carrying the dead guy about? Is it
Weekend at Bernie's?
Aye, and that. Like I'm like,
that was
certainly on the walk home. That was you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I fell in that ditch. Oh yeah.
I'll just sit here, guys. You go on, Paul. It's 5 degrees. It's getting colder.
And it was just literally was walking down, and it was you and Matt going, well, can we just get a taxi? No, we're at the bottom of the street that we've got the house at. No, can we just not get a taxi? Because it's like, no, we're literally at the end of the street where we're staying. Why would we book a taxi? Because I just want to go.
Honestly, the Airbnb I just stayed at is actually round the corner from CC's and Jack in the Box. I was like, why can I not find that place instead? That place would have made more sense, but during football season, it's like more higher premium, obviously, but that place was really good where I was staying at. I looked like an extra from The Walking Dead. I'm not gonna disagree with that comment, Mike. Hold on, let me pop it up. Actually, there we go. Yeah, I think the best way to describe how I look like the mountain from Game of Thrones in season 7, with unable to walk.
Good time.
Yeah. Oh man, good freaking memories, man.
Yeah, especially when we got back and there was quite a few pictures flying around that we didn't even realise they'd been taken. I think was it us three, Darren and Mike under the flag that Mike had took. The pink lawn sat over your head, I sat over your mid-rib, and Darren was just laid over the top of it. And I'm like, what actually happened on that photo? Because can't be taken.
There's a lot of stuff I don't really even remember. It was captured on camera. I don't even half remember that stuff.
Yeah.
I still think the funniest part was you, Lauren, just randomly giving some girl your hoodie. Like, he's like, you just take it.
Well, she was good after you, and you weren't.
I told her, hell no.
I thought just to clear things up, I'd pass it on and stop her bugging you if nothing else. Because
to be fair, though, I think one of the funniest things was when we got back from our nice little drinky session, and you might decide to go out with Shannon. And we had to open the door to let you in, and I come out of the toilet, and Mike's like, "What are you doing?" And it was like watching Paul audition for a part in Harry Potter. We were waving the carving knife out from his turkey like you would in Harry Potter.
Expelliarmus.
and dropping it on his foot as well.
Yeah, I stabbed my foot. Yeah, that was something.
Mike, will you cut the chicken leg off of me? All right, give me the knife. What? I'm cutting the turkey leg off because you asked. No, but you're just taking the piss out of me now.
Didn't I not take one of the turkey legs into the shower or something like that?
We found it somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, we found it somewhere in the shower.
Oh, wow. The Patriots have just selected another quarterback. Joe Milton.
Oh, yeah. Joe Milton, the third.
Wow.
said, I think one of the scary moments was one of the mornings I can't when it was. I got to bed on the sofa, woke up the next morning.
That's right, I forgot about this. I forgot. Yeah, Mike Bill got run over. Like, not when we were over, but the previous visit. Like, Mike got hit over by a car.
Was that the same year, though, that he walked into the glass door?
No, this was literally, I don't know, what, 4 weeks before Thanksgiving or something like that, and he wasn't too sure if he was going to be fit enough to travel, like, or something like that. I can't remember. Mike, if you can explain everything, I'll try and narrate it, type of thing. But yeah, I think it was something along those lines, and I was like, jeez. Like,
probably.
Yeah, it was the Patriots game. Yeah, it was the Patriots game.
I think it's safe to say that we should not be allowed anywhere within 3,000 miles of Dallas.
Yeah.
I'll just say this: if there's Cayman Jacks in like literally a meter's distance from me, take it away from me because I will tan that. Like, that's all I drank pretty much when I got over there a couple of weeks ago is Cayman Jacks. I freaking love that stuff. Yeah. Canned margaritas. Tanner McLaughlin from Arizona is just been drafted by the Bengals. He broke Rob Gronkowski's still record for tight end. Interesting.
I've just seen the stat as well because we were talking about how many times.
That's a good question. So, Mike is now allowed to go back to a game this year, but I need to ask you, Mike, what game are you planning going to this year? Because I am planning going to the Cowboys versus Texans game this year, and if you're there, it'd be good to catch up again, bro. You all good there, Mike? Your microphone's still off.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Just updating my board.
Thanks, Kevin, as usual. Cool. No worries, mate.
Just because we were talking about how many times the Eagles have traded today. Apparently they've traded 9 times in this draft, a record since.
Oh man. But yes, guys, if you're watching on Twitter and if you want to interact with the show, be sure to come on to our YouTube stream and send us your comments. Send us what you think about the draft. Let us know what you think the next pick is going to be. We would love to bring your comments onto the show, make more discussion, and yeah, get more engaged with us. So come along. I'll tell you something though. I just love these commercials. I freaking love these commercials, man. Ryan Watts, cornerback, Texas, is off to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think if right, I think that's all the UT players off the board now. In it,
yeah, I think so. Just a minute.
He's good to see.
No, you still got Jordan Whittington.
Sorry, yeah, Jordan Whittington. Fingers crossed we see his name called tonight.
Yep.
It's not okay.
After today, I will be sleeping until Monday. I am with you, Joe. I am with you 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
I am going to be sleeping like a baby on Sunday. And if Arnie wakes me up, oh God, I'm just going to dump him off to my mum's so I can sleep. They're bringing dogs on the stage now?
Yep.
Oh my God. I want another dog now. And I'm just bashing my own dog there, like absolutely slating my dog. Elizabeth just commented, did you guys discuss Carson had to step away? Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did. A good defensive back for the defending the run, if nothing else. A surefire tackler. Should also help out in special teams as well. But not so much a man defender. He's more of a zone defender. So
yeah. It sounds like your typical 5th round draft pick for the Cowboys. It seems to be, for recent years, it seems to be cornerback, pretty much in recent years. So, yeah. But if it adds more depth to what we've got right now, it's not exactly Stephen Gilmore's replacement by all means, but the main and most important parts is that we have addressed O-line, we have addressed linebacker, so, and obviously, well, the whole running back discussion is still kind of, but there is reasons behind that though.
Yeah, I mean, again, because he's a good run support cornerback as well, that should help, because the games where we gave up a lot of yardage were not in the middle. They were, Buffalo found a way to bounce it out to the outside and get past our guys. So that's the problem. So
absolutely,
he is a physical corner. That's the first thing that comes out. Like, more than anything, the issues with him is his backpedal and missteps. Because you can work on that, you can work on the rest. As a traitsy guy that you look for at this stage, I'm perfectly fine with this pick, and it's needed. We need cornerback.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I need to update our picks, don't I? Kind of left that by the wayside there.
Yep.
Do you know when you're that tired, you can actually feel your eyes pulsating? That's how tired I am.
When we like that before the Super Bowl, when we stayed at yours.
Yeah, then you all of a sudden you decided to put them freaking disco lights in the hotel room.
I didn't put the disco lights in the hotel room. The hotel put the disco lights in the hotel
but
room.
you flicked on the on switch.
Them on.
Well, of course I'm going to switch them on.
It was the fact that Paul tried to knock the hell out of me if he didn't stop.
I will never stop.
I wanted to strangle Mike so badly that at that moment. I
will
really
never stop.
Like, not only he pushes the buttons to get the scoop, but he pushes the buttons on his good friends to make them go absolute mental. He's like literally our very own Bart Simpson.
Mm-hmm. Who the hell are you?
I remember.
Eat my shorts.
It's actually funnier in your actual Welsh accent there. Oh, brilliant. Right. I think this requires Iron Brew.
Iron Brew. I love Iron Brew.
Jamie, you're an actual northerner. The fact that you actually could crave a little bit of Iron Brew right now.
I'm gonna drive my car up to you right now, so get me a bottle.
Oh, get over here, son.
Oh, love a good Iron Brew.
Nectar.
Always remember one of the best, and it sounds even weird saying it, one of the best Iron Brew stories ever. It's with Paul. I can't remember what game it was. It might actually be in the Chiefs Lions game when we went to Wembley.
That's right.
One of the train stations, we went to Burger King and Paul ordered the food. And he went, what drink do you want? He went, Iron Brew. And they went, what? I went, you don't do Iron Brew? And they went, well, cancel my fucking order then.
Yeah, that's right.
Just walked out of the train station. I was like, what are you doing? He went, yeah, Iron Brew, I don't want it.
Yeah. I'm very set in my ways, Jamie. I'm not going to lie.
are they taking so long to announce the Rams pick? It's been in for about 10 minutes.
They're setting up probably a TV feed in Australia to announce it or something like that. That's probably what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh,
it was the
Tyler
same with
Davis at Clemson.
Oh.
They didn't even do a feed.
They just decided, screw it, do it for the next one.
Right, I need to make room on my phone. I have filled my phone up this weekend with so much rubbish.
I've got a picture of Will McClay on my phone. I don't know why. It's just on there.
Don't know how that's happened. Probably something I was thinking of and I never bothered.
I've got my doppelganger on my phone. Earthquake from the WWE.
I have. Do you know? I found a fantastic picture, Paul, of you.
Of me? Oh God!
Oh, hold on.
Right, you might as well put it on screen. For entertainment wise for our viewers right now.
Trying to figure out how can I get this on there. Hold on, I'll just put it on my phone and raise it to the camera.
No, you can show your screen.
It's on my phone.
Oh.
Oh wait. Can you share screen on your phone? You can. No, I'll just do this. This is gonna be way easier. Where is it? I didn't even know how it's on my phone, and I'm like, I don't remember this photo at all. Here it is.
Oh God. Oh, that was in the barbecue.
Yeah, but you're very, very hungover and very upset.
Yeah, I look like I want to kill you.
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah, that's it. We should have got
this was after you left to Iowa, Jamie.
What it? Oh, I was thinking it was the day when we went to the.
No, this was a Ferris Wheelers, not Hardy.
And we were still at the bar watching UT. He just turned and went to the bar and doing. You had got 2 day cameras. I've got an awful hangover.
I had a hangover every day.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing, though. I barely drink back here now. I rarely drink, but whenever I'm back in Texas, where it comes to football season, it's like every night. It's like,
Yep.
Where the hell did you take that?
That's
on the plane?
That's on the plane.
That's like a.
Still, he was so bang on the money.
That is the funniest stuff ever. That
I was weak. Like even as I was doing it, I was weak.
Zion Logan's gone as well.
I've missed a whole load of picks because it's suddenly saying New Orleans is picks in.
Yeah,
I know. What the hell?
Yeah, I need to update my board.
Good God.
There's like it's good because like my board is filling up with all the yellows, which is a good sign because it's like
So Zion Logue, Patrick McMorris went to the Dolphins, and I know I've seen this pick as well.
Oh, this is so frustrating. Waiting and waiting and waiting.
See, now this pick with Carolina would have been ours. Coming.
There we go. Filling up nicely. Right.
Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa, goes to the Saints.
Another defensive tackle.
Good guy as well. Interestingly, Leonard Taylor is still available.
Yep.
So is Evan Anderson.
He was who we took with like our final pick of our mock draft, wasn't he?
It was. But I think he'll go higher now. The way how these D tackles are going right now, I think he'll go higher. Wouldn't surprise me he'll be in the 6th round. Wouldn't surprise me. Because he fits the mold for what you want is the guy to take on two offensive linemen on the double team.
Yeah, the two gapper.
He's definitely built for taking on double teams.
And we're still 17 picks away from it now. Picks left. So this is they're not too fast to each other.
For a news update,
All right.
Cowboys jerseys reassignment changes. Jalen Tolbert is now number 1. Damone Clark is number 18, and Martavis Bryant is number 84.
Interestingly,
DeMarvion Overshown is also going number 13 as well. So,
and not zero, no zeros.
I hate the zero number. I hate it.
Jerry must have the kibosh on 0.
Probably. It's more than likely.
Jersey change numbers. I've seen it on Twitter earlier, and I was trying to see. I was waiting for a perfect opportunity to bring. What do you reckon Zeke will wear when he comes back? 15.
Well, 21's still available because obviously Gilmore's not there.
True.
Thinking we'll try to go for 15 to start reselling jerseys with his name on.
I don't think it makes sense commercially.
Yeah.
Well, then again, actually, people might rebuy the jersey for number 15, but not at the end of your career. No.
Yeah.
No.
Because here's the thing: there was when I was in the pro shop back there in Dallas, there was Ezekiel Elliott jersey still on sale, along with Pollard.
Oh yeah, I mean you'll still get them. Like at the end of the day, they're mass produced and then they keep them into clearance. Then don't they?
Yeah. But I'm happy I got my Jake Ferguson jersey. I really wanted my Brandon Aubrey, but I would need to get that customized, unfortunately.
Like I know for a fact you can still at the moment you can get Dalton Schultz jerseys.
Yeah,
I've seen Rico Gathers jerseys still on sale.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's still there. One moment, guys.
Yep.
Stop showing me videos of dog puppies, man. Seriously. Oh God.
That's another defensive tackle gone there. Jaden Crumady.
Yep, they're coming right off the board now.
Yeah.
Elizabeth just says, I can't believe Tolbert is still in the lineup. He showed no great improvement. I somewhat kind of disagree with that. Like, he's not featured what we would like, but when he had been on the field, he did show some glimpses of what he can do. He did make some really good first downs. I can't remember what game it was, Lauren. Do you remember what game it was?
Oh, late on in the season.
It was late on the season. Was it?
We saw him catch a couple of passes in the game last year. So
that's right. Yeah, So I think the jury, like, I think there is still time for him. I think, but yeah.
I mean, he had 22 receptions last season. I think if you go back and listen to the podcasts that the Cowboys media had said, they predicted that a good season for him would be 20 to 30 catches or so. So
yeah,
he's certainly done that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Certainly got got 2 TDs as well. So what he needs to work on this season, a lot of that was he didn't get much after the catch yardage. So
yeah,
he
and now with
needs to work on his separation.
Yeah, now with Gallup gone, he needs to really step up this year.
Yep.
Mm.
And more to the point, he didn't jump off. He didn't line up offside.
No, he didn't.
Like that, so.
Yeah, thank goodness. My God, I'll never forgive him for that one against Green Bay.
Yeah.
Another game that we should have won.
Yeah.
Speaking about Green Bay, their pick is in.
Wow. Leeds got absolutely turned over last night, and Ipswich had just conceded right ahead to draw, so it goes to the last game of the season. Even though Ipswich have still got a game in on next week. Jesus. Nobody else wants to go up with Ipswich.
So the Colts took Micah Abraham there at 201, and Packers have just taken Travis Glover from Georgia State tackle.
So that's now our thing now, a puppy segment. My God. Oh my God.
Best available. Jeez.
Oh, Vikings are in.
One of them dogs to take a piss all over.
I know.
That's what they were. That's what they were just talking about last year in Kansas City. The host on the left, or well, our left, got peed on, and they've got a backup T-shirt for him.
Yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake! This is getting ridiculous.
Oh, Minnesota have taken a kicker.
Oh, the first kicker off the board. Oh my God. Ian Rappaport's dog is the best.
That's the right name as well for a dog. Oh, me, I like it.
Yeah. From Walk Forest.
Oh, for goodness sake. Joe's like, bring out the ladies in bikinis. If only.
Bring on the DCC. Come on.
And saying that, speaking about the DCC, that's something we're trying to work on, I guess, is try and get some more Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders alumni back on the show. Hopefully.
Well, she try and do it before the Netflix documentary comes out this summer as well.
Well, I'm thinking about the alumni because they're not really going to be as featured as much compared to the actual girls that are actually competing for a spot.
Yeah.
It was so interesting. Like when I was in the Star with Cal Yeomans, he was telling me like he showed me the studio, the cheerleader studio where they practice and stuff like that. It's basically right beside the war room, essentially. And he was telling me, so yeah, the film crew comes in here in 2 weeks' time, so they'll probably be there to start filming right about now. I would assume.
Yep.
Travis Glover has gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Yep. Elizabeth just said we should have been in the Super Bowl in the last few years with the Tampa. That's why Dan Quinn stayed. Yeah. But he also. But at the same time, I blame Dan Quinn for that Green Bay game.
Yeah, totally.
Yep. So does Stephen Gilmore, if nothing else, as well.
Mm-hmm.
He should never have changed his defensive scheme just to accommodate a half-injured player.
Yeah,
like it's why not take the whole Bill Belichick philosophy? Next man up. Do your job. Next man up. And
he played a scheme, a defensive scheme that just does not fit. Like we was
never done it. We haven't done it all year.
We was in nickel or dime defense on 56 of the 58 defensive snaps. It just blows my mind.
And Jordan Love looked like bloody Brett Favre in that game
because he had so much freedom of movement.
I know.
We got very little pressure up front and give him the time to.
You're just not playing with your strengths, are you? You know. And I'm just catching up. I'm just doing my board, and I'll be with you. Mike Abraham. Okay, I know where he is. He's down here. Where did they click him off? Travis Glover. Travis Glover was a 30 visit.
It was?
Interesting.
Tyron Grabo, UCF tackle. He's off to Buffalo.
Oh, and we have a kicker off the board.
Yeah, we do. We have our first kicker off.
Yeah. You can argue whether he's the best or Cam Little. It's up to you, really. Why is that comment like that? There we go. So, right, okay, that's why. Why is it all the way up there? Yeah. And we got Tylan Grable. Okay. Then I'm all up to date, guys.
Yep.
And
only 43 picks left to go.
Yay! I got asked the question just while I was gone by somebody from BTP. They were like, don't know how you do it. And I was like, well, it goes on one of two ways. Either in a daze or very, very drunk. And I got to be up at 9:30 to coach a rugby game. Yeah.
Oh, rather you than me.
Ha Oh yeah, you're definitely Bart Simpson, and I'm Nelson Muntz.
Oh, see, I want. No, I'll leave it there. I was thinking of the movie. How was that?
What movie?
The Simpsons movie.
Overrated.
It played its part. There was some funny parts in it.
There was.
Especially the beginning. The beginning was funny.
It's like they already did everything on the TV series. It's like, what else could they bring?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Mike
like
Tomlin?
doing like a Family Guy movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although I suppose Ted kind of really is a Family Guy movie in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's true. A lot more cruder than Family Guy, let's be honest.
Definitely, yeah. That's not to say that Family Guy is not crude.
Although Ted, the TV series, is freaking brilliant. It's absolutely, it's so good.
The dad, I think, is brilliant. And the mum.
Yeah.
The mum is funny too.
Jawar Jordan, Louisville, going to the Texans.
Running back.
Is that updated? So now all we're doing is we're just waiting to, where are we? Oh, we're slowly getting there.
Well,
once we get past
5, 6, 7, 8,
We're up with the deal.
11 picks to go.
Because once you get past the Cleveland pick, it'll start to come into focus a little bit more here. And then we just got another lovely long wait for the final pick. Are you guys playing all the way to the end, or do we just wait for the Cowboys pick and close shop?
Cowboys have got 2 picks. They've got 2 picks in the 7th. So
correct, yeah.
We might as well stick to the last pick anyway, and then just quickly review the draft and thank everybody for.
Okay. Whichever way you want to do it, brother.
Thank you. We might as well see the cat like we need to go back to all the way out to the last pick. We see pick 244, and
we get to see Mr. Irrelevant.
That's Nathaniel Watson just gone.
Is that what pick start? Is that 256?
257.
257. Unless you want to leave it just 2 hours and do 2 to 244, and then we review it. Just the Cowboys draft then. I can get to bed more than anything. Need to sleep. Looks like Paul's going to stick matches in his eyes already.
Yeah.
Oh.
And yes, so I mean we'll get there. All right, so
Steve is heading off. Steve.
SBM is out of here.
Yep. No, thank you, Stephen, for swinging by and sticking with us and listening to us talk a lot of crap. So, all the best, mate, and we'll definitely catch up soon. All right.
Yeah, if you need on Steve, you know where we are, but just drop it in line.
So Mike Jarrell.
Findlay.
So here's an interesting one, right? And I'll ask you guys this, and everybody watching at home, that the Cowboys traded away their 4th round pick, right? They get Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Okay, say what you want about the trade, regardless. Okay. But that pick goes to the Saints that they use in a trade. And they take the safety, Malik Mustafa. Question being here is, who would you rather have? Trey Lance or Malik?
I don't even know.
Malik.
Interesting.
Only
I'd
because
probably go with Trey Lance because you know that you had a second round grade on him when he was coming out. There was flashes of potential before he went down with the gruesome ankle injury. You know that you know that if anything happens to Dak, your season's probably over in a way. Cooper Rush isn't your life savior or anything like that. And, this is, you would have had the insurance of having Trey Lance last year. Obviously, talking to Life Craig and what have you, there was a lot of
Dylan Loopy, running back, New Hampshire, for the Raiders.
Go on, sorry, carry on, mate.
Yeah, so for me, that would be Trey Lance I would take. So, and again, safety's not really a position we are worrying about this year, because you have, again, you've re-upped Hooker, you've re-upped Donovan Wilson, you've got young guys like Wanway Thomas, obviously Marquise Bell's supposed to be going back to safety as well. So
yeah. And I definitely think he will go back to safety.
Can I throw it just a little sideways?
Yes.
Knowing what we know now, I'd rather kept the 4th round pick and then traded.
I will
in our backup, and then not that he would have taken the stand up, but then you've got that thing of they're going to push each other then. So Dak, because Justin Fields probably got more chance of beating out Dak, even though he probably wouldn't. I mean, he's got more chance of beating out Dak than Lance has.
Josh Carty's just gone there to Rams.
Healthy competition.
The Stanford kicker.
Does have a big leg, Joshua Carty.
Back in a minute, boys. I'll be back.
In terms of like how much power they can put on a kick, Joshua Carty probably has the biggest leg.
Yeah, he's made 8 field goals of 50 yards in his career, so
huge
or 50 plus yards. Yeah. God, the picks are flying in now. Actually, there was a dry spell there where it was just
taking a while.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. For God's sakes. Get off my screen. Oh, right, I see. There. That's better.
Interesting. Christian Mahogany's still available at guard if you wanted.
There's a couple of guys who I'm surprised are still available. Christian Mahogany, 4th round grade for me. Let me have a look. See who's the highest graded player. Leonard Taylor's a 3rd round. He's a 5th. Who else have we got? King is
just as I say that, Mahogany goes to the Lions.
You jinxed it. Let me just update, and I will continue to look at this. Who's the
what's the lottery numbers on next week? Just you painting these pictures while we go. that's the 2 you've done tonight so far. You were like information and then literally.
Oh, I know.
You need to do a lot of numbers for us.
I did a couple last night as well. It was, literally just saying, "Oh, the pick could be so and so," and then, sure enough,
No. Running back? No. See. Oh, Jaden Hicks, the strong safety out of Washington State. He's barely squeaking in as a top 100 player on my board. And Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice is 92nd.
Yeah.
So if I go through that, he's 92nd. Well, what's Leonard Taylor? Leonard Taylor is... So Leonard Taylor... So at the moment, the highest graded player on my board is Brendan Rice.
Right.
That would make more total sense to get him there.
Yep. PFF have Michael Pratt, the QB from Tulane, at 97. Blake Watson at 114, and then Brendan Rice.
Michael Pratt. He's a sixth rounder. I mean, like, there's no way you can have a guy who's got an ACL injury that late in the season last year as a top 100 player. I know he came back and he played in the Senior Bowl, but like you have to drop a guy down for a big injury that late. You just got to drop him down around. There's just no way. Yeah, I just can't see how you can do it. The IQ is there with Michael Pratt, but it's the release. And he doesn't have much mobility, but it's the release. It's so it's not very quick at all.
Mm.
Here we go. We got an answer to the question here from Liz. She would take Trey over Malik. I think the trouble with PFF is I think they just rank things off their grades.
Yeah.
I mean, it plays its part. It plays its part. Do you know what I mean? It's helpful, I think, in kind of like grouping things together. But I'm not sure if their draft, that's how they do it. I'm not entirely sure. I would love to know. Mal Hayden off the board. There we go. Oh, we're almost there, guys. Oh. Yeah.
Nah, kicker off the list, Cam Little from Arkansas.
Waiting for him to go. See, and I don't mind the idea of taking kickers this late in the draft. Day 2, way too early.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't do a freaking Raiders and pick him in the first round.
The 49ers took somebody in the third round, didn't they? A couple of seasons back. And I was like, what?
Yeah, it was like Kate.
Was it not Moody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Raiders, did the Raiders not take Punter as well? Well, they took Janikowski and then took, did they not take, who was it, Leckler as well, later on in that draft as well?
I mean, the thing is we can talk about, you know, the punter situation there, but look how long he played and at the level he played at.
Yeah.
And there was the Tampa kicker as well. I forget his name.
Oh, Aguayo or something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That never came off at all.
Shane Leckler was 2000. pick, 5th round pick.
Oh, Dewey.
And Janikowski was. So Janikowski was the 2000 draft as well. So yeah, they took a punter and a kicker in the same draft.
Mental.
I mean, it sticks to the conversation we always have that they don't know how to draft.
Yeah.
And we've seen that again this year.
That was still back in the days of Al Davis as well. So
yeah. Oh,
there we go. You could tell now we're into the dead end of things here when nobody can be bothered to just sit there.
It literally almost feels like hours after the first round, after the 24-hour draft we did.
we need some Heckma Harrison hype.
Yeah,
I did message him.
He doesn't want to come back because he knew like how he screwed up the fantasy lounge.
That was him, not me.
That's what I'm saying.
He's been on since.
Yeah.
Has he?
Yeah. Because he complained about the fact that he went first. So
it was a bad week to be doing that.
Yeah.
That was a wild game. Dak breaks his thumb. Nobody does anything. Tampa's all over it. It was just a cluster mess.
Yep.
Big Game James says he'll come on soon.
It's the wait. It's been so long. A week after this, we've only got 17 picks. It's not too bad.
Yeah, day 3 is always the grind, though, isn't it? And it's not just because it's the longest round. It's like you've already done 2 days of it.
Yeah,
you've done 2 days of being up till 6 in the morning.
Yeah,
like for this, even though it's only one day, I know they reduced it to 5 minutes. They shouldn't reduce the times on the last day. Your 6th, 7th round are like 2.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah,
100, like 150 seconds.
Yeah, what's the move of having it for this one?
That's long enough to figure out what it is you want to do.
Yeah, but to be fair though, I suppose once you get to end of the 4th, you really should know what you want to do because it's more BPA at this point.
You should have your board set at that point. Yeah. I totally agree. Did you hear of Jamie's idea, Paul, of instead of going to a Thanksgiving game, not next year, so in 3 years' time, instead we go to the draft.
Wait, sorry.
Liz is out of here as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Jordan
Thank you. It's
Jordan Whittington, Rams.
Yeah, that's him gone. Clean slate for Texas.
That's it. No, that's it for you. I think UT plays it off the board, which is good.
Yep.
But yeah, sorry, Mike. Go on. Sorry.
No, I was saying, like, so we could do the draft. You know, go to an NFL draft. We could do like a show before, and we could like go outside the start. There is something that we could do as well. An idea that has come up before.
Cover the draft from the draft. A live show. That'd be insane.
Jesus.
Don't do it sober either.
Yeah.
That would be. But it's such a great experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, the 2026 draft is going to be in Pittsburgh. 2027, New Orleans. And 2028, the capital of the U.S., Washington, D.C.
2027 will sound intriguing. Did you go to? You went to New Orleans, Paul, didn't you?
Yeah, and it's mental. I wouldn't like. I'll be honest. I wouldn't do New Orleans if I'm being honest.
When you say mental, what do you mean just high?
Well, put it this way: I witnessed the gun shooting.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's something different.
I was thinking more of the strip because it's supposed to be really good for drinking, isn't it? Usually.
That's where it happened.
Oh fucking hell! Yeah. Let's just do it for a moment. Let's do another 24-hour show. Actually, let's do a 72-hour show.
I think we should do an away game.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Cedric Johnson, Old Miss.
Like I would say, on the basis of because of what you could do, it's kind of. I don't mean to be disrespectful to Giants fans and to the UK Giants, but I'd like to go to a Giants game away in New York because then you're in New York. The only thing that puts me off is MetLife Stadium.
Yeah. Which is not technically in New York, it's in New Jersey.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it. Yeah.
And I've heard, I don't know the truth, but I've heard it's a bit of a...
I'll tell you somewhere I am definitely not interested going to, if that's the case. Buffalo.
Or Washington FedEx Field.
Yeah, I was going to say Washington.
Yeah. Like, unless Buffalo's an indoor, like their new stadium's indoor, then perhaps, but it's the cold weather I'm not that particularly interested in. Somewhere warm.
They're not doing an indoor.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that.
The new one's open top. Again.
I'd like to do Indy.
That's a good shout.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to do Lambeau Field, but that game will sell it so quickly.
Yeah.
And also, if you're going, say like in the winter time, good luck.
Yeah.
Wisconsin in winter.
Nah.
The Bears, if they get that new stadium off the ground, that'll be. They've just put the
Chicago is a shout, and it's easy to access from airports. So.
Yeah, when I will in fact,
what is it?
It's not a train from the airport to downtown. Straight from one train.
You were in Chicago, weren't you, Jamie?
And it snowed.
I know it was nice and warm in Dallas, and he ends up in Chicago. It's snowing.
Yeah. The first photo we get off Jamie is just like looking out of his window, and it's just white.
Yeah.
But then Graham went to Dallas, and it was -10.
Yeah.
I know. What the hell?
But then it swung its in roundabouts again, because obviously we went to Texas. It was nice and warm. Went to Iowa. Was not too bad. Woke up on the Sunday morning. It fucking snowed. I was like, what the hell? It was nice to experience it, but I was like, I wish I had some kind of free weather. I wasn't even expecting it, and it was it was nice. Don't get me wrong, but freaking cold.
So the 49ers are before us. Do they go for Rice just to make sure that we don't?
Oh, God, you imagine? Oh.
You're just for spite. But it would be something the Cowboys would do. It'd be something the Cowboys would do.
Bo Limmer, Arkansas center, just went.
Have the Cowboys
No, we've picked. Who
did we pick?
Ryan Flournoy of South Missouri State, wide receiver.
I completely missed that.
Yeah. That flew by.
Yeah.
The 49ers took Jarrett Kingston, guard from USC.
I completely missed that. What the frick?
Yeah.
Yeah. It never even flashed up, did it?
No.
We're just going. I mean, I've been on an advert there for about the past 7 minutes or so, and come back and it's
just come back on now. Yeah, that was really random. I trust it to be the only pick that we missed. That was.
So I've got nothing on Ryan Flournoy.
No, I don't. I haven't got him on my board. And I have like 400 odd players on my board.
Let me see if I can get anything from Dane's pick.
Okay. Here's interesting. I'm going to put this up on my Twitter. The only thing I have on him is his combine tests.
So it wasn't
and it is insane. He had a 39.5-inch vert and a 132-inch broad. He ran a 4.4440.
Right, it wasn't on your board, Mike. Yeah, and usually.
Right. This is going on my Twitter right now. I'll put on the measurables for you to look at. His combine test was pretty wild, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So Dane had him as the 29th receiver. So he scored 13 touchdowns at Southeast Missouri State. First team All OVC.
There you go. So yeah, if you want to have a look, and you can read for God's sakes, you can read his combine test scores. They are quite mad.
So Nick Eatman was said he'd be surprised if the centre went. So he did.
I thought that 14 was
Don't you know? Pump it up.
And pump it up.
Paul's that tired that he's now relaxed to sing.
I'm just hearing the music in the background from NFL Network. I'm don't you know? Pump it up.
13 bang.
Get boom out.
Devin Leary. All right.
Not well. Next pick's gonna come in quick.
Here's a funny one that I quite like. Is all the Sam Hartman hype we were getting before the draft, and he's still there. I say it every time. Notre Dame quarterbacks, just ignore.
Yeah.
It's the same.
What's her name? Storm Duck.
Storm Duck.
So Elijah Klein has gone to Tampa Bay.
I think NFL Network are running on. Yeah, they're just playing to pass the time.
Yeah.
No.
Con Hardy, nice. Good player. He's on, yeah. Mm-hmm. Final round, guys. We're almost there. Home straight coming up.
We're about 12, 10.
And this round, I tend to find, goes quite quickly.
Just do without all these adverts.
Yeah. I'm just watching. So the newest Cowboys pick, Ryan Florio, or how we pronounce his name. Just watching him running the gauntlet drill, and they are some soft hands. He's really catching that pass naturally. Really good. And I've just posted the combine numbers up. They're impressive too. So far, I don't have a report on him, but just from the initial look at this, not bad.
Again, I mean, nobody had seen much of who was it, Jalen Brooks last year, and then Cowboys surprised everybody by picking him. So.
Update.
He's coming.
Right. Okay. Right. I'm just trying to find the motivation.
We are nearly there. That is the motivation. We are nearly there. Go upstairs to clean your room. We're still there, Paul. We can see you sliding down the chair.
I know. Now we're back to bringing people up on the stage to.
Oh wow! British guy. He's coming out with a Union Jack on. This is mint.
Travis Clayton.
I think.
Wow, that's massive. A UK guy got drafted.
Yeah.
I think in that international pathway, I thought that I didn't realize they could get drafted as well. I thought they just got picked up as a contract.
They can. Go on, Lon.
it's all to do with the years out of high school. Although this guy looks old enough that he's been out of high school a bit longer, but you've got to have. I think it's 3 years out.
Is he literally the first ever British player to be outdrafted?
Don't know. I'd have to go back and check. That doesn't sound.
No, didn't that Scottish kicker get drafted? Was it the Giants? Was it the Giants?
Who? Graham Gano or Lawrence Tynes?
Yeah. Sorry,
Graham Gano is not really like he's Scottish heritage, but he's American.
Yeah. What about
Scott Cooper is not one of them. He was on the Bears practice squad.
Yeah.
The punter who played for Cleveland now plays for New York. The Scottish Hammer.
Jamie Gillan.
Yeah, he was undrafted.
Lawrence Tynes was undrafted as well.
This is a great moment for the NFL internationally. Seeing that, no, that like fair play to the Bills, fantastic.
I love the fact that he came out with it.
Let me get through this a minute.
Oh, I'll tell you who was drafted. It was Menelik Watson not drafted by the Raiders. Second round of the NFL draft.
Yeah,
is Jack Crawford drafted?
I
think he was.
Yeah, he was the Raiders in the 5th round of the 2012.
So yeah. So he would have been the highest draftee then.
I feel there's somebody else as well. I just
But it's just nice to see like now the international pathway program is actually making strides. Need more Scottish people though. Who was the kid that is it Ojabo?
Yeah, David Ojabo, but you could say he was Nigerian.
Yeah. But he calls himself Scottish, so I'm counting that.
Yeah. Well, you've got another guy who's draft eligible is Praise Olatoki as well, who again he's Nigerian, Scottish, and then actually ran for Scotland, I think, in the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
And I think he's been playing at Ohio State. So
wow,
you could technically class Jamie Guy, couldn't you? Because he was born in London.
Yeah,
he went undrafted.
Jack Crawford was the 5th round.
Yeah.
Jermaine Elunomai is how you pronounce it.
Oh no. Cowboys cornerback Kalen Carson was asked in the draft show what he likes to do in his free time. He answered after a long pause, "I like to rap a little."
Oh no!
Oh no!
The tackle that was.
Just give me Evan Anderson and I'll be happy. Or Rice.
I think it was he's drafted by the Ravens.
I'll tell you what, though, the Raiders have actually drafted quite smart this year, besides Bowers. I mean, you can't pass up on Bowers, I guess, but all the other picks, Powers, Johnson, Etchenberg, like, they've actually made some good strides to build up their roster.
To be fair, there's one guy that we he was born over there. Rich Eisen getting personal best time. I love the fact that it's in the suit.
Dallas Cowboys news wide receiver Ryan Fournoy on the draft show describes his play as ultra competitive and says the team is getting a great player. He also mentions that Des Bryant as someone he models his game after. Interesting.
All right. If you can play a half like Des, then
Here we go. We have a Kalen Carson highlight reel on there now. That's more like it. Right, I'm getting myself a snack. I'll be right back.
Sound.
I'm in snack territory right now.
I'm in sleep territory right now.
you know we're almost that call. After this pick, we're already having 11 spots.
Is this our last one?
No,
we've got two. We've got 233 and 244.
At least it's just literally 10 spots after this one.
Yeah.
You know, Michael. Right. What are you stuffing your face with that, Patsy?
Okay. Okay.
What are you stuffing your face with? Come, tell us.
Sour cream crinkle cut things.
Ooh.
I know you like this one, Paul.
Mm.
In fact, I'll save it and I'll put it up. And so the going on at the Ryan Flournoy pick, he has a final RAS score of 989.
Oh, and very interesting. That kind of screams what happened with Matt Willett's score. His RAS score.
Let me just. There we go. Oh, Brendan Rice is out here.
Oh. Did he get picked by Raiders?
Chargers.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Well, that means again they've not updated the picks recently then, because I've still got the Raiders are on the clock at the moment and Chargers aren't until
I know you're spoiling it, Mike.
Sorry.
I'm just doing it in case Brian comes back, so I can spoil it for him and he shuts it down again.
I'm telling you, Mike is an agent of chaos. I'm telling you.
Did Mike just tip a pick that's 3 picks away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's still showing the guys, isn't it? Unless you guys got a different feed on. I've got the China price of 40.
There you go, Paul. Done that for you.
What?
I just tagged you in the Raz score picture so you can have a look at it. It's impressive.
What? Where did you
Not
do
to
it?
share on Twitter. Not to share around, just so you can have a look at it.
$444. I can look for that.
Yeah. 152 10-yard split.
Yeah, he's just like his height and his weight is obviously the problem. He would be used as the slot pretty much.
Or
special teams.
That's what I was thinking. As soon as I seen that, and I'm like, the speed, the burst, the explosiveness.
Yeah.
You're like, you mentioned Storm Duck. Is he off the board then? Was he picked?
I know he was. Well, he was being used as one of the beat the truck thing.
Ah, right. Okay.
I don't know.
Is Rich Eisen retiring the Run Rich Run now?
No, I think he's just asking people to dominate. I think it's
Trey Taylor, safety, Air Force, is the pick for the Raiders.
Yeah, but that
he's good.
As Mike says, that was
I know
5 picks ago.
I like Trey. He's going to be missed on that Air Force team. Air Force really have kind of dominated the last couple of seasons in terms of the service academy. They've been sneaky good.
Dejon Anthony, Old Miss safety, gone to Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
Brendan Rice, as we know, Chargers.
I'm so sick of that 2 words all in. My God.
It almost makes you, Paul, hate the word falling.
Yeah. Or crawling.
Crawling, stalling,
And that's why I hate that song. I love Linkin Park, but I hate the song "Crawling." I hate it.
Mm.
Yeah, Brendan Rice is a Charger.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Anderson, come on. That's my wee miniature pet cat for this draft.
Close my eyes. Only thing that stops the ache.
Let's see what the Cardinals have done.
Hmm. And so the Cleveland Browns pick is in as well. They're all picking
Jaden
the pace
Davis
up
from Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Good 40-yard dash, 4.44. Yeah, they're starting to come in now.
They're flying.
Oh, it says that Minnesota is in the background. So we're technically either 3 picks away or next. Miles Harden, South Dakota cornerback.
They're on twice. They're on twice with 3 picks for the Vikings.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Jamie.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Either 3 picks.
Because you can see in the background Minnesota's logo on the tape in the stage.
So you were saying how you didn't like Linkin Park song, Paul. If you could give the Cowboys draft right now a song, what would it be?
That's a tough one, actually. I'll need to have a wee think about that one.
Don't worry about a thing.
That's quite good, Jamie, actually.
Yeah.
Right, hold on.
I don't know why that came into my head.
I like it. It works.
Hold on. I'm trying to do a reset. Let's go on Spotify and have a look.
What about, because they have not cared about what anyone else thinks. They've just drafted to their board. So what about so what would that be? What about My Way or the Highway?
Nah.
That sounds just hard to think.
So I think that was Minnesota's pick 230 that you saw them, because they're just announced.
I've got it.
Yeah.
You them boys by Wiz Khalifa.
No. Too simple.
I got a good chuckle at that one. We them boys.
I've always said, like if I was a boxer or an MMA fighter,
yep,
and I'd have my song to come out to, just to put the person off that I'm going up against, do you know what my song would be?
Chuckle Vision.
No. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
No, mine's would be Chuckle Vision. A Chuckle Vision. A Chuckle Vision. Or Funhouse. Or Funhouse.
Oh, yeah. Yes. A whole lot of fun prizes to be won. You could come out dancing to it.
I could really pay them off, couldn't you? And go to like Baby Shark. But like,
So Minnesota is back on the clock.
So there we go.
2-3-2. So we are about to make our next pick shortly.
Yay!
Finally, the pick has come back to Dallas's domain.
See, the obviously about Jerry Rice is telling it. Do you think that he's going to get?
Oh, there he is! Hey, there he is. What's happening, man?
What's going down?
Tiredness is kicking in, James. Tiredness is kicking in.
Y'all crazy. Y'all wild. Y'all all wild. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't doing none of that. Excuse me. I ain't mean to cuss. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all good. Like,
yeah,
trust me.
We're past the watershed, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, y'all crazy as some motherfuckers. All y'all be going live, talking 12 damn straight hours about this. Y'all crazy. I did it on the first day. That was like 6 hours. I said, the hell with that. I'm not doing it no other days. I will report the next day on a 10-minute video, and that's all you're gonna get.
Honestly, James, it's not worth it because
I know it ain't.
Like, put it this way: you don't want to end up like me, Mike, and Lauren losing our hair.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all crazy, dog. But go ahead. Hey, the community loves you. Hey, the community loves you for it. So let me know. Hey.
And our good friend Joe from Italy says, "What's up, Big Game James?
What's up, Joe? Hey,
yeah." So he's watching it all the way from Italy. So he's even further ahead than us.
Oh,
2 hours.
Joe goes hard in the paint. Joe everywhere. Joe go hard in the paint.
He is.
So Minnesota with 230 took Michael Jurgens, the center from Wake Forest.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing the Patriots pick about to be announced.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So James, so what do you make of the draft so far?
My honesty, yes, you're gonna get it. I like the first 4 picks. If you want me to talk about them right quick, I just feel like well, first Tyler Guyton. I love how I think we all knew they were going to trade back. I think it was just in the air. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And then you saw Graham Barton, Jordan, Morgan kind of go before, and it was kind of maybe like those were probably maybe their guys they could have been targeting. They left the board, so it made sense to make the trade back. So I like how they flipped the trade back and got the extra pick in the third. Tyler Guyton. Now, I said this because I saw Guyton, at the Senior Bowl. Okay. And before that, I was liking his potential. 6'8", 322. That's a big dude. Like, he used to play tight end, mobile. He's got the elite length, the hands. He's got everything that you would want if you're playing a tackle position. Like, you have all those characteristics that you want to have, right? Just don't really have the experience. So he's just really, really just green. You know what I'm saying? You haven't got a lot of starts. And you haven't flipped that left tackle. So in my opinion, I feel like all the elite traits are there. They got to be honed. You got to get some really good coaching, because I feel like if they throw him out there, let's say left tackle, I think there's going to be issues. I feel like we've seen a lot of young tackles, even the really good ones, they go through struggles. And if you put him at a left side and you haven't really played that, and you're playing in the NFL, you're gonna get some work. We've seen it happen to many of players.
Here comes the
So
Cowboys
that's
pick, guys. Sorry.
okay. No, go ahead. So that's my only kind of worry with that. I feel like it's more of a next year guy. Let's see who they picking.
They're just about. It's just about to show up, and it is. Come on.
Double dip at linebacker wouldn't be a bad thing because Curtis Jacobs.
I want Evan Anderson. I want Evan Anderson. That's who I want.
I think you could probably get him in the next pick in a
Maybe.
few moments' time. You know,
they got 2 sevens, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leonard Taylor, he's available from Miami.
Come on, show us the bloody pick.
But here's an interesting one for you, James, right?
Cool.
We had Mickey Spagnola on earlier. Do you know the
Nathan
first round pick?
Thomas, tackle from Louisiana.
And our
Yeah.
O-line.
Yep.
Interesting.
Six
that's
six
what I'm
by
seeing.
3
Now
feet
that
2.
asks the question. What's going to happen to Josh Ball?
Oh,
Man, ain't nobody think about no
Go.
Josh Ball. I'm not thinking about him or Matt Let's go. I don't care as much Stephen Jones be talking about Matt Let's go. No.
Now, I have Nathan Thomas. So he is a left tackle as well. Good Senior Bowl. And my comp for him is Petit Free.
Mo State.
Yeah. We'll have to find a little something on him because that's not a bad pick, but they're certainly going heavy on the offensive line, that's for sure. So, yeah, I mean, if they wanted to use the a one tech with this final pick or a nose tackle, I'm all up for it. But I was going to tell you, Mickey Spagnola was telling us the first round pick. Do you know what it was going to be before they traded back, James?
Who?
Darius Robinson
From Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. That's where they were.
I'm glad.
They were.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yeah. Me too.
That's just
when he
me.
said it, I was quite surprised. I was like, "Oh, wow!"
I'm so glad that happened. I mean, I've already been on the fence with him. I've seen all the attributes. I was at the Senior Bowl. He has all the attributes, but I just feel like he's boom or bust. And I just don't want that. And I'd rather deal with the Tyler Guyton, who you feel like I like how they got those 2 offensive linemen because those are 2 guys that are young guys for your future. I feel like Terrence Steele bounced back this year. I like Sim Richards from last year. I like what he saw in the preseason. I was puzzled why you didn't get to see any of him, but I feel like, you know what? Let's see if he got bigger and bulkier and stronger because if he did, I like what he was bringing to the table.
Yep.
Obviously, they have feelings for TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman. So with Beebe and Guyton, I feel like that makes the offensive line, it makes you feel better. It makes you feel better going into the year now because you got a lot of young guys on that offensive line replenishing. We already know about Tyler Smith, right? And that looks like, okay, they made the decision, keep him inside and keep him at left guard and let him be great there. And really, because if Guyton really becomes that guy with those elite traits, him and Tyler Smith, and then if you want to put BB there at center to start out, because I think he could be Zach Martin's replacement on that right side too.
That's what
So
I said.
you still have TJ Bass, and they said he played center before, and he's a big boy and he's feisty. So I feel like they gave themselves options going forward, and that's what I like what they did with the offensive line.
Definitely. I mean, if there's one thing is you can never have too many offensive linemen. You can never have too much. And the BB pick for me, that's my favorite pick so far in this draft. I freaking loved it. Like when at first I was like, oh, we went, but now that we think about it, it's like he's going to be our center essentially. When you think about it.
Yeah,
I think he competes for it for definite.
And his stats is ridiculous.
And
he's just an absolute mauler.
It looks like someone, let's say, that won't take no crap down that interior. But we come away. Well, we come into the draft with a massive concern of how this offensive line will come away. I know we've just picked up. We've come away with 2 stars. Tyler Smith on the inside, which I think we could have had to move outside. It was absolutely. I don't mean in terms of how he played. I just better on the inside. So essentially, short up 3 positions if you want to play it that way. Oh, I love how this guy's coming out.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm cool with it with that pick, Nathan Thomas. Pick.
There comes the guy that stole my title.
Was he Lloyd's title game? It looks familiar.
Lito Flores, he's the NFL International Fan of the Year for the Cowboys. I lost out to him. Good, but
so what y'all think about? So what y'all think? Because we talked about the offensive line, folks. What do you think about the defensive picks? Marshawn, Freeland, and Maris.
Yeah, I like them both.
Yep.
All focused on the running game. So
exactly.
Yeah. Like Nealon is definitely a guy who you've got in to replace Tank, and Tank is getting long in the tooth. So you think that's that, and plus obviously we've lost pass rushes this year. You
just said the world's team. Sorry, you just said the world's team. Get in, son. Yes.
So he's that replacement for definite. In terms of the linebacker, like, I get it, because the other guys, you were talking about guys who are ranked higher than him, are guys who have question marks in their tackling technique, or they were undersized. At least with Maurice, he's that FBI linebacker, very intelligent, good in coverage, good run stopper, understands, offensive alignment, leader as well. And I just think it made total sense. We needed linebackers, and that one worked out, I think, totally fine as well. I'm day 1 and day 2, I have 0 faults. Like, for me, that there is an A grade, not plus or minus, just a pure A grade draft.
I'm gonna give it a B. For me, I'm gonna give it a B, because I think Guyton is still, as much talent he has, I think he's gonna struggle, y'all. I'm sorry, I just think he's gonna struggle on that left side if they put him there, if that's what they choose to do. I think BB hits the ground running. I think he's ready made. If you look at his family, he got like 3 brothers, I think, and they all play football. His dad played football. Football. That's what he does, and he's an anchor. So I feel like he's gonna hit the ground running on that offensive line. Marshawn, I feel like he's rotational in the beginning, because Tank, he's gonna play. But I love what I love about him is that he can stand up. Tank doesn't really do that as well, in my opinion, but Marshawn can really stand up and attack you like Parsons. He doesn't have that athletic ability, but he can stand up and attack you many ways, and that makes him versatile, and I like that. And he's stout, like he has good start and stop. If you see him, like, he doesn't overrun like quarterbacks. Like, how if they come off the edge and the quarterback slips in, or Tank has a problem of, if a quarterback slips in him, his momentum takes him past the quarterback, where he could have a lot more sacks. Where you watch Marshawn, he mirrors quarterbacks. So if they try to dip in, he dips in with them, so they can't outrun him or out fake him, because his body motions go. He can mirror a quarterback, and I that's a very hard thing to teach, and he has that already, and that's what I really like about him too. Maris is somebody who I saw at the Senior Bowl, but my girl Stargazer, she told me about him. I love what you were saying about him, how his instincts, his coverage ability. He plays with his hair on fire. Very aggressive, sometimes over aggressive, but I like an aggressive linebacker. And I feel like him being paired with Kendricks, I feel like that's a good pairing. And I feel like he's, like you said, a smart linebacker can add. Now, I ain't gonna lie, you know, Cedric Gray, I think he's better than Cedric Gray, but I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Peyton
I
Wilson,
agree.
that one, I went back and forth with that because Peyton Wilson is light because I stood next to him. So when I interview him, he's light. But man, he played big though. And him going to Pittsburgh, y'all, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Dallas would have drafted him, he probably would have been injured guy. But him going to Pittsburgh, watch what he does over there. I guarantee he's gonna go ballistic over there. Watch, he's gonna go crazy over there.
You know what's
He's gonna go crazy.
You know what's crazy about Peyton Wilson? He was pretty much playing with no ACL
in one knee.
Yep. That is ridiculous.
You can't see it on the film. I mean, you can't see it on the field.
Nope.
And here's the thing: the Cowboys doctors were the ones that did the surgery on him, right? And so you would think, and he came in for a 30 visit. So you would think that the Cowboys have done their due diligence. They've had the medicals more in depth than anyone else, and they passed on him more than once. So you think that them being the guys that know more kind of speaks to me that they've looked at it, they've given it a risk assessment, and they've gone, no.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that. That's what I felt too. That if they pass on them that many times, they know something that we don't.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, it's been fine. Well, so here we are. Then
We need a defensive tackle though. That fifth round, not to cut you off, big dog. We dropped, in my opinion, just me. Feel like we dropped the ball in that fifth round, getting this corner. Now I know we need corner. Okay, I do understand it, but there was some defensive tackles there that we could have scooped that got picked up in that fifth round that we could have got because we need that tackle. I get Mozzie gaining the way back. Okay, I get all that, but we need a room. You lost Hankins.
Yeah.
You just have what, Carl Long that's the only guys you have. You need more. You feel me? You lost Gallimore. I'm not saying he was special, but he was a rotational guy. You feel me?
It's still like a body. Yeah.
For me, James, I would like to see Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic. That's the guy I quite like.
But here's my problem, fellas. Listen, I don't mean to be the pessimistic, but if you go to my Twitter handle, it says pessimistic Cowboys fan. So y'all can't get mad at me. Y'all can't get mad. Y'all can't get mad at me. All right. So don't get mad at me. All right. Don't get mad at me. That's that. I pre-warned. That's the handle. I'm not being pessimistic, but I'm being kind of real, fellas. Listen.
Yeah.
We can't keep relying on 6 and 7 rounder defensive tackles. Okay, because that shows in big games. See, when you play these regular teams, you can beat them with those guys if you try to use them as a rotational piece. But we've seen it time and time again. Even when Ron Marinelli, he tried to do that theory. When we come up against those tight teams that are getting those top defensive tackles, that are getting those players early, when you go against them, it gets shown in the third and fourth quarters when you don't have those guys, and they might be your depth pieces. That's why you got to get those kind of guys early. Us saying, oh, we're getting this guy in the 7th round, there's a reason why he's in the 7th round. That's what I always say about these picks. Yes, you're going to have gems here and there, but more times than not, those players that are drafted 4th and possibly 5th, 6th, and 7th on are not making teams, or not going to make the difference on a team. So we can't go into season feeling like, when we're already undersized and missing players, that this 7th rounder is going to come in and really do something to help this team.
No, you're spot on, because we could say the exact same thing with Quentin Bohanna. That's a good example.
Oh my God. There was no reason. And don't tell me, because every time I look at Washington and I see what's his name over there, I'm mad.
Oh,
Richard. John Ridgway.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
What the hell is his name?
John Ridgway.
Yes.
Ridgway.
Yeah, and he's gotten bigger, y'all. He's 6'4", 338.
I still don't get why they traded him away.
They cut
him.
Yeah.
They got cut, and they claimed him instantly, which I knew they was.
Yeah.
That's what Washington does, bro.
Yep.
No, they've certainly done that this year, that's for sure.
They're gonna be a fight this year.
Yep.
That first year, Dan Quinn will be good. The first year. It'll be good first year.
I think they'll improve. I think they'll split games this year, but I still think they
That's
finish
what I
last
feel.
in the NFC East. Yeah.
What? You think they're gonna be better than the Giants?
Yeah. Giants, because you think they're building from, so Washington's really building from the ground up because new quarterback,
right?
Wide receiver, talented, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Defense is still a work. The Giants having a go on. Sorry, man.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and then Giants, you kind of got pieces on there that are already kind of in key places. I know Daniel Jones isn't a good quarterback. Yeah, we all know this, but at least he has playing experience in the NFL. Whereas, for Washington, I think it'll improve as the season get on. I'm not worried about them this season. I think it's going to be the season after they get out of the rut. I still think we split games with them this year, though.
Me too.
Guys, has anyone lost their feed to NFL Network?
I haven't had it on the whole time.
Yeah, the zone, the zone's just cut off the feed to the draft.
I've just been using a ticker.
I mean,
Sky's on a break at the moment, so
social media done changed everything now, y'all. I mean, when we didn't have social media, we looked at one thing and everybody was glued in. Now everybody got the draft on the channel, so you like, ain't nobody watching that no more. Everybody watching.
Yeah. I don't have to watch adverts. I don't need to see another advert for Reese's Cups or like the new Ford SUV. I'm fine, thanks. But all right, James, I got a question for you. Of all the picks that have happened so far, which is the one you've liked the least?
For us?
Yes.
That cornerback in the 5th round.
Yeah.
That bothered me.
Here, I've got another
because
question.
we didn't have a 4th round pick, and that's who you picked, and you needed defensive tackle help. You needed that. The run has been our Achilles heel for how long?
It's true.
So Dolphins pick is in, which means we're on the clock again.
Okay.
But I mean, would you not say though that corner was a need as well, James?
Yeah, I felt like we did need a corner, but it starts up front, fellas. Because if it didn't, why'd you get 2 offensive linemen? You got 2 offensive linemen because it starts up front, the trenches. 3
now,
right
now.
And you got backups from last year, so y'all know it starts in the trenches. So if you know it starts in the trenches, you need to build that defensive lineup, and it's undersized right now. You go in there, and it doesn't matter what kind of linebackers you get. If it's undersized, your linebackers are going to get peeled off. We've seen that time and time again when those offensive linemen are getting to the 2nd level, because you really don't have those defensive guys up front to really hold those positions or really penetrate the A or B gap or things of that nature. When that starts happening, those teams wear on you with the running game. Then we've seen it time and play action, deep ball. You can only cover for so long. You have to have that front line to be able to stop their offensive front and their quarterback. If you can't do that, your team is going to be in a world of hurt, no matter how good your secondary is.
Yeah. Here's my question: what has been the biggest surprise overall in the NFL draft?
Oh, let me see.
I got mine.
Yeah,
I've got 2.
I think we'll all have the same one in one. But go on.
Just off the top of my head, right quick, because I haven't really looked at the draft like crazy. But Arizona getting Marvin Harrison and getting Trey Benson, I was like, damn.
That is good.
For me, it was one's obviously Atlanta with Michael Phoenix Jr. and the other one is Ricky, the wide receiver, going to San Francisco.
Ricky Parasol.
Yeah.
He's. I tell you, I love Ricky Parasol. He's nice. For Florida, he done a lot where he stood out on an offense that is very, very poor.
Hey, you know what, Paul?
Mm.
I ain't shocked about that. Picking that quarterback for Atlanta.
Really?
I'm sorry. Me personally, don't nobody believe in no Kirk Cousins. Not me ever. In my life will I ever believe in no Kirk Cousins. He has the best agent ever in life. I wish his agent worked for me, like get me a job or whatever, like negotiate
Make
for
me
me
that
because
money.
dog, he gets contracts, guaranteed contracts. And I'm like, bro, you have did nothing. We know you get numbers.
Yep.
And he's coming off of ACL too. No, I'm not trusting nothing about no Kirk Cousins. I'm going ahead and get that quarterback right now. We've seen quarterbacks can sit 1, 2, possibly 3 years and still come out and play good football. That's okay. I thought they were going to get that defensive end though.
I said the exact same thing. Like me and Paul were on a different show, and I said I don't rate Kirk Cousins at all. I think he's the best way to describe him is able. Like, he's not complete trash. He's able, but he has a severe problem with folding under pressure. He cannot handle it. And I've said the same thing, that he has, like, whatever magic dust his agent can sprinkle is crazy. It's wild. Like, I don't know what's he doing? I feel he's got dirt on all the owners.
That's what I feel like. He knows something, dog.
Yeah.
Like, 'cause you get guaranteed. But here's the thing. Check this out, though, Mike. Check this out. When he was leaving Washington, right, his own GM, the reason why he was signing no franchise tags because his own GM said, "We don't believe in you. You are not special. We're not signing you to no long-term deal because we don't believe you are that guy."
Look at this, right? Who was the quarterback, the Minneapolis Miracle game? What was his name?
Case Keenum.
Thank you very much. Case Keenum. Yeah. Look how far he gets Minnesota into the playoffs, right? They're on the cusp of going to the Super Bowl, right? Obviously, doesn't happen. There we go. Enough said. But Kirk Cousins comes in, exact same roster. Right? There's very little difference. They have a losing season. They don't even make the playoffs.
Okay, so we are definitely on
onto the podium.
Yep, we're next. Last pick, gentlemen.
Get that defensive tackle, please. Get him in spirit. Get him in spirit.
Here we go. Here maybe
maybe Nathan Thomas is going to be that guy. No, my computer's doing an update.
Justin Rogers, Auburn.
All right, no, I'll go with that. I'm happy. Who's that? Nose tackle.
Justin Rogers from Auburn.
Nose tackle.
330 pounds at 6'2".
Man, is it not like we don't know? Is it not like we don't know our team?
Yeah.
We all know how they're gonna draft.
You called it, James. You called it. You said you wanted a DT.
They're gonna. You know they get with that 7th round. Hey, just for y'all to shut. Hey, listen, Dallas does shut up signings, y'all, and they do shut up drafting too. They'll get a player for us to shut up. Like, they'll get a player out of nowhere. We'll be complaining on Twitter. We'll be talking on Twitter. Next thing you know, they'll get that player, that position, and be like, shut up.
It needs to be said less. Shut up.
For real. They be telling us that. Shut up. Here, we got them. Now be quiet.
But I was telling you, like, Justin Rogers is one of the guys when you were saying about, Evan Anderson. I was like, oh, Justin Rogers, I'm happy with either. And there we go. That's the guy. Good run stopper, big 2-gapper, fills the A and the B gap, hunkers down. In fact, I may have written an article on him. I'm pretty certain I did.
Well,
let me check.
If I did, I'm feeling very happy with myself.
That's Michael Pratt going to the Packers.
10 plays Cowboys could target. I'm pretty certain I put Justin Rogers in there. I did.
Nice.
I mean, I had 10 names on there, missed on the other 9. But I'll take the 1 out of 10 ain't bad.
Hey, not bad at all. Better than a lot of experts, for real. So-called,
Yeah.
so-called experts out there, for real. It's a lot of them now. But
So there we go. That is the Cowboys draft class.
You know, Mike. You know, Will McClay likes to get busy in the after draft, undrafted free agents. Like he likes to really like to cook during that season. We got so many guys each year that they at least pick up like 2 on the roster they keep. Seems like so. I like to see what happens after that, but you know, overall draft, I don't know. It may drop because that 5th round on. It's going to drop a little bit in my opinion because of those picks. I feel like they could have got some other players, but we'll see. I'm gonna say B-, C+.
I'm going to be more optimistic.
Remember, I'm pessimistic.
B+. Yeah, and I'm the optimistic. I'm the yin, the yang. I'm gonna be the yin, the yang.
I appreciate it. Thank you. That's why I need all y'all's positivity. It's not gonna matter, but I appreciate it.
That's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to go on my Twitter and tag it and be like,
yes,
I am
sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine. Sunshine.
Sunshine. Oh man, that is fun. Yeah, well.
But no, there we have it. I mean, are you boys staying on to the very end on this one?
Man, I'm going straight to my MF Ed.
Y'all need to go to bed. All y'all look tired. All y'all look sleepy as hell. Like y'all look like y'all ain't slept in. Y'all look like y'all ain't slept in like.
James, I'm that stage.
Y'all look like zombies when I came on. I was like, damn, for real? They tired.
No,
they're not excited to see. They're not that excited to see me.
No, James.
I was like, damn, they tired.
James, for real, I literally feel like Joe Biden cannot construct a sentence right now. That's how I feel right now.
I believe it. I came in like y'all look tired. I was like, okay, we're gonna be quick then.
But I mean, like, it's awesome that you joined us, mate. I mean, you brought the levels back up. You brought the energy level back up at a time when we were flaking. But no, I mean, we'll close this down. We've seen all the Cowboys picks. Let everybody get to bed, and we'll wake up tomorrow and see what they do in the undrafted free agent market.
Yeah, it should be fun.
There it is, man. Hey, make sure y'all get good sleep. Appreciate y'all. Like I said, the community appreciate y'all doing this for real. For real. I know they do. Cheers. Going hard like that. And really, I appreciate for me, and it's good to see y'all again. Been a while, so and we definitely gonna hook up soon. Like I get the schedule together, but it's been crazy.
That's a good question, actually. It's like, is there one game you're maybe thinking going to this year, James?
I think there's a couple. I just really got to get in that lab. Like I said, I had a plan last year, but some things happened to come up, promotions, things of that nature. So I had to really go hard with that. So now it looks like I got more of a clear understanding of what's going on a daily basis before I had then. So once I hone in on something, I'm gonna definitely just hit y'all because we got to hook up, dog. I'm tired of y'all seeing out there kicking everybody else, all these damn pictures, 3,000 pictures out there. I'm tired of that crap. I need to be seeing my dogs too. Damn it, I'm jealous.
Well, I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back over for the Texas standoff, Texans versus Cowboys game. So that's the game I'm going to be at. So if you're there, we're definitely hook up, bro.
There it is. All right, man. Well, I appreciate y'all. Y'all get good sleep. And we'll be talking Cowboys football again.
Yeah, man. Usual thing, James. I will speak to you offline on the messages.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Beautiful.
Appreciate y'all.
Stay safe. Stay safe, brother. All right, let's get out of here then, folks, and shut this down. It's been another draft season. We have been here all 3 days. So we are gonna rest up and hit this back. We'll be back Thursday, 9 o'clock. If not, go to Cowboys Experience on Wednesday. We'll be over on there reviewing the draft. But yeah, stay safe, everybody. Have a great weekend. See you on the other side.
Dallas forever, Philly for never, as per usual.
Enjoy your sleep. See you all later.
Later. Cheers.